patient-centered healthcare ecosystem. When we talk about healthcare, we often hear about hospitals, doctors, and pharmaceutical companies. But what about patients? Who speaks for them? Who ensures their voices are heard? At the International Patients Union, we recognize that patients are not just beneficiaries of healthcare. They are the reason the healthcare system exists. Without them, there is no healthcare industry. We believe the real change starts with real people. Patients deserve the right information, the right treatment, and a system that listens to them. Since 2013, IPU has grown into a global movement, launching the Patients Union app to provide direct access to credible information, expert insights, and a platform to voice concerns. We have united healthcare leaders who share the same vision. Healthcare must work for patients, not just around them. But our mission is more than just discussing problems. It's about creating solutions. We are not an activist organization, but a reformist force. As we come together to celebrate World Health Day today, this year's theme, Healthy Beginnings, Hopeful Futures, reminds us that every positive change starts somewhere. And today, it starts with you, the patients, the change makers, and the caregivers. स्वास्थ्य की एक मजबूत शुरुआत ही एक उज्जवल और सुरक्षित भविष्य की नींव रखती है और ये तभी संभव है जब हर मरीज को सही जानकारी, सही इलाज और सही समय पर चिकित्सा मिले. This year, our theme, Serving Patients in the Digital Age, aligns perfectly with the World Health Day's vision. As healthcare embraces digital advancements, we must ensure that technology serves as a bridge and not as a barrier. डिजिटल हेल्थ केयर सिर्फ तकनीकी का उपयोग नहीं बल्कि मरीज को सही जानकारी और बेहतर देखभाल से जोड़ने का एक माध्यम होना चाहिए. With this vision in mind, we also honor pioneers in patient advocacy through our Pathfinder Awards, recognizing individuals and organizations that have made outstanding contributions in informing, empowering, and supporting patients. Before we jump into our sessions, let's quickly go over a few house rules to ensure that everyone has a smooth and engaging experience today. For real-time engagement throughout the conference, please use Slido to participate in the live polls, submit your questions, and share session-wise feedback. You don't have to download the app. You just have to scan the QR code available on the table. Networking opportunities are available during tea, coffee, and lunch. When posting about the conference, do not forget to use the hashtag IPUC2025. If you misplace your entry pass, just show the email with your QR code at the registration desk to get a duplicate badge. Speakers are requested to stick to the allotted time. No session may exceed 5 additional minutes, as 10 to 15 minutes are reserved for Q&A with the audience. For all the panelists, you're welcome to use the mic placed at your seats on the stage or come up to the podium while speaking, whichever you're more comfortable with. Certificates will be emailed within 50 days of the event. 15 days of the event, participants will receive 8 CPD hours and nursing professionals will receive 5 CNE hours or 1 CNE credit. Lastly, we request everyone to keep their phones in silent mode. Please use them only for participating in Slido or essential use during the sessions. For any assistant, you can reach out to the organizing committee or contact us at 9911 00665. I repeat, 9911 00665. The IPU team is here to help. We have a day of engaging discussions on some of the most important healthcare topics today. So today's sessions include patient session, the most powerful voice in the healthcare system. Long COVID. Has COVID become a chronic condition? Patients' perspectives and what can the government do about it? Digital quackery, science versus social media and influencers. Frontal role of nurses, community pharmacists, and allied health professionals in lowering the disease burden, and technology for patients versus patients for technology. As we move forward, we encourage each of you to actively participate. Use the notepad provided to jot down key takeaways, questions, or your thoughts. If you've made the effort to be here on a working day, make it count. Stand up, speak up, and share your views with us. Your insights do matter. Those who contribute today will have their points incorporated in the IPUC Outcomes Report 2025, helping shape meaningful dialogue beyond this room. A lot will come up as you hear our esteemed speakers. Do not hold back. Share your mind. To set the stage, I'm honored to invite Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, ideator and founder of the International Patients Union, a key architect of India's National Health Policy 2017 and National Education Policy 2020, and former advisor to the Union Health Minister. He has been a driving force in shaping digital health. He was invited by the Prime Minister's Office of Bangladesh to draft their AI policy and has been engaged by leading multilateral bodies, including the United Nations, World Health Organization, World Bank, Commonwealth, among the others. Sir, may I now invite you to address the gathering.
So good morning, everyone, and namaste. And whenever I come on stage for Patients Union, I feel that I should never be on stage, but my team tells me as the founder I should say a few words. And as WHO's theme is hopeful future that cannot be without patients, that's first. And the genesis of Patients Union is very important. I've been into policy making for a long time. All I saw was, and this is very interesting to note, why our voice as patients should be the most forceful voice. I saw many organizations, at least last 10 years, a lot of new organizations have been formed. I don't want to take the names. They were all founded by same healthcare capitalists. And all of them speak the same language. To the government, it appears that this is what government should do, but it's actually the provider's voice. And that is not the voice that can do justice to healthcare. So what I said, and I was serving the advisor to health minister in my 3 years, 2016 to 2018, I didn't meet any single patient group. I met doctors associations, industry associations, pharma, medtech, nothing wrong in meeting and doing, but those whom we are supposed to serve, they were not in the room. So we said we should not just be part of the discourse, we should be creating the discourse. Policies are meant for patients, and they should be talking about themselves rather than we talking for them. And today we will have the opportunity of the top policymaker, Dr. Vinod Paul, member Health Niti Aayog, who kindly offered to say, I will come early and I'll stay and listen to every patient who speaks. So I hope he should be arriving any moment. But under I would say, the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, this government has done more than any other government in terms of health. We launched the largest insurance scheme, the largest digital mission, and more is coming. I think adding seniors to the list of insurers. And what you will see in the first session is patients talking. You will have patients right from a plumber to an office boy to top people. Health is not going to spare anyone if you are not delivering what they need. And then going on, you will see we are talking of things that people normally don't talk. So very few people will talk about what's the impact of long COVID. You see today videos of people collapsing at the age of 10, 12 and 20. It's become a common thing. So we talked to our great friends who worked in AIMS and very senior doctors across the country that what is the problem? Is long COVID really impacting our health? Can we discuss and see what action government needs to take? So we'll discuss that. I think over time, quackery has taken a very different form as digital quackery. So we really don't know what is right, what is wrong, but we get influenced with it. As Patients Union, we're going to discuss that. But the best part, this is not a conference of people on the dais. Firstly, there'll be patients, there'll be policymakers in the room all throughout, and everyone is a speaker. You can just take the mic and share your views, and trust me, everything gets into policy notes for the government. That's our responsibility to take it to them. And lastly, I would say that we will also launch the first patients fellowship, our first cohort, because people should work with the patient to figure out what the healthcare system needs, not just big four consultancy firms coming and telling us what is needed and is it really going to work. Patients know best, so we should hear them out. And I think I'll not come between you and the start of the patient session. And I wish you all the best. Please stay engaged. Please give your inputs. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the vision of IPU. As sir has mentioned that patients are the care system, yet their voices often go unheard. Today, here at IPUC, patients and caregivers will share their lived experience, highlighting the gaps in care and reality of managing their conditions. ये हमारा पहला सेशन है जिसमें हम केवल सुनने तक इसे सीमित नहीं रखेंगे। इसका उद्देश्य है कि हम इन आवाज़ों को नीतिगत बदलाव की दिशा में लेके जाएं और आप उन कई मरीज़ की वक्ताओं से कुछ सुनेंगे। साथ ही हम ये कुछ तस्वीरें हैं हमारे पिछले सेशन की, जहाँ पे काफ़ी सारे स्पीकर्स ने आके अपनी बात शेयर करी। जैसा कि सर ने अभी बताया कि बीमारी देखती कोई पद नहीं देखती, कोई पहचान नहीं देखती। तो आप इन तस्वीरों में देख सकते हैं कि एक तरफ एक IRS अधिकारी हैं और साथ ही एक कैंसर से पीड़ित पेशेंट भी हैं। At IPU, we are committed to driving real healthcare reforms. Even the way we select our speakers reflects this approach. As you can see from our next panel that you'll see is that some of them have reached out to us whom we could help or not, with a few we didn't even know personally before. So, हमारा काम IPU में सिर्फ यहीं तक सीमित नहीं है, हम इसे वैश्विक स्तर पर जोड़ा हुआ है। जैसे कि सर ने बताया, हमें WHO से भी इनवाइट किया गया था और ये वे आवाज़ें हैं जिन्हें सिर्फ कहानियाँ नहीं हैं, ये एक असली बदलाव की तरफ है। अब आप इनसे अगर कुछ सवाल भी करना चाहें तो आप डायरेक्टली यहाँ पे सवाल पूछ सकते हैं। यहाँ पे सभी लोगों ने अपना कंसेंट दिया है आने के लिए। And if you look at our audience today as well, you will see all the highest dignitaries in the government who have a clear reflection of the seriousness and commitment towards driving real change. Opportunities like this don't come often. This is exactly what IPU stands for, creating a platform where voices that truly matters are heard. Here's a quick video shot by Team IPU during our field visits where patients have shared their expectations from the current healthcare system. I request the team to play the video.
आप कहाँ से ट्रैवल कर रहे हैं?
MP शिवपुरी से आए हैं।
आपको ये योजनाओं के बारे में कुछ बताया जाता है अस्पताल में कि आप किससे लेंगे? तो
योजना के बारे में तो कुछ नहीं बताते, लेकिन अब तो सब होशियार हैं, सब जानते हैं। आयुष्मान कार्ड से वगैरह सब, और योजना के बारे में बात हो इतना टाइम ही नहीं रहता, मतलब 2 मिनट बात होती है डॉक्टर से।
और दवाइयाँ वगैरह के बारे में या टेस्ट वगैरह?
नहीं, कुछ नहीं बताते।
आप जो इतने सालों से मतलब लेके आ रहे हैं पेशेंट को, आपको क्या लगता है कि क्या सुधार होना चाहिए जो थोड़ा सा आपको?
ये तो समय का सुधार होना चाहिए।
जैसे आपसे मतलब डॉक्टर आपको सब चीज समझाते हैं तो आप अपने पेशेंट को
कुछ नहीं समझाते
कि क्या-क्या दिक्कत है, क्या नहीं?
वो तो लिख देते हैं कि एक्सरे कराना है, एक्सरे करा के फिर मिलना।
मतलब ऐसे बताते नहीं कि क्या है, क्या
नहीं, कुछ नहीं बताते।
तो नर्स कुछ बताते हैं कि क्या है?
नर्स ने वो सुविधा हो गई, जो 2 लोग बैठाते थे, पीली ड्रेस वाले भी बताते हैं।
और जैसे जहाँ आप दवाइयाँ लेने जाते हैं तो दवाई वाले बताते हैं आपको, जो ये केमिस्ट वगैरह होते हैं वो बताते हैं आपको क्या दवाई लेनी है? आपका नाम बताइए।
सुगर सिंह साहब।
आप यहाँ क्या दिखाने आए?
ये कंधे की हड्डी बढ़ गई मेरी।
आपको क्या बताया गया है यहाँ पे?
अभी तो कुछ नहीं बताया, अभी तो वैसे ही डॉक्टर ने दवाई गोली लिख दी है।
आपको आप यहीं दिल्ली से हैं कि बाहर?
नहीं, बाहर से।
ऐसा कुछ है मतलब जो आप चाहते हैं कि हम जो हमारे स्वास्थ्य के पदाधिकारी हैं उनको हम बताएं, या आपको लगता है कि ये भी आपको मतलब मिलना चाहिए? कुछ ऐसा है जो आप चाहते हैं आपके लिए अच्छा हो, सुविधा हो?
हाँ, नहीं, वो उन्होंने बोला है कि वो 8 दिन बाद आ जाना, फिर कुछ देख करा देंगे।
तो आपको लगा कि आपको मतलब ढंग से उन्होंने चेक किया या नहीं?
चेक तो नहीं किया, मैं मेरे पुराने कागज थे वो भी देख लिए उन्होंने, कुछ भी नहीं किया।
पुराने कागजों पे बताया?
हाँ, उन्हीं पे बताया है, नहीं कोई जांच भी नहीं करी उन्होंने अभी एक भी नहीं।
आपका क्या नाम है?
बीमल किशोर साहब।
आप यहाँ पे किसको दिखाने आए हैं?
बच्चे को दिखाने आए हैं।
क्या दिक्कत बताया आपको?
स्पाइन है बच्चे को, पीठ का रीढ़ का हड्डी जो होता है ना, वो टेढ़ा।
तो आपने फिर यहाँ पे आप डॉक्टर से मिल लिए हैं?
जी, पहले मिले थे, अब कल दिखाएंगे इसको, कल टाइम है दिखाने का।
आप दिल्ली से ही हैं, कहीं दूर से आए?
नहीं, हम बिहार से हैं।
बिहार से हैं।
जी।
बिहार में आपने कहीं दिखाया था इनको?
बिहार में दिखाए थे, पटना में भी दिखाए थे।
तो वहाँ से रेफर हो गए थे?
हाँ, पटना में दिखाए, पटना में 8 महीना इलाज किए वहाँ से, तो उसके बाद रेफर कर दिया, तो तब फिर मैं यहाँ आया। सरकारी एम्स में ही दिखा रहे थे पटना।
एम्स पटना में दिखा?
जी जी।
तो वहाँ से यहाँ शिफ्ट?
जी जी। दिक्कत है ना, यही आते हैं तो यहीं फुटपाथ पर रहते हैं, सो जाते हैं, उसके बाद 2-3 दिन 4 दिन 5 दिन जो लगता है लगा करके इलाज करा करके फिर चले जाते
अभी आपने देखा कि कैसे देश के अलग अलग हिस्सों से आए मरीज़ इन बड़े बड़े संस्थानों के सामने लंबी कतारों में खड़े रहते हैं और सिर्फ एक तारीख या फिर अगली अपॉइंटमेंट का इंतज़ार करते हैं। ये लंबा इंतज़ार, बार बार अस्पताल के चक्कर और हर बार एक नई अनिश्चितता मरीज़ों को तकलीफ़ों की ओर ले जाती है। और यही हमें याद दिलाता है कि हमें एक ऐसे हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम की ज़रूरत है जो मरीज़ों के इर्द गिर्द बने, एक ऐसा सिस्टम जो मरीज़ों की परेशानी को समझे और उन्हीं की तरफ काम करे। अगर आप में से किसी के पास भी कोई ऐसा अनुभव है जो आप नीति आयोग में योगदान देना चाहते हैं तो हम उनका स्वागत करते हैं। इसलिए आप यहाँ देखेंगे कि इसी मंच पर अभी एक पॉलिसी मेकर से लेकर एक प्लम्बर तक सब साथ में होंगे, क्योंकि स्वास्थ्य समस्या किसी को नहीं बख्शती, चाहे वो पहचान देखती है ना वो पेशा देखती है। हमारे इस सेशन के स्पीकर्स को मैं अब स्टेज पर बुलाना चाहूँगी। मिस्टर राम नारायण, प्लम्बिंग टेक्नीशियन; मिस्टर विजय खनीजा, Associate Director, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India; Advocate Prafulla Sharma, Advocate High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur; Mr. Sanjay Joshi, Practicing CA; Ms. Sonia B. Rastogi, President, Advocacy and Child Rights, Let's Help India; Ms. Kashni Rai Arora, Student, Indian School of Hospitality; Ms. Anam; Mr. Shivam Jayant, Customer Service Associate, Punjab National Bank; Mr. Dinesh Lohera, Office Assistant Admin, Digital Health Associates. I request you all to join us on stage, please. जब तक हमारे डिग्निटरीज हमें स्टेज पे ज्वाइन करते हैं, लेट्स मूव टू एन इंटरैक्टिव सेशन. हमारे पास टू dive deeper on this topic, we have a quick Slido questions for you, for which you just have to scan the QR code in front of you, and your inputs will be taken by using that QR itself. I request my team to put up the first question on the Slido. I request people in the audience to scan the QR and go through the questions. Can we have the Slido questions? Okay. Today we are going to hear from people who are going to share their lived experience here. Here we will see a plumbing technician to a policymakers all on stage together. Since it is taking a little time, let's move to our speakers. So for हमारे पहले सेशन के लिए मैं श्री राम नारायण जी से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे, जो कि पेशे से एक प्लम्बिंग टेक्नीशियन हैं और एक बतौर टीबी सर्वाइवर के केयर गिवर भी हैं, वो अपना अनुभव हमारे साथ साझा करें. इन्होंने देश के कई बड़े बड़े अस्पतालों तक पहुंच तो मिली, लेकिन इसके बावजूद इन्हें कई मुश्किलों का सामना किया. एक साधारण CT स्कैन के लिए भी कई महीनों तक इंतज़ार करना पड़ा और अपॉइंटमेंट के लिए भी ये बार बार लगी. I request Mr. Ram Narayan ji to join us on stage. I request you to welcome him.
सबको नमस्कार सर. मैं राम नारायण सिंह. मेरी वाइफ का टीबी का शिकायत था, पहले बीमारी थी. उसके बाद 9 महीना प्राइवेट में दवा कराया था, ठीक हो गया था. फिर भी उसके बाद भी फिर प्रॉब्लम आ गई. फिर से दोबारा टेस्ट कराया. अभी एम्स में इलाज चल रहा है दिसंबर से. उसके बाद अभी तक खाली टेस्ट पे टेस्ट हो रहा है, मगर उसका कोई दवाई का और बीमारी का सोल्यूशन नहीं बताया जा रहा है. CT स्कैन 3 महीने बाद का डेट मिला है. ऐसा व्यवस्था किया जाए कि जो कि हमारे प्राइवेट नौकरी करने वाले या गरीब आदमी के लिए समय का कुछ ये किया जाए, क्योंकि हम लोग को जितने छुट्टी करेंगे उतने पैसे कटता है. तो हम सर ड्यूटी करेंगे, इलाज करेंगे, क्या करेंगे, ये समस्या सबसे बड़ा भारी है. तो इसके लिए कोई सरकार ऐसी कोई व्यवस्था करे जो कि हमें गरीब आदमी के लिए समय का भी बचत हो, और अल्ट्रासाउंड को जो 4 महीने का डेट दिया जाता है, इसको जल्दी थोड़ा किया जाए.
Dhanyavad Ram Narayan ji. Our next speaker is Mr. Vijay Khanija, Associate Director, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. But today he joins us not in his professional capacity, but as a dedicated caregiver to a loved one battling Huntington disease, a rare disorder. Please welcome Mr. Vijay.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Rajendra and team for giving me the opportunity to come here and speak on the topic. So primarily, my mother is suffering from a rare genetic disorder called Huntington disease. So if we talk about the rare diseases, the healthcare system is at a very nascent stage in our country. So I have been facing a lot of hardships to get the treatment for my mother for this disease. So I mean, there is no infrastructure or no system that is prevalent in the country at the moment that could provide a medication for this disease. There are only a few medications, and that too in clinical trials in the Western countries like in European countries or in the United States. So even to get a medicine in a clinical trial, it is very difficult for a patient from India to get enrolled in the trial there. Because if we try to contact the hospitals there, every hospital has their own reasons for the denial. The hospitals in Europe say that they consider patients only who are their native language speaking. In UK, they say that they consider only local patients or only those patients who come with very strong referrals. In United States also, they consider patients who are living in the nearby vicinity of the hospital. So almost all the hospitals deny, and none is willing to take a patient from India for the clinical trials. So facing a lot of hardships, I took my mother to the United States to one of the hospitals for a treatment. But unfortunately, there also we were unable to get the medicine that was running in the clinical trial. So, I mean, in US, there is a proper institutional mechanism. There are organizations like the National Health Institute, National Institutes of Health, then CDC, Center for Disease Control, that are specifically researching on the rare diseases. But in our country, there is no such mechanism wherein there is a strong research on the rare disease segment. Plus, the clinical trial policies are also at a very nascent stage in our country. So for the rare diseases, the companies, the innovator companies are not coming to India for the clinical trials. So I would request the policymakers to devise some kind of policies wherein the clinical trials for the rare diseases are conducted efficiently in our country, so that the patients of the rare diseases all across the country could participate in the trials and could benefit the trials from in an immediate way. Basically, they do not need to make lot of efforts to go to the European or the American countries to get the treatments. So thank you for this, and if there are any questions, we can discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Joining us next is Advocate Prafulla Sharma, who's advocate at High Court of Madhya Pradesh, Jabalpur. Despite his expertise in law, he has personally witnessed negligence in the healthcare system affecting someone close to him. Today, he will be sharing his experience with us. Please welcome him.
Good morning, esteemed guests, policymakers, healthcare professionals, and fellow citizens. Healthcare is built on trust. The trust that when a patient steps into a hospital, they will receive competent, ethical, and timely medical care. But when that trust is broken, the consequences are irreversible. Medical negligence is something, it is not just an unfortunate event. It is a breach of duty, a violation of fundamental right to life under guaranteed under Article 21 of the Constitution of India. On October 20, my elder brother was admitted to a hospital in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, one of the top tier 2-3 cities in the country. He was having severe stomach pain. For the next 3 days, instead of diagnosing the root cause, the doctors kept him treating they were in their endeavor to suppress the pain. And consequently, his situation got worsened, and we had to rush him from Rewa to Nagpur, one city in Maharashtra, almost 500 kilometers. It took us 10 hours to travel him and rush him to that hospital. Throughout the journey, he did speak only 2 or 3 words, and all the words were broken. By the time he arrived in Nagpur and he was operated, we learned during the course of treatment that for all the time his intestine was punctured and infection has spread, and he succumbed to those infection by 25th October. Death is inevitable, nothing and no one can stop him. But when a patient is fighting for his life, her life, their hardest battle is not fought alone. Even families is struggling. They are fighting a different war, an emotional, psychological, along with the financial struggle. But the greatest pain is losing a loved one without being able to see them one last time. There is a dark side of medical care, lack of transparency, and it is rarely gets discussed. In tier 3, 4, 5 cities, patients rarely know what treatment they are being given. And this is not limited to medical jargons. It is also about a deeper systematic lack of transparency. Many patients are treated without being properly informed about their condition. Their families are left making decisions without full knowledge of risk and prognosis. But let me be clear, this issue is not limited to smaller cities. Even in tier 1 and 2 cities in these hospitals, patients often have no real clarity about their treatment, their rights, or their options. Informed consent, a fundamental patient right, is often reduced to a mere paperwork. And this lack of transparency, this culture of silence is what allows negligence to continue unchecked. While legal and systematic reforms are crucial, we must also address the emotional and psychological trauma that families face. Often when a critically ill patient is admitted to the ICU, their loved ones are not allowed to be with them. They all are waiting outside the ICU to visit them in limited visiting hours. And while it is necessary for medical reasons, it should not mean complete isolation. I propose a system of video conferencing in ICUs, a simple yet powerful solution. A screen with a camera that can be placed outside the ICU for family members, while another screen is placed at safe distance from the patient's bed. This way, patients can see their loved ones and their families can see them, without disrupting medical care. With advancement in artificial intelligence and virtual reality technologies, this system can be made even more interactive. It would provide comfort, emotional support, and dignity to patients in their final moment. No one should die alone without seeing their loved ones in their final moments for the last time. My brother passed away without any of us being on his side. We never get to see him alive one last time, and he never saw us. No family should have to go through the same pain ever and ever again. The legal framework has to be evolved to ensure that medical errors are prevented, patients are empowered, and those responsible for negligence are held answerable. Because ordinarily, justice delayed is justice denied. But when justice is delayed in healthcare, it is not just justice denied, it is a life denied. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would request all the speakers to stick to the time limit of 3 minutes. Now, I would request Mr. Sanjay Joshi, practicing CA, who will be sharing his lived experience. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning and namaskar. I'll start with my experience with medical institutions and so on started about in 1999 when one of my ex-employees was diagnosed with a rare disease called aortic arthritis, where most of the doctors probably have heard or read about it, but never treated such a patient. And thanks to doctors in government hospitals, GB Pant, AIMS and all, he could live a life of almost 20 years when doctors had given him just 2 years. And when his family had given up on him, so me and my family, we supported him. And so my exposure to, medical, I'm not dwelling on that part of my mother, was diagnosed with cancer, whom she lost in 2006. So, the experience of this thing continued. My father got a paralytic stroke on my 13th day of my mother's death. And my, association with medical hospitals and treatment procedures that continued. So I would rather focus on the last 1 year of my father's, treatment. On 15th of June, on Father's Day, I went and met him, and at that very moment he was feeling uneasy. And we took him for a checkup to a nearby corporate hospital in Greater Noida, and for evaluation so that, if he has some, and they said that his BP is high and all that, and let him take on for some evaluation, and they kept him on in the hospital. Next day when I reached, he was saying, I'm fine, and why are you putting me here? So post-lunch, they had put him in ICU. Post-lunch when I went, I saw that, he's on BiPAP. And for next 11 days, he was in ICU, and when we were insisting that he should be moved to the room and all that, and finally when he was moved to the room, we realized that, instead of a normal catheter, they have put in a, feeding tube, which was resulting in leakage and, affecting his skin and all that side. We decided to move him to another hospital, a big hospital, wherein we had an excellent medical care system. He recovered, but he was unfortunately diagnosed with cancer of the colon. Since that hospital didn't have, good cancer care, facilities, so we decided to move him to AIMS, because at his age, at 90 plus, we required something, where all super specialties are there. Now, I'll focus on the, medical TPA aspects. While he was, asked for, he was given a discharge at 11 in the morning, till 9 o'clock, late in the night, I was busy getting a discharge, clearances from the TPA and all that. I had to intervene 3 times, from getting details and all that, and finally I got a discharge, letter at 9 p.m. Now imagine a patient who's, at such a critical stage. From 11, he is not being treated because he has been kind of discharged from the hospital, and he's waiting for the discharge slip to get out of the room, till 9 p.m. Just because the TPA couldn't, finalize on the, clearances and all that, and back and forth there. And from, a demand of, close to 2 lakh rupees, I ended up ultimately getting a refund of, 48,000 rupees from what I had paid. So, what a person goes through, it's not just the patient who's going through the problem, it is also the, the attendants and all that. Now, next comes the, I'll take some time because there are a lot of issues which we need to, address in a different levels of, department. So next, we move him to, AIMS Hospital. Excellent team of doctors, excellent team of, staff. But the problem is the process. From, for any procedure, you have to keep running from one building to the other building. From one building to other building. I mean, you're taking the patient on the road, on the, and at least you need 2 attendants. You keep on running from here, and for even small payments, instead of having a token, they'll ask you to go and run, make the payment there. So many issues that, you need to address, and we had experience of running back and forth for making the payment, and then they suddenly say that, you have to go to that building for, marking the, for radiation marking, and finally the treatment is being delivered just below where my father's room was. So we are running from here and there, and, just because there is a, if there is a process involved where, payment can be made through a swap card, you immediately make the payment where they, take you under care. So, imagine a patient, running in the full daytime on a road with a stretcher on, and we are running, and they are telling, okay, this is already Saturday, and you have to be there by 12:30, and one person is running to make the payment, the other person is taking the patient and all that. And this is all, but the team of doctors, excellent care. He revived. He came home and all. Now comes the, when you need a attendant at home. There are no skilled attendants. There's no team of, any training facilities. You get all, attendants who are just trained for 5 days and not familiar with the all. So we had an attendant. We kept on changing. We were not satisfied. We kept on talking to different hospitals to get some, full care attendants. And finally, when we got somebody, in my absence, he changed my father's catheter without, any instructions. That led to another, medical condition of his, and I take him to Max Hospital in Noida. I'm telling them that he needs his catheter, change and evaluation immediately. But instead of that, they are busy doing all evaluations, CT, chest, ultrasound, X-ray on the table and all that. After 24 hours of admitting him to the hospital, finally I have to bang my head and, get a catheter inserted. And next day, when I'm, going to meet him because he's in the ICU, he's being, he's undergoing EEG test. And I'm surprised, the person who's fully aware and conscious, he's undergoing an EEG evaluation. I asked the doctor, why is he being, getting an EEG evaluation? And I asked questions from him. That happened to be my mother's birthday also. And I asked my father, what is it today? He says, it's your mother's birthday. Imagine, a person who is so well oriented, he's undergoing EEG. And next 2 days later, he's back in the, home. Now, if a person is such in, so why are we, even looking at all those things? And while he was in ICU, nobody noticed and treated for, he developed a bed sore. Ultimately, we lost him because of bed sore. Certain aspects, doctors who are not in, the town, they are attending Kumbh, they are also being billed for the, treatment procedure. When you raise, imagine where are we heading? Where is our conscience? So when I say, in terms of you have best of doctors, we have best of facilities, but as they say, you are as good as the weakest link in your organization. Unless and until we work on all aspects of, healthcare delivery, be it the processes, be it the, healthcare workers or the systems, nothing. The patients will continue to suffer, their attendants will continue to suffer. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Ms. Sonia B. Rastogi, President, Advocacy and Child Rights, Let's Help India. As a caregiver to an autistic child, she deeply understands the daily struggles, the need for inclusive healthcare, and the importance of advocacy for children with special needs. Today, she'll be sharing her experience with us. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, IPU. Hi, good morning, everyone. Namaste. I'm Sonia. I am a president at Let's Help India. It's a parent-led organization. We are all caregivers to children with autism, and April being the Autism Awareness Month, I'm glad that I'm here to discuss some personal experiences and also experiences that we come across as we connect with parents, across India and even outside India who are Indians. So first and foremost challenge that, I've seen, personally experienced, because I'm raising a girl on autism spectrum who is 11 years old now, that the diagnosis doesn't come timely. So even when she was 2, and my mother-in-law used to say that she's not talking, so do you see a problem? And I was like, she'll talk, it's okay, it's going to come. But we visited one pediatrician, then another. No one hinted that autism is at play. So where are these pediatricians, who diagnose autism? Where are these screening checklists, small little things which, a caregiver at home could identify that social smile is missing, there is no imitation, the child is not talking, or probably he or she is stacking toys in a particular way. So these are the basic screening tools and the lists which should be there in, with every pediatrician, and this is what we are talking in Delhi. And leave aside, the doctors and the pediatricians that are there in tier 2 and tier 3 cities. That is one biggest gap that we saw. Another is that, when we connect with parents, there are people who do not come from very affluent backgrounds, and then they are misled by the system. We met a person, a peon, who was just going to go and sell his land so that, his child with autism could get treated. Science does not have an answer in 30 years. 1 in 36 children, that's the stat that we have in terms of getting diagnosed. So at this rate, I'm not sure, where are we headed? That is one. And we, as parents, sincerely believe that these screening tools should be in place to start with, to help parents know that, there is an issue at hand which can be tackled, it can be managed if it cannot be gotten rid of. Another thing is in terms of research, when we talk about healthcare and science, so I've taken part in a lot of research that's been conducted by AIMS, that you probably put your child on a gluten-free, casein-free diet and see if changes happen, and things like you go for ABA therapy, but no one talks about using visuals or PECs. They're not there in the hospitals. They're not there in the clinics, and so as a system, I think we are failing. And then when we connect the diagnosis to schooling, wherein you need to have a UDID card in place, which can be issued only if a medical professional signs that this is the disability as per the RPWD Act, and you can seek admission. So that process in itself is so delayed that AIMS is taking probably an year. Then I went to a hospital in South Delhi, wherein that was the first hospital that was allotted to us to get the card made for UDID so that the child can avail benefits. They said, ma'am, we do not know what autism is. We cater to physical disabilities and not disabilities which are mental in nature. So this is what we are hoping to, when we connect with all of you. I can talk for hours, but I think the time is up. I have a slip here. So I would love to connect with anyone who can help me take this forward. We are a group of parents. Right now I'm talking about children, and when we connect, there are parents who need help. No one's talking about mental health. One of the parent has to give up the job to take care of the child. And so these are the things which are there, and I would love to connect with anyone and everyone who would want to contribute to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to invite Ms. Kashni Rai Arora, student of the Indian School of Hospitality and a patient living with diabetes. Managing a chronic illness while balancing the studies and daily life presents a unique challenges. Today she'll be sharing her story with us. We welcome you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity for letting me speak with all of you. I'm a student studying culinary arts at the Indian School of Hospitality, and I'm also a type 1 diabetic and a celiac. I got diagnosed around 8 years back when I was 12 years old. And it was an accidental diagnosis, to be very honest. We didn't know what type 1 diabetes was. I only know the one that my grandmother had. And it's not the same thing at all. And the thing is, not a lot of people know that there's different kinds of diabetes and that even kids can have it. So the mostly asked question I get is, did you eat too much sugar as a child? And that's not the case here. It's an autoimmune disease. It just happened on itself. The main issue that I've faced, and I feel like all the diabetics face, is the lack of awareness and the cost of insulin and all the supplies we need. I mean, insulin is a right because it's a life-saving drug. It's not a privilege. So I think the price of insulin should be reduced and the awareness should be increased. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kashni. अब स्वागत कीजिए मिस अनम जी का, जो कि RH आइसोइम्यूनाइज प्रेगनेंसी से जूझ रही हैं. RH नेगेटिव प्रेगनेंसी भारत में सिर्फ 5% जनता को होती है। ये एक ऐसी स्थिति है जिसमें माता और उनके बच्चे के खून में RH फैक्टर का मैच नहीं करता है और जिसकी वजह से बच्चे को खतरा होता है। इन्होंने बहुत साहस के साथ इस जटिल स्थिति का सामना किया है और आज ये हमारे बीच अपनी कहानी साझा करने आई हैं। ऐसी कहानी को जो कि संघर्ष, धैर्य और उम्मीद की मिसाल है। आइए उनका स्वागत करते हैं।
गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन, मेरा नाम अनम है। मैं 29 इयर्स की हूँ। मैं 5 साल पहले से ये परेशानी झेल रही हूँ। सबसे पहले मेरी बेटी हुई थी लोकनायक हॉस्पिटल में। वो बिल्कुल ठीक थी, उसमें कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं आई। ना मुझे बताया गया कि RH नेगेटिव के चक्कर में आगे कोई प्रॉब्लम आएगी या कुछ आएगी, नहीं। उन्होंने मुझे 7वें महीने में NTT का इंजेक्शन भी दिया, लेकिन उसके बाद डिलीवरी होने के बाद एक इंजेक्शन दोबारा दिया जाता है, वो मुझे नहीं पता उन्होंने दिया नहीं दिया, क्योंकि मेरा सिजेरियन हुआ था और मुझे उसके बारे में नहीं उन लोगों ने बताया। फिर उसके बाद मेरी दोबारा प्रेगनेंसी हुई 2021 में। उसमें जो मेरे बेबी था वो पेट में ही मर गया 9th मंथ के अंदर। डिलीवरी टाइम था बिल्कुल, और उस टाइम डॉक्टर ने 7वें महीने में लगाया NTT। मैं प्राइवेट दिखा रही थी, लेकिन फिर भी बेबी नहीं बचा और डॉक्टर को नहीं पता कि ये बेबी को हुआ क्या। किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया मुझे। मैंने बहुत जगह दिखाया, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया। लेकिन उसके बाद जब मेरी 3rd प्रेगनेंसी हुई तो फिर मुझे एक डॉक्टर ने एम्स भेजा। एम्स आने के बाद मुझे पता लगा कि बेबी में ब्लड सप्लाई बिल्कुल ख़त्म होता जा रहा है, जिसकी वजह से बेबी में पानी आ गया है। और ना मैं बहुत परेशान थी। फिर मुझे एम्स भेजने के बाद मेरा IUT किया गया, जिससे मेरा बेबी भी ठीक है अब। और मुझे 5 बार IUT हुए, 6 IUT नहीं हो पाया, जिसके बाद मेरा सिजेरियन करके बेबी को बाहर नीको में रखा गया और रख के उसे रिकवरी पे ठीक कर दिया बिल्कुल। लेकिन हॉस्पिटल्स आने से पहले किसी ने मुझे ये नहीं बताया कि एम्स चले जाओ, एम्स अच्छा हॉस्पिटल वहाँ पे है, IUT का ये सिस्टम। ना किसी ने NTT के बारे में आगे कहा कि NTT नहीं लगा, उसके चक्कर में तुम्हारा ब्लड सप्लाई कम हो गया। फिर भी उसमें मुझे बहुत परेशानी हुई। NTT नहीं लगने की वजह से मुझे IUT हुए, जिसमें मुझे इंजेक्शन्स लगते थे। मैं एडमिट होती थी, घर पे अपने बेबी को छोड़ के भी आती थी, जिसके चक्कर में मैं चाहती हूँ कि सबको इस चीज़ के बारे में पता हो कि NTT ज़रूरी है और सबको लगाया जाए, किसी को इस चीज़ से छोड़ा नहीं जाए। थैंक यू।
Thank you, Ms. Anam. Up next, we are joined by Mr. Shivam Jayant, a customer service associate with Punjab National Bank. He comes here with not just with his professional identity, but also with a personal story of resilience, as someone who has lived with paranoid schizophrenia. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shivam Jayant. I'm schizophrenic paranoid. I was mentally ill since 2009. I used to tell my father to take me to the doctor, psychiatrist. The psychiatrist used to check me up, give me some medication, and didn't tell me to continue my medication. This went on for 7-8 years. Then in 2015, while working in IT MNC, I went to Chennai, and the HR of the department found my behavior very erratic. So I was transferred back to Delhi, and I was over medicated. The medication was so bad, I could not keep my eyes open at all, and this went on for 1 year. After that, this doctor also told me to leave my medication, and I went and I had given my GRE. So I was going to US for 2 reputed colleges, but luckily my visa got rejected, and I stayed back in India. After that, during that time, I wrote 7 books as well. 2 of them are based on my life, and 3 are based on Raw. And after that, I started preparing for government exams like IBPS PO, IBPS clerk. And during that time, I figured out that there's only 1% reservation in SSC, There are 17,000 seats in SSC and only 100 seats are reserved for mentally ill. And I'm currently working at PNB as a customer service associate, and I'm now properly fine. And for the past 8 years, I've been on constant medication from IBHAS, and my doctor is very good at IBHAS. I would recommend anyone who wants to get help for mentally ill to go to IBHAS, because those guys saved me. Sure. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. अब मैं बुलाना चाहूँगी दिनेश लोहेरा जी को, जो कि ऑफिस असिस्टेंट एडमिन है डिजिटल हेल्थ एसोसिएट्स में. सिर्फ 26 साल की उम्र में उन्होंने हाइपरटेंशन जैसी बीमारी का सामना किया है. ये एक ऐसी बीमारी है जिसे हम आमतौर बढ़ती उम्र के साथ जोड़ते हैं. इनकी कहानी हमें याद दिलाती है कि बीमारी उम्र नहीं देखती है, और आज ये हमारे साथ अपना अनुभव साझा करेंगे कि एक युवा होकर भी हाइपरटेंशन की स्थिति से कैसे इन्हें जूझना पड़ रहा है. आइए इनका स्वागत करते हैं.
हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम दिनेश है और मैं 26 ईयर ओल्ड हूँ और मैं DHA में ऑफिस असिस्टेंट जॉब कर रहा हूँ. ऑफिस में वीकली हमारा बीपी चेक होता है. पहले मैं काफ़ी हेल्थी हूँ, बट ऑफिस में जब बीपी चेक हो रहा था तो मेरे को मालूम पड़ा मेरा बीपी 130 एंड 130 प्लस आ रहा है. तो मैम ने मेरे को कहा एक बार अपना डॉक्टर से जाके एक बार चेक कराइए, आपका बीपी बढ़ा हुआ है. मैंने चेक कराया, काफ़ी मतलब 2-3 डॉक्टरों के पास में गया और डॉक्टर्स मेरे को कहते हैं कि नहीं, आपकी एज के अकॉर्डिंग आपका बीपी जो है ठीक है. बट काफ़ी बार ऑफिस में हर बार बीपी चेक हो रहा है, मेरा बढ़ता आ रहा है 130 140. एक बार मेरा 156 हिट किया. सर ने मेरे को कहा कि भाई आपका बीपी काफ़ी ज़्यादा आई है, एक बार आप चेक कराइए. मैं RML हॉस्पिटल गया और मैंने चेक कराया तो उन्होंने मेरी मेडिसिन स्टार्ट की तो अभी मेरा बीपी नॉर्मल है. बट जो लोग हैं जो मेरी एज के हैं, वो ये चीज़ ना सोचें कि भाई हम अगर यंग है तो बिल्कुल फिट है. अपना टेस्ट वगैरह रेगुलर कराएं. एंड एक चीज़, अभी लास्ट मंथ मेरी मिसिस की थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम हो गई थी, मेरे को हॉस्पिटल ले जाना पड़ा लेट नाइट, और मे बी शायद रात का 1 बजा था. अब वहाँ पे उनको एक्सरे वगैरह कराने के लिए मैं हॉस्पिटल लेके गया. उन्होंने कहा कि भाई इनका आधार कार्ड लगेगा. अब मैंने लेट नाइट आधार कार्ड की फ़ोटोकॉपी मैं कहाँ से लेकर आऊँ. मैंने उनको कहा, वो कह रहे आप नीचे जाके आप पता कर लीजिए. मैं नीचे गार्ड के पास गया, गार्ड से मैंने पूछा कि फ़ोटोकॉपी के लिए बोला. उन्होंने कहा आप बाहर चले जाओ. रात के 1 से 1:30 बज गया, मेरे को आधार कार्ड फ़ोटोकॉपी कहीं नहीं मिली. फिर हार के मैंने सर को कॉल किया, हमारा ऑफिस पास में ही है थोड़ा सा. मैंने सर को कहा सर ऐसे ऐसे मैं मेडिकल प्रॉब्लम में हूँ और मेरे को फ़ोटोकॉपी चाहिए. सर ने कहा कोई बात नहीं, आप लीजिए. बट ये तो चलो ठीक है, मेरा ऑफिस पास था और सर ने मेरे को कॉल रिसीव कर लिया उस टाइम पे और फोटोकॉपी मिल गई. अदरवाइज़ अगर और कोई है, किसी अगर दूर है, जैसे कि अभी हम वीडियो भी देख रहे थे कि कई बार ऐसा बाहर से लोग आते हैं, वो क्या करेंगे उस टाइम पर. तो ऐसा ना हो हॉस्पिटल में फ़ोटोकॉपी की मशीन वहाँ गार्ड के पास हो या एक पर्टिकुलर रूम में रख दें कि हाँ भाई अगर किसी को ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है. और जब मैंने उनको दिया फ़ोटोकॉपी के बाद तो उन्होंने देखा भी नहीं, लिया और ऐसे साइड में रख दिया जैसे कि कोई ज़रूरत ही नहीं है. अगर ज़रूरत नहीं थी तो प्लीज़ ऐसा ना करें. थैंक यू, धन्यवाद.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dinesh. I would now like to thank all the speakers for their courage in sharing their personal experiences. आज की चर्चा हमें ये सोचने पे मजबूर करती है कि स्वास्थ्य सेवा सिर्फ अस्पतालों की सुविधा नहीं होनी चाहिए, बल्कि हर मरीज़ की आवाज़ इसमें शामिल होनी चाहिए. These stories highlight the urgent need for more patient-centric healthcare approach, and we hope that these conversations will inspire meaningful changes. As we move towards our open session, before that, I would like to request my team to share the Slido questions, and I request you all to scan the QR code. Let's see how much we are aware about the patient's health and patient's healthcare system. I request you all to scan the QR code and answer the questions that are available there. And I request the team to show up the first question. So the first question that we have you ever been invited to share your views on healthcare reforms and policies? So as we can see, 58% of our audience have never been invited to share their views. But now we move to the next question, which is, we have life changes, so we'll have to take an update on that as well. So the next question that we have is, do you think patients should have a role in discussing and shaping healthcare policy? 100% yes. So we do look towards a future which involves more and more patients. Now, the next question is, what stops patients from speaking up in healthcare decision? We have 69% with lack of opportunity, 23% with lack of knowledge, 7% that they are not taken seriously, and 3% with lack of confidence. I think this brings up a lot of discussion for the open session in the next few minutes. The next question that we have is, the healthcare delivery in your view, the healthcare delivery in India is in need of major reforms, which 84% agree with. And we have a neutral audience as well. There is no comment with 15%. And then 3% still believe that the healthcare delivery is good and doesn't need any major reforms. We now move to the next question. So towards the end, we had a few questions for you. I think these questions will definitely create a discussion for our next session, wherein you all will speak. अब हम आपसे सुनना चाहते हैं आपके अनुभव के बारे में, आपकी चुनौतियों के बारे में और आपके विचारों के बारे में, जो कि हमारे स्वास्थ्य तंत्र को कैसे बना सकते हैं, जिसमें हम मरीज़ को सबसे आगे रखें। चाहे आप खुद एक मरीज़ हैं या देखभाल करता हैं और स्वास्थ्य सेवा से जुड़े हुए पेशेवर हों या फिर एक जागरूक नागरिक हों, वो स्वास्थ्य सेवा को बेहतर बनाने को देखना चाहते हैं, आपकी आवाज़ हमारे लिए मायने रखती है। ये मंच आपके लिए है, आप खुलकर बोलें ताकि हमारी बदलाव की शुरुआत हो सके। Now, let's start with few ground rules to ensure an engaging and respectful discussion. Please share your name and organization while speaking. Respect all the perspectives. Everyone's experience is valuable. Keep your points concise. We want to give as many as people a chance to speak as possible. Focus on solutions. While challenges are real, let's also discuss the idea to improve the healthcare. Please raise your hands if you have any input. Our volunteers will walk up to you with the mic and you will be given 2 minutes to share your ideas. So let's begin the open session. So I would request, I see a hand. I would request the volunteer to share the mic.
Good morning. My name is Dignitaries and I am representing UPS, United Parcel Services Healthcare Department. One of the point which was while sharing the information, it was raised about the clinical trial. So if you see the rule and regulation of the clinical trial, one part of that trial is silence, and it is assumed that any patient who has to come, who is means contributing to the clinical trial, will have to come to the center for giving the samples. What we faced, because being in logistics, many times what we have seen, that lot of drops is there in the clinical trial while giving the samples and all, because the patient doesn't like to come in far area. If he or she is there, then it is very difficult for them to come to the center for giving that samples. So somewhere the rules and regulations should also support the efficient logistics provider who can take these samples from their home. So because of the law is silence here, it is assumed and it is forced that the patient has to come to the center or the hospital for giving the samples. Thank you.
Good morning, I am Dr. Saloni from AIMS. So I have a comment on the project, the trial thing. So we have been conducting various trials in the AIMS in which the field investigator goes to the field and collects the samples. So a lot of funding is needed. So ICMR and DST, DBT, they are supporting in our trials, but we need more trials, and so that we have the ongoing community trials. A lot of trials are going on, but we need more support in that.
So we also had one patient who spoke about Rh negative pregnancy. So if anyone could share more light on that, that would be great.
So hello everyone, I'm Dr. Aparna. I'm professor at AIIMS Delhi, and she's my patient. She's following. What she hasn't told is that she's currently in her ongoing pregnancy, and she's scheduled for intra-uterine transfusion today. So thank you, Anam. Aap yahan par aaye aaj. So the thing is that I think this is one problem which has a huge impact on individual life stories. There are women who've lost 8 children, 9 children just because they're not aware of it. And what she has told as IUT is something which is called as intrauterine transfusion, which is giving blood to the baby inside the womb. And that actually makes life possible for a lot of fetuses to see the light of the day. But what is more important is, and what we are missing, is something which is preventable. So this particular condition is absolutely preventable if you give one injection of anti-D in women who are Rh negative. So essentially the prerequisite is that every woman should at least have a blood group. If she is negative, then the husband, if it is positive, then in that condition she requires to be given anti-D injections. At least a postnatal anti-D injection is something which is required. And I think in a countrywide survey, which was undertaken by the various project investigators across the country, only 14% of the women are actually getting the whole coverage. So this is something which is a completely preventable condition. And even if the woman gets affected by an anti-D, it's also about awareness. Now there are fetal therapy centers, AIIMS Delhi being one of the most prolific, but otherwise also various parts of the country have therapy centers where they can be treated. So I think it's just lack of awareness on the part which is leading to so many losses and the misery. And I think this is a great platform, and I got to know about this IPU through this conference. I'm really happy. We have a lot of cases that require patient involvement and awareness. So thank you very much.
Volunteers, please pass the mic to sir.
Good morning, everyone. I only wish to share that, my son suffered from mental illness. And, I've come across many psychiatrists. And when you go, you take the treatment. But they never tell you that you have to take this medicine continuously. Don't stop it. When you give the medicine, patients become better. You feel it is all right, there is no problem. But you don't get such kind of advice from the psychiatrist that, you don't have to stop the medicine without asking me. This is one. Another thing I just want to share that I took him to the IBHAS. He suffered from, we came to know that he's suffering from, paranoid schizophrenia. And there, he has been treated well. And of course, and it requires long time. It is not that it will happen you will get well in the 1 year, 6 months, 2 years. So the caregiver has to, or the family has to support and have the patience that, you have to take care. Think that you have to take care all along. You just leave him in between, or you don't have to lose patience. So I only wish to share, and this sharing the experience that, with my continuous looking after him and taking care, he has come out from that. And he's much better. And now he is employed with a bank, doing well, enjoying his work. Thank you very much.
So please pass the mic, sir.
Good morning. I am Dr. Sanjay Rajpal. I head one Swiss organization basically in type 1 diabetes management. But we have seen that one side as because type 1 still knowledge is still, though we are in Delhi, it's okay, Mumbai, it's okay. But if you go 200 kilometers away from Delhi, still अभी भी लोग कहते हैं कि सर किसी ने करेले का वो बताया है, मेथी का बताया है. That is good. So somehow that is one area where this, as ma'am has just mentioned, that education and continuous education is because we are already becoming capital in every health disorder. तो वो एक एरिया है. एंड सेकेंड, एज एन इंडस्ट्री आई आल्सो फील दैट स्टिल काफ़ी पेशेंट्स को आज भी इंसुलिन लेनी पड़ती है वॉयल एंड सिरिंजेस से, बट स्टिल पेन्स आर अवेलेबल, इंसुलिन पम्प्स आर अवेलेबल. डेफिनेटली कॉस्ट इज अ प्रोहिबिटिव स्टिल. तो एज अ गवर्नमेंट, एज एन यू कैन से अ गुड इनिशिएटिव दैट इंटरनेशनल पेशेंट यूनियन, वी हैव टू बिकम अ कलेक्टिव वॉइस कि सभी लोग मिलके, बिकॉज हमारा लक्ष्य सिर्फ एक ही है, टू मेक द लाइफ ऑफ एंड यूजर मोर हैप्पियर, मोर हेल्थियर. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Thank you, sir. I think for your first point, we have a detailed session later planned on, so it will be very informative as well. We can have the next opinion, your views from the audience. Please pass the mic. So this one person.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Sanjoli Seni. I belong to a very remote area from Punjab, which is on the border of Jammu Kashmir, Pakistan, and Himachal Pradesh. And people are not much educated in my area. As diagnosed in a very mature age, I had some partial autistic symptoms. And I have diabetes type 1 with chronic pancreatitis and hyperthyroid too. You name something in medicine, I have it. And with those mental issues, nobody knew I ever had. I was pushed to study. I was pushed to work hard to get through from that area, not to get married. Just all the girls have these lives over there. They get married, have kids, and have a family. That's all girls do over there. I was a very special child. I was gifted. I liked biology and mathematics both. I could never choose. Like, my parents got me into medical school. I was like, no, I want to go for engineering. I went for engineering. I got bored over there because it wasn't challenging for me. It was so easy. I topped the university, never bought books about engineering. And I was the first girl to do the programming within 1 hour and 30 minutes, which could be done only in 3 weeks. So this was my story, and I got diseases all along. But right now, I'm normal. I have all the things under control. I'm doing everything I can. I'm doing the physical work. I'm keeping an eye on my diet and everything, and I'm normal. So we need the patient compliance too. They say doctors are very bad patients. No, we are not. We are very good patients because we know what patients need. And patients also needs to understand that. Medicine should be taken as a food, and food should be taken as a medicine. This is what Hippocrates said. And this is what every doctor and patient should have in mind. I think that is very important because doctors get fed up of patients' behavior, keep asking the questioning, but never acting in their good health. So that is very must. If you are, also, the patient load needs to reduce day by day if we are getting healthy. Nobody is working on the root cause of all the health problems. Everybody is buying the refined food, eating unhealthy food. Nobody is working on organics. Nobody is working on environment that causes the diseases. Patients need to understand how we should manage the waste, how we can reduce the pollution that would keep them safe. That is what we needed. That was the main thing we needed to learn in COVID in 2020, and nobody did. Everybody is working toward saving the human. See, our existence won't even matter if we won't have a planet to live on. So I'm a doctor by profession, did everything I could, been to a business school too, but now I'm going for the environment. I'm working on that root cause. I want to make such an environment in India that nobody falls sick due to those causes, imbalance of minerals and vitamins in our body. I think these are the things we need to work on too. So everybody go for it, go read about the nutrition, how you can keep your body healthy. You won't need medicines, the piece of stones to work upon. It's man-made. These all are drugs, as we say, and medicines in a layman terms. So we need to keep an eye on this. This can be toxic too because patients keep taking paracetamol without any prescriptions. Paracetamol also have toxicity. It does cause the poisoning too, right? I think all the physicians would agree with me. So patients are going for that. Patients also need to understand that. And we need a training for the doctors for to be more empathetic towards the patients. With the daily routine of the doctors, we lose empathy somewhere in our work, and we need to get it back. So I think hospitals should also have such training programs for the medical profession to keep their humanity alive. So that is all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we can pass the mic to sir in the second row.
Hi, I am Dr. Naren Agarwal. And first of all, Rajendra, this is a very nice, very engaging session. I would like to thank you all for sharing your personal experiences here. One quick comment. In my experience of visiting hospitals throughout the country, what I realize is that the ICUs, they are not designed to keeping the patients in mind. Generally, ICUs in India, there is a one big hall and the patients are on different beds, while it is entirely different in the Western world. And surviving an ICU is not easy. It's a mental battle. Every patient goes there every day. Within 3 days, I see majority of the patients, they get disoriented. They don't have the day and light concept. The designing is not as such. The patients are not even told what time of day it is. And they are always dealing with artificial lights and a lot of noise. There are no recommendations or proper guidelines in place where the hospitals could be especially designing the ICUs, keeping the patients and the long-term outcomes in mind. And that is what I wanted to highlight here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. If anyone would like to share their experience or would like to comment on the session, so please, volunteers, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Dr. Mohammed Hashim, the health attaché of Iraqi embassy. Actually, we have many patients from Iraq coming to India for getting the management regarding especially surgical procedure. And we are, during our work, we are facing many problems regarding the interpreter. There is actually no one know this is belonging to the hospital or private or had any ID to be known. This is dealing with our patients. It is belonging to the hospital or it is from outside, and it is honest in his translating the subject between the doctors and between the patients. And actually, this problem discussing with many hospitals, especially in Delhi, but no one answering or getting a solving for this problem. I am facing this conference regarding this subject in order to know actually complaining of these things. The other things, there is no fixed prices of any surgical procedure. It is different from place to place, from hospital to hospital, and there is no guide regarding this subject. We are facing no guide. Some patients is very high prices, the others it is not actually organized, and it needs some efforts from many union dealing with the patients, with the hospitals in order to organize this subject. The other things, sometimes it is actually during my work, I facing some hard dealing with some our patients. Actually, some hospitals experience like a new drugs not approved by the Indian institutes, and new drugs to try to experience on our patients, and actually we lose some of our patients in some hospitals. We are organized these hospitals. I work in many hospitals in Iraq, and I was a minister of health in some governorate in Iraq. I not hear or see any patients with some diagnosed disease treating like multiple myeloma, and there is a new drugs known in Europe or in America. It is not used in my country until it is approved by the health ministry committee in Iraq in order to use these drugs in this subject, and not some hazard treating with our patients who are coming to India. Actually, I facing my colleague this, and I need the help of you and the conference in order to organize, because we are like the people of India. We have a long history with them, and we want to continue our dealing with Indian people, with the Indian hospitals, because this is our message in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir.
I'd like also to share the same point. One of the most important points that with the hospitals, I want to express first myself. I'm Uday, consular of the Embassy of Iraq. As I headed the mission long time, before joining Dr. Muhammad as a health attaché at the embassy, we met some of the hospitals, received who's in charge with the foreign patients at the embassy. We found, I found that one of the most crucial issues that patients are facing, and also at the same time, embassy, is the illegal translators that, with unfortunately, that big hospitals here in India dealing with as illegal. There is nothing legally expresses that this is a legal translator that's working in a legal way with this hospital or that, which causes many problems with the patients. And as we are at the embassy and the health attaché, we are working together. We want and we request the esteemed conference here to starting this point to have a real joint, cooperative, mutual work with the embassy and with the health attaché, that to find a way to specify legally the translators. Now, anybody can just speak English. Some of the translators, even Iraqi translators, they're having a treatment or medical visa from Embassy of India in Baghdad. They came to India just as he has English language and join any hospital. And I don't want to mention names of hospitals. We have lists, frankly, to be sure, and let all the hearing me. We, as an embassy and health attaché, recommended, because of this issue, which causes lots of loss of Iraqi patients, we recommended some of hospitals as blacklisted hospitals, and some of them as highly recommended hospitals. We have lots of patients. And as I was talking with at the beginning of Mr. Gupta, and highly appreciate this invitation about this crucial issue. So we don't want to lose the deal with the Indian hospitals as a main target of the most of Iraqi patients. And Mr. Muhammad has a approximate amount of the monthly patients who are coming to treat in India. So again, we want a good joint, real, mutual cooperation in this field. I'm sorry for talking too much, but thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I think both the dignitaries have put out certain questions, and I hope today you will, at least you will get some answers today. I hope so. Anybody else who would like to share their experience? Yes, sir, please.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Amitabh Verma,
I'm a neurologist. So I wanted to address one specific first question which was raised by Mr. Vijay Khanjia. That is regarding Huntington's disease. We have a Huntington's Disease Society of India, which was formed in 2018 in Imans. I started it actually when I was a management board member there, and took place in 2018, formulated formally, which looks after these trials also. Patients' addresses. If you're aware of that, write to them. They may be able to communicate. Okay? Huntington's Disease Society of India, Bangalore, Nimans. Thank you.
नमस्कार, मैं डॉक्टर राजेंद्र प्रताप गुप्ता जी से रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा कि सभी बीमारियों के बारे में आज चर्चा हो रही है, ऑटिज़म के बारे में भी भविष्य में पूरी चर्चा होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि जिन परिवारों में ये बच्चे हैं वो बच्चे परिवार और बच्चे बड़ी दिक्कत में रहते हैं और हमारे समाज का अंग नहीं बन पाते हैं। जहाँ तक मुझे जानकारी है, मेडिकल साइंस में इसके ऊपर अभी कोई भी मेडिसिन डेवलप नहीं हो पाई है, परंतु हम अवेयरनेस के द्वारा परिवारों की समस्याएं कुछ दूर कर सकते हैं। धन्यवाद।
Sir, on this autism, we are doing a big study on behavioral disorders, and we will reach out to you all also. And this is a study about what we can do to address that, mostly for children. And it's underway. It's a long-term study that we are doing. We'll address this. Thank you.
Sir, I think Vijay sir has a point. So.
Right, sir. I actually know about this organization, that is the Huntington Disease Society of India. The problem is that, like in the Western nations, almost every country has multiple hospitals that are specifically dedicated to the Huntington disease. I mean, not only Huntington disease, like there are many rare disorders for which there are specialized centers and specialized hospitals. Only United States has around 35 to 40 hospitals that are specifically for Huntington disease. In our country, there is no such system wherein there are specific centers in general or specific hospitals for specific diseases. Like for Parkinson's also, or like dementia is coming up as a very common problem in the coming generation. So like for dementia, there are specific centers, specific research centers and specific hospitals all across in the developed countries. So the institutional mechanism for a medicine that is in a clinical trial to reach the remotest corners of the country, that mechanism is not present at the moment. So wherever the clinical trials are going on, there is a proper mechanism that the healthcare system reaches the remotest of the population. There is a like Huntington disease center in a city with only 1 lakh population in UK to ensure that the care reaches the remotest of the population. Not only the care, there is a mechanism that the medicine and trial also reaches the remotest of the population. So if we are sitting in a city in India wherein like there is no access to the specific Huntington disease center, or there is no access to a specific medicine in a clinical trial, then a person has to run to a faraway place. And what happened with me was, like, I have been running to hospitals all across, like in UK or in United States, and there when I went there, like the doctors passed the eligibility criteria for the patient to get the medicine, but due to some reasons I was unable to get the medicine from the hospital. So availability of medicine is not the only concern. There are social issues, there are geopolitical issues The science can solve the medical problem of researching on a disease and getting the medicine. But the science cannot solve the geopolitical or the social issues to ensure that the medicine developed in a European nation reaches the remotest of the population in the developing nations. So, I mean, these are some of the issues that need a brainstorming still. I mean, these are the issues that are at a very nascent stages in most of the countries in the world. So, I mean, and not only for the rare diseases, for the well-established diseases also, the problems of geopolitical concerns and the social concerns occur, and like we are suffering from a rare disorder, and we can imagine like how difficult the situation for a patient becomes when a patient is suffering from such a dreaded rare disorder. Right.
We'll be happy to take another opinion from the group. Oh, so we have a hand.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Myself, Dr. Pradeep Reddy. I'm a public health professional. So currently, this International Patient Union, from the public health perspective, if I think, because we are currently discussing on the patients who are having the disease and their experiences. For example, we think it very retrospectively, because when we get a disease, then we think about the preventive measures or what are the treatment plans available and what are the facilities available. But we also need to keep in mind or understand one thing, that when, as a public health professional, I say that there are many initiatives that government also has initiated when it comes to different scale of diseases or conditions. So in such a way that it also given the awareness also from the government side and also from the private side to the patients about the diseases. For example, today one of them, they have shared the experience regarding the NCDs. So regarding the non-communicable diseases, there are many awareness programs being undertaken, not only at the remote level or the grassroots level, but also at the highest levels also. So what my point here is, so not only we just say that systems should be in place or facilities should be in such a way, at the same point of time, from the patient's point of view and also from the public point of view, there should be health-seeking behavior should also be improved. Like health knowledge should also be improved. That's why when there was one of the question in the questionnaire given by the organizing team, that why the patients should also be given the opportunity or why they cannot be come to a policy level, because there is first of all there is lack of knowledge. So I opted for that because especially, yes, we can observe that being a public health professional. Thank you. This is a point I wanted to highlight.
Thank you, sir. We have a point from ma'am.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. So first of all, thank you, Mr. Gupta, for this forum. I think it's a very interesting perspective. I represent Manjanda's Endoscopic Center. We are a gynecological center of excellence run by Dr. Rahul Manjanda. We've been doing many awareness camps, health camps related to our subject, where we do free pap smear tests, free breast mammogram tests. We've been doing these for the last 20 odd years, and we have seen the incidence of the findings, whether it is breast cancer, whether it is cervical cancer, really increasing in times to come. Since there are many people sitting here who maybe have a role to play in policy, I would strongly urge that the cervical cancer vaccination should be put as a part of the immunization program, which it currently isn't. It has up to a 99% protection which can be given. There are 2 doses when the child is young. As you grow older, there are three doses which need to be taken. So given the kind of work that we do and what we see, we definitely feel this should be put on the immunization program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think we have a hand raise.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्ते। मेरा नाम अजय सिंह है। मैं बिहार का रहने वाला हूँ। यहीं दिल्ली में प्राइवेट काम करता हूँ। मेरी 2 बेटी है, दोनों थैलेसीमिया पेशेंट है। पहला बच्चा हुआ तो 6 महीने बाद पता चला था कि उनको थैलेसीमिया है। फिर अगले बच्चे हुआ तो उसमें डॉक्टर ने हमें बताया नहीं कि अगले बच्चे की जांच करा के करना है। और मैं हर 21 दिन पे ब्लड चढ़ाता हूँ दोनों बच्चों को यहाँ बसई दारापुर में। इसलिए मैं आप सबसे यह अनुग्रह करता हूँ कि आप लोग इस पर ज़्यादा ध्यान दें। मैं ग्रुप में भी जुड़ा हूँ जहाँ 100 परिवार 200 परिवार के बच्चे इस थैलेसीमिया पीड़ित है।
Thank you so much, sir. We have sir in the back.
So, good morning, everybody. My name is Yuvraj Chopra, and I am representing BASF, which is a global company into crop protection products. So, I wanted to draw the attention of this August gathering to the fact that many times accidental exposure to pesticides can lead to certain rare diseases. And in order to prevent those, there is a need to have a national MRL fixation process. So currently we do not have a MRL specified nationally for all the pesticides which are used across the country. The last notification came sometime around 2018, and since last say around now 7 years, many new pesticides have been approved by the FSSAI and the Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee. So we request policymakers to nudge the government to come up with a national MRL notification which should cover all the existing pesticides, old as well as new. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we had a hand raised at the back. I think ma'am is already speaking something. Please.
So I think I would like to respond to the gentleman who has 2 children with thalassemia. I think there are 2 points that I'd like to make here. One is primary prevention. जैसा कि इनके दोनों बच्चों को होने के बाद इनको पता चला कि ये हो सकता है, तो प्राइमरी प्रिवेंशन में एंटीनेटल केयर में एक सिंपल टेस्ट होता है HPLC का, जो कि एक पॉलिसी वाइज इम्प्लीमेंटेशन इंडिया में बहुत ज़रूरी है. दैट कैन डिटेक्ट, एक बच्चा होने से पहले ही हम डिटेक्ट करते हैं. एम्स में रूटीनली वी टेस्ट फॉर प्रीनेटल डायग्नोसिस. जब बच्चा पेट में है तो उसको टेस्ट करके देख सकते हैं कि थैलेसीमिया उस बच्चे को है कि नहीं. ये सर्विसेज एम्स और एम्स जैसे बहुत सारे आजकल कॉलेजेस हैं, प्लेसेस हैं जहाँ पे ये टेस्ट प्रोवाइड किया जा सकता है. तो प्राइमरी प्रिवेंशन के लिए सारी महिलाओं को अगर हम पॉलिसी वाइड एक बोलें कि एक सिंपल टेस्ट है HPLC, उसको करा सकें ताकि पता चले कि मदर को थैलेसीमिया है. सेकेंडरी प्रिवेंशन के लिए जब एक बच्चा थैलेसीमिक हो चुका है तो जब अगला बच्चा पेट में है तो हम पेट में ही उसकी जानकारी कर सकते हैं कि उस बच्चे को थैलेसीमिया है कि नहीं. तो ये दोनों चीज़ें जो हैं वो नेशन वाइड, मतलब एक बहुत इन्फॉर्मेशन है जिसको डिसेमिनेट होने की बहुत ज़्यादा आवश्यकता है. ये कम्प्लीटली इसको रोका जा सकता है और प्रिवेंट करा जा सकता है.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we have a hand raised at the back.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Rashi. I'm actually employed at AIIMS Delhi, currently at National Drug Dependence Treatment Center. But right now I'm pursuing Masters in Nursing from IBAS Hospital. And I would like to share my opinion as a caregiver to my mother. She is suffering from psychiatric disorders since last 14 years. So when she started having symptoms, I was a child back then and I was not having any background of medical knowledge. So at that time she started getting unconscious suddenly, and we took her to some reputed private hospitals, and she was treated for epilepsy, seizures, and she was getting treatment under neuro specialty. For 2 years we were giving her epileptic medications, but when her condition deteriorated and she started having episodes of unconsciousness and passing motion and urine in bed, so at that time we took her to AIIMS Hospital, and around 8-9 years she was in AIIMS, and many studies happened on her, and she was taken as a case study, and we were called for meetings, and then she was diagnosed with dissociative conversion disorder, which she was treated for next few years, and later on she developed dependence for benzodiazepines, which we were not informed initially. She was given benzodiazepines for a very long time. So my first issue is that diagnostic aspect of psychiatric disorders in private hospitals, which is hugely mismanaged. So there has to be some strict guidelines for that for private hospitals. But thankfully, my mother was diagnosed at AIMS, which I am very grateful for. And after that, from the medication point of view, my mother got addicted to benzodiazepine. So next battle started for us was de-addiction. And currently, I'm also appointed at de-addiction facility of AIMS Delhi. So I would like to share light on that point also, that some strict policies should also be in place for de-addiction point of view, because many policymakers are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Can we share the mic with sir? Oh, sure.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, Himanshu Sharma from DDK Healthcare. So basically, we are supplying Army right now, Pan India, and we are dealing in all the critical care, anti-cancer, HIV, and hepatitis medicines. And we are exporting also in 20+ countries. So right now, the challenge that we are facing is we have been supplying to a lot of African countries and Middle East areas, and we are giving services, medicines to door-to-door services to the patients. And there are a lot of R&D is also going on new molecules. But the challenge is that there have been a lot of restriction, and there are certain licenses that take certain amount of time, which just gives us a blockage, and we are not able to get that medicines to the patients. And right now we are making sure that since critical care is a major concern, and there are a lot of anti-cancer molecules that a lot of Indian manufacturers are making in, and the process is a little slow just because of the documentations. So if we could just speed up or get a solution out of this, so it would be great for the patients, since they have very small amount of time once they detect that they are suffering from cancer or any critical care. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we have ma'am at the back too.
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Manjeet Rathi. First of all, I thank you Dr. Gupta for creating such a nice platform. Actually, I have first, मैंने पहली बार ही ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म देखा है जिसमें पेशेंट्स भी बोल रहे हैं, और मैं अपना एक्सपीरियंस ये शेयर करना चाहती हूँ कि एज ए पेशेंट I was diagnosed with leiomyosarcoma of uterus 3 years back. It's a very rare disease, and my experience with hospital was very bad. In ICU, as doctor also had said, कि ICU में भी बहुत अच्छी केयर अभी हमें और ज़रूरत है ICU को improve करने की, क्योंकि मेरी एक बहुत बड़ी सर्जरी हुई थी यूट्रस की, और बहुत यंग एज पे हुई, तो उसमें ICU में उतनी केयर नहीं हुई जितनी होनी चाहिए थी. मेरे हस्बैंड भी हरियाणा सिविल मेडिकल सर्विसेज में हैं, तो हम दोनों ही मेडिकोज होने के बाद भी मुझे उतनी केयर नहीं मिली. तो मैं ये एक रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहती हूँ कि एज ए डॉक्टर जब हम पेशेंट की तरह किसी भी हॉस्पिटल में विजिट करते हैं, तो डॉक्टर्स तो हमेशा सपोर्ट करते हैं कि हाँ ठीक है आप डॉक्टर्स हैं. आई ऑलवेज गॉट वेरी पॉजिटिव रिस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम एवरी डॉक्टर्स, बट स्टाफ जो स्टाफ होता है हॉस्पिटल का, चाहे वो प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल का हो या गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल का हो, वो नहीं ट्रीट करते. वो कहते हैं कि आप हमारे हॉस्पिटल में थोड़ी डॉक्टर हो. तो दिस शुड नॉट बी ट्रीटेड लाइक दैट नो, कि हम डॉक्टर्स तो हम हैं, हमने इतनी स्ट्रगल किया है डॉक्टर तक करने का, अपनी क्लिनिक मैनेज करने है. डिप्टी मेडिकल सुपरिटेंडेंट थी मैं एल्टिस हॉस्पिटल की. मैं कह रही हूँ स्टाफ को, बट दे आर नॉट ट्रीटिंग. तो इसके लिए भी होना चाहिए. दूसरा, एक इमरजेंसी केयर के लिए भी मैं कहूँगी, बहुत अच्छे हॉस्पिटल से मैंने अपना ट्रीटमेंट कराया था, बट दैट टाइम आई गॉट आफ्टर सर्जरी आई गॉट इंटेस्टाइनल ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन few days back after surgery, and I rushed to that emergency. Very good hospital, but I don't want to name that hospital because that I have to wait for 4 hours in emergency. My husband said that she got emergency, we need an emergency ultrasound, but nowhere but they're there to treat. They are saying that आपकी जो डॉक्टर हैं जिन्होंने सर्जरी की थी, she is in ICU, she is in OT, तो वो जब आएंगी तब अल्ट्रासाउंड होगा. तो ये नहीं होना चाहिए. तो बस मेरी यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि एज ए डॉक्टर्स वी शुड गेट सम प्रेफरेंस. और वैसे तो सब ठीक है. और आई ऑल्सो थैंक्स टू डॉक्टर गुप्ता अगेन एंड ऑल ऑफ यू. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much. I think with this we will be closing the open session. The conversation can be carried forward in the break time. I mean, we all are here. We all definitely the conversation would be long. And I would also now move to the Slido questions that we have for you. I would request you all to scan the QR code and put in your answers for the questions. I request the team to display the first question. Meanwhile, I request you all to scan and answer it. So today, I want you to identify yourself. So what are you? I am a... So we have healthcare providers, diplomats, a caregiver, okay, now we have patients in the conversation, policymakers, doctors. I think a good sum up of people for having this conversation today. I think we will move now to the next question. So, did this session make you feel that your voice as a patient, caregiver truly matters in shaping healthcare policy? I hope this session was an eye-opener for you and you had certain changes in your thoughts today. The next question is, do you feel that IPU represent the real voices of patients? So we are here with 100%. I request you all to move to the next question, which is, do you believe that International Patients Union is a significant influencer in driving healthcare transformation? 100% yes. And again, a feedback for the session, that would be great. Thank you so much. With this, I would like to hand over to Ms. Sabhya.
Before proceed for the address by the chief guest, I would request all the panelists for a group photograph. Thank you. Now, I invite Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta to introduce and welcome our chief guest, Dr. Vinod Kumar Paul Sir, Member, Health Niti Ayog, Government of India.
Thank you all very much. This is your forum. You know, all throughout when we have worked in the government, what made us write policies was your voices. So I can assure you, under the exemplary leadership of our Prime Minister, the policies of this government are driven by the voices that matter here. And this is what every policy, at least 3 policies have been a part of: health, education, and Viksit Bharat. It all comes from the real needs. That's why you see countries progressing. And I will give you an example of the commitment of people at the helm. Given today's World Health Day and Dr. Vinod Paul leads Niti Ayog, his work has touched each of your families during COVID. It was his leadership that saved the nation, and he has been behind many big-scale, large-scale implementation of programs, from Ayushman Bharat to Digital Mission to most of the programs that you would have been hearing about on various forums. And so I requested Dr. Vinod, if you can be the chief guest and come and speak between 11:15 and whatever time you can spare. And he called me yesterday and said, Rajan, can I come and I want to hear the patients. A big round of applause for Dr. Vinod Paul. This is the commitment. This is what drives policymakers with the heart. He's been a pediatrician and is a doctor at heart, but one who is concerned. We had heard so many good stories of how doctors have moved, changed lives, and saved lives of the people. We want to build upon those success stories. Health is about, serving people. And when we have leaders like Dr. Vinod Paul, I think we can definitely hope for a better future as the World Health Organization's World Health Day theme is. Dr. Paul, it's all yours.
Good morning. My greetings on the World Health Day. Respected Dr. Rajendra Pratapji, distinguished colleagues from medical fraternity, from our other nations, diplomats, members of the IPU, and above all, the patient community, the citizens present in this room. I am truly pleased and honored and privileged to be here. Thank you for the invite, Rajan. And to be able to attend the session, which is so important for the work that I undertake, I discharge under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. Let me first and foremost submit that reaching a stage of high quality health system, patient-centric health system, caring health system, and a health system that has access, does not impose out-of-pocket expenditure, the financial stress, and encompasses prevention, health promotion, treatment, rehabilitation, is a journey, is a long journey, and it's a journey that we are traversing at this point of time. इस कालखंड में हम उस जर्नी में चले हुए हैं. Fact also remains that these journeys are never over. If you look at the West, they're continuously refining. The health systems are under challenge in Europe, in the Americas, and so on. But we are passing through a journey where the aspirations need to be met. But keeping in mind that our current state of economic prosperity, though improving and will improve even more speedily, imposes limitations, because we are not yet a developed nation. We aspire to be a developed nation by 2047. And I believe that strong health system is an enabler of being a developed nation. But this journey for the health system that we expect and our families expect is still an ongoing process. That's a humble recognition and humble, I would say, realization for all of us. We are at under $3,000 US dollar per capita income. We aspire to reach a level of 18,000 per capita by 2047. But even then, let me start with, some optimism. And what India has been able to achieve, all of us as nation have been able to achieve. At the time of independence, the life expectancy estimated by the famous Bohr Committee report, or Bohr Committee, that was 1946 actually, 44, 45, 46, was 27 years. 27 years, let's say under 30 in 1947. Today we are 71. At that time, the life expectancy of Great Britain was 58. So they had given us half the life expectancy of what they had, and they thought they were helping us. 71 years is what we have now. We aspire to take it to 85 years by 2047, because that is the typical life expectancy of nations in Europe. In fact, US is about 2 years less, but 85 is a great number to work with, and we believe it's possible. It's a secular trend, but it has to be accelerated a little more for us to achieve that. It will not happen automatically. That's the point. Let me also bring in today's World Health Day, and the focus this World Health Day is on women and children, particularly newborns. So I have data points to just tell you where we are with regard to this crucial element, and it must be stated today in particular. In 1990, the maternal mortality ratio was 556 per 1 lakh live births. In 2020, we are down to 97. The SDG target is 70. The SDG target is 70. 8 of our states have already achieved the SDG target, with Kerala being so low, just like any other developed nation. So we are on track to reach the SDG goal of 70. And I think the data, whenever now it comes, it will not be 8 states, but perhaps at least 4 or 5 more states. The world in this period declined maternal mortality ratio by 42%. That's what the world did, average. We declined it by 83%, double. That's what this nation can do. 83% versus 43 and 97, and on track to achieve 70. We understand all the issues that have been done. Most humbly, I've taken notes, I've embraced them. Whatever is my domain and more, I promise that I'll work for that. Under 5 mortality. Under 5 mortality per 1,000 live births. 1990, 126. Today, well, 2020 actually, is 32. We pushed it by 3/4 in this period, whereas the world pushed it by 58%. The the SDG goal of having under 25 is within our grasp. And already several states are at SDG goal, and many more will achieve SDG goal. So for both the under 5 mortality and maternal mortality, which is the core of how the system and public health system should work, we can be proud of what our efforts are, and we are on track of achieving NMR reduction of below 12 on track. Urban India has already achieved the SDG goal for neonatal mortality rate of below 12. 6 states have achieved it. Just to say that this nation is working hard. I just also want to add to this that we believe that in this phase of the Honorable Prime Minister's Modi 3.0 कालखंड जो है उसमें we will achieve the elimination of following diseases from the face of India. Number 1, TB. Number 2, leprosy. Number 3, lymphatic filariasis. Number 4, Kala Azar. Number 5, mumps. Measles. Measles, number 5, and rubella. And we'll perhaps be also very close to eliminating malaria. I repeat these diseases. These diseases will disappear from the face of our nation before 29. TB, leprosy, lymphatic filariasis, Kala Azars, measles, rubella, and very close to eliminating malaria, and perhaps eliminating malaria. Then we'll do the certification phase to reach the goal by 2030. We already eliminated trachoma, got certified very recently. As you know, neonatal tetanus has been eliminated, and we all, of course, are witness to smallpox eradication and polio eradication. This is just to give a glimpse that things are moving in their own way, and we can be proud of what we are doing collectively, because this is nation's achievement. This is not a government's achievement. It's every government, every society, all the period of time, and every one of us have played a role in this regard as citizens. I want to touch upon the rare diseases in a minute, because I need to consult my, I saw it, so I want to start again with optimism. About 3 years ago, I had the opportunity to sit with the clinical genetics fraternity of India and other people, and they decided in fact, that there are 13 diseases that they think are critical for us to work for in terms of their solution. These can be grouped into three subgroups. Those that require small molecule therapies, which are simpler. Those that require genetic therapy, those that require enzyme therapy, the tougher part. Sure, those are more horrible diseases, I accept that. But that's the list we created. So we have tyrosinemia, Gaucher's, Wilson's, Lennox-Gastaut, PKU, hyperammonemia, and cystic fibrosis. These are small molecule diseases. They prioritize spinal muscular atrophy, Duchenne, achondroplasia for genetic therapies, Pompe's, MPS, and Niemann-Pick for the gene therapy. The point that I wish to make very briefly is that systematic work in its own way is underway, and there are, of course, other facets to this story. I'm happy to inform you that for the following 4 drugs, for the following conditions, the small molecule drugs have now become available, which were not available till, let's say, 1.5 years ago. These are, for tyrosinemia, we now have India-made nitisinone. Gaucher's, we have capsule iliclustat. We have for Wilson, trientine, and for Gastaut-Lennox syndrome, cannabidiols. These 4 have become available. For Gaucher's, the other drug that was highlighted by them, capsule miglustat, is being, by an Indian manufacturer out there, is being already submitted to FDA, and once they approve in the next 2 months or so, this will also become available for import in India. So 5 drugs, and simultaneously worked on oral preparation for hydroxyurea for sickle cell disease that wasn't available. I just want to give you a sense of cost that will be offered, because that's a very important issue here. I'll give only 1 or 2 examples. Here is an example on let's say, trientine. The cost for therapy per year for a typical child was 3.2 crore, which is now 3.5 lakh. It's 1 by 90 differential. Please give me ideas on how to make it accessible, because these are available, already being prescribed, but we need to open more pathways. 1 more example let me take. This is nitisinone. Cost was 2.2 crore and now down to 3.7 lakh per annum, 1 by 60. And last example, there are others, but let me pick up on the syrup hydroxyurea. Syrup form was available 70,000 rupees per 100 ml. It will be available for 1,200 rupees per 100 ml, whatever the differential is. You may then say, what are we doing for the tougher ones? The answer to that is, these are not easy things that happen. The cost that companies incur in their R&D journey, they then extract out of us with that huge price that they tag. But now we have hope, because you have seen last year 2 important developments. One, that for resistant leukemia, lymphoma, Tata Cancer Hospital, IIT Mumbai have come out with CAR T therapy. So we have broken this glass ceiling that we can manipulate that level of the cell. Number two, from CMC Vellore has come up a cure based on lentivirus platform for hemophilia. I'm aware of at least 4 companies that are now into creating cell and gene-based therapies. And cell and gene-based therapy mission has been proposed by NITI and the Office of the PSA as a national mission, and we are working on it. So we have the scientific capacity, and I think we have reached that inflection point, and we have the industry coming together. I understand one particular industry, won't name, already working on something like 5 approaches, and they get technology from another country, they get people from there, they're not telling too much about it, but on their anvil are therapies like thalassemia, for conditions like thalassemia, cancer, and others. I also want to add here that CSIR is working on CRISPR-based therapy for sickle cell disease, and a very major effort is on. I believe the patient enrollment could happen this year as phase 2 trial, and then we move to the next phase. The point that I'm making is that we have to develop these capacities on our own ultimately. और वो जब तक नहीं होगा, ये कॉस्ट और ये सब कुछ चीज़ें कभी भी पूरी नहीं हो पाएंगी. This must be known for a nation of our size, for the complexity that we have, and the number that we have for whatever disease, even rare diseases. People say we must have the largest number of rare diseases in our country because of the population. That's it, very simple. So we have to rise to the occasion, and here we should draw lessons from COVID. 220 crore, 2.2 billion plus doses were administered. With vaccines, all of them, all the doses made on the soil of India. Imagine, shut your eyes, if that wasn't produced in India, and India did not have the scientific capacity and the industrial base, we would have been left high and dry. The vaccination program of India saved 34 lakh individuals in the first year, as per the Lancet estimate, the global estimate in which India estimates available. 34 lakh lives were saved. Vaccine produced in India and delivered with the help of all of us, all of you, all of us. I just want to also mention here that I was part of the negotiations for what was being offered to us by way of other vaccines. So we'll talk to them and say, please give us vaccine. They say, okay, 3rd quarter of 21. तब तक क्या करें? अपना तो कर ही रहे थे. Short story ये है, if what we got was, and even if you believe the Johnson & Johnson single dose vaccine was effective, okay, assuming that, we had offer of only 90 million patients, individuals to be covered, 9 crore, and our adult population was 1 billion plus, 9 crore and 100 crore. हमें कहीं से, अब देख लीजिए, अगर नहीं बनता, प्लीज शट योर आइज एंड सी द काउंटर नैरेटिव. 9 करोड़ मिल रहा था सिर्फ, एंड वर्ल्ड कुड हैव नॉट डन इट बिकॉज सिंपली देयर वाज नॉट दैट लेवल ऑफ प्रोडक्शन इन द वर्ल्ड. इतने बड़े देश को कोई दे ही नहीं सकता. तो मैं सबमिट करना चाहूँगा, हमें खुद ही बुलंद करना है अपने आप को. यही है, चाहे वो रेयर डिजीज़ की बात है, चाहे ग्रेट हेल्थ सिस्टम की बात है, चाहे दवाइयों की बात है, चाहे मेडिकल कॉलेजेस की बात है या एक्सपर्ट्स की बात है, जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी की बात है, हमें अपने पैर पे ही खड़े होना. यही फिलॉसफी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री हमें कहते हैं, इसको फॉलो करिए. थैंक यू एंड बी पार्ट ऑफ दैट जर्नी. एंड आई विल कम टू दैट कि आपने क्या करना है, अभी थोड़ी देर में आ रहा है वो भी. Now I wish to address the broader issue that has been brought here. And I would say, what are ultimately जो patient rights हैं और patient की satisfaction है, it has a fundamental principle, first the access and then of course quality and affordability. Access and affordability, I'll cover that to an extent. It's not a counter at all. I'm here, I'm together, it's a round table. We're not different at all. Just to tell you the context, let's tell you the things that are being done most earnestly. So in terms of access, let me start with Okay, the beds, for example. In the last 10 years, medical college beds, because that we have the specific number. When we started in 2013-14, there were 387 medical colleges. Today, there are 780 medical colleges. More than double. But more important, at that time, the government medical colleges were 181. Today, they are 431. 250 medical colleges have been added. The point I wish to now add is, if they have on the average 300 beds, you have 75,000 beds in the secondary space, additional beds today. 75,000 beds. Of course, private, 143 medical colleges were added, and the distribution was changed from private government like this to now clearly government dominant beds, medical colleges, and therefore beds. 22 AIMSs, typically 800 beds, that's about 17,000 beds. We move further. Madan Gopalji may have better estimate, more updated estimate from NHSRC and ministry. Under PMA BHIM, building on the critical care blocks, 35,000 beds will be added in the critical care segment of India, in district hospitals and medical colleges. Under a plan which was launched during COVID-19, 15,000 pediatric intensive care beds are being added. So please add these 50,000 beds more, and so on. Just to tell you, these are just examples of how much push is there on hospital infrastructure. Concomitantly, the providers have also increased tremendously in this period of time. The number may pop up here because these notes I was taking as you were speaking to be able to contextually correct. So that's one way of looking at it. I also want to emphasize here that perhaps the most important part of our infrastructure is that India is building future-ready, comprehensive primary healthcare system. And because we are most urban here, we may not know a great revolution that is taking place on the ground. We have always had these sub-centers from that Bhor committee, sub-centers and primary health centers. That vision was rightly set, about 6,000, 5,000 to 8,000 population for sub-center, or 30,000 population for primary health center. We did what we could. We achieved several things. There was a focus on family planning, maternal child health, and smallpox, and communicable diseases. We did what we did. In 2018, Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center mission came up, alongside the PMJ mission, which I'll come to very briefly in a short while. Under this mission, we are creating what we now call as Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. Health and wellness centers are now called Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. I want to tell you, silently, because it's mostly rural as of, 174,000 previous sub-centers and PSCs have been upgraded to Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. What will they do? We were providing maternal and child health and communicable disease, newborn health, and hub for primary care and outreach through ASHA workers, 1 million of them. Now adding non-communicable disease, senior care, mental health, eye, ENT, oral health. In terms of the screening, in terms of the core non-communicable diseases, hypertension and diabetes, and 3 cancers, oral, cervical, and breast, screening is mandated as per protocols. For hypertension and diabetes every year, and for cancers as per the, every 5 years. The point that I wish to make is that it's happening today. Again, journey is not complete, but it's started to happen. 174,000. All of them have telemedicine facility. And at the sub-center health and wellness center, 140,000 of new community health officers, typically BSc graduate nurses, have been put in place to serve the nation. आप इसको इसमें ताकत डालिए. This is the most important part of our health system today. आपने सुना शायद ज़्यादा नहीं है. I want how you can help it. These health and wellness centers are also coming up in the urban areas. There will be a different way of delivering it because the paradigm changes, but the principles remain the same. This is where primary prevention will be pushed. This is where secondary prevention, early detection, the person doesn't know that he or she has hypertension. अभी हमने सुना, पता ही नहीं, साल में एक बारी करेंगे तो पता चलेगा. फिर कंट्रोल की बात आती है, फिर कंप्लायंस की बात आती है, लाइफ. So this is where the NCD battle will be won, apart from whatever best we can do through primary prevention, which means food and exercise and no tobacco, this, that, not going in that direction. I want you to support that effort and know that this revolution silently is taking place. I encourage you to visit some of the health and wellness centers and encourage you to be partner in improving their care and services. Now let me now touch upon the Ayushman Bharat PMJ a little bit, because that is an instrument of increasing access. I want to take that part first. As you know, Ayushman Bharat PMJ covers the 40% lower quintile, essentially, providing a cover for hospitalized care. Primary care is typically ambulatory. Hospitalized care through PMJ. And if you put it together, this is the design that nation is following for UHC, Universal Health Coverage. Primary care, government, through primary health centers that I talked about. And secondary, tertiary, through a partnership of private and public hospitals, 31,000 of them working together. But the private sector services are purchased on a very, very rational basis. Now, how much population is covered? We started with 50 crore individuals, 12.72 crore families, raised to now 55 with the increase in population. What you may not know is the following. Then the state, additional population picked up by the state is added on to this. This is a shared part where union and state bear the financial expenditure. That's 55 crore population. Then states add their own. Some states have said everybody, J&K, Uttarakhand, and so on. If you add all that, today, 67 crore people are covered under PMJ system. And to this now add more than 70-year population of any economic group. Half of India is under the ambit of free care up to 5 lakhs or more for secondary tertiary care through 1930 packages. That's the coverage that you already have. Is it perfect? No. Is it good? Yes. It will become perfect. ठीक हो जाएगा. फ्रॉड भी हो रहा है कहीं पे, थोड़ा बहुत होता है. सर्विसेज में इश्यूज हैं, हमारी साइड से भी हो सकते हैं, प्रोवाइडर की साइड से भी हैं. Satisfaction? No. But this is the journey that we have taken. But today, half of India, please understand, half of India population is covered for secondary tertiary care, including kidney transplant, by the way, and all cancers. Let's make it perfect. And under this, just a few numbers, and then I would move to the next part. How much? Well, from the numbers that I have, yesterday 24,000 admissions took place, and 1 minute. Okay, total of 8.6 crore hospitalizations have taken place till now, 8.6 crore. Yesterday, 24,800 admissions took place. Imagine every second how many admissions are taking place. And 1.2 lakh crore rupees have been authorized for payment for these beneficiaries. 1.25 crore has been authorized. We have at least 2 studies which show that this is making a difference. A study done by a group at Chandigarh, but working with 7 healthcare facilities in 6 cities, shows that timely treatment for cancer treatment initiated has improved in those who receive PMJ benefits more than the general population. So what they estimate is that timely treatment for cancer has improved overall between 2 periods that they compare. It has improved by 33% who are not enrolled in PMJ, but it has improved by 90% in those who were enrolled in PMJ. The point is PMJ is allowing you to seek care early even in a complex disease like cancer. So this is happening already. And Shamika Ravi's work has shown that there is a 23% reduction in the odds of household facing a decline in consumption due to healthcare in those who are in the geography of PMJ. Out-of-pocket expenditure, as you know, from 64% of total health expenditure in 2013-14 has declined to less than 39.4. So the affordability has improved. And to this, if you add free dialysis, crores of sessions that have been held, 3.27 crore sessions have been added. And if you add PM Jan Aushadhi system, which has accrued more than 28,000 crore to the people through drugs, medicine that are being sold at 50 to 80% discount, and so on and so forth, I want you to appreciate that there is a huge effort to improve accessibility and to improve affordability in fullest earnest in these 10 to 11 years of time. Having said that, 2 brief points now. One, I think we need for this community in particular, the middle classes that we are represented here, we need a more generous and more, shall we say, patient-friendly or family-friendly insurance coverage system. We are working on that. The insurance options that are available should become more accessible to lower middle class in particular. There are challenges in that, and we are working on that. I would like guidance of the groups like yourselves, how to do it. How do we do it? To provide a cover of 5 lakh that PMJ provides, typically the annual cost, even for when we scan these various insurance companies and their products, is typically about 25,000 rupees for a family coverage. That's really not conducive to many. How can we do a better deal? But I also want to say that in the last 2 years, the Insurance Regulatory Authority has opened up many opportunities and they've become more liberal, so we need to cash on that opportunity. My last point is that we are together in this journey, and therefore we need partnerships. What is it that we can do more collectively, other than guidance, other than giving the inputs to the policy enablers, including all of us? This helps us a great deal. So that's one part that must happen systematically. Tell us how to improve. But at the same time, I request that please connect and see how best we can do for health and wellness centers. Ab jara dekho to sahi. Madad to karo. Can we improve the footfall there? There are 106 free medicines and 14 diagnostics at sub-health center level, and 43 diagnostics and 172 free drugs mandated through the system. उसको इस्तेमाल करवाइए, उसको यूज़ करवाइए, उसमें मदद करिए. वहाँ पे एल्डरली के लिए फ्राइडे की आफ्टरनून में एक सेशन करवाइए, केयर ऑफ द एल्डरली करवाइए, हेल्थ प्रमोशन करवाइए उस साइट को, तभी तो फ़र्क पड़ेगा. इतनी जो चैलेंजेस हैं तो उसमें हमें मदद है. मैं एग्जांपल दे रहा हूँ थोड़ा सा. एम्स का बार बार जिक्र हुआ, मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा क्योंकि मेरे पेरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन है. आपने अच्छी रिपोर्ट दी है. जनरली कहा जाता है कि उसके बाद पेशेंट्स हैं रात को सोते नहीं, तो किसने करना? वो एम्स के बजट से या एम्स की सोसाइटी क्या कर रही है? क्या हम उनको लुक आफ्टर नहीं कर सकते? कहा जाता पता नहीं चलता तो बोर्ड लगा दिए कुछ कर रहे, उनको और करना चाहिए, ज़रूर करना चाहिए. हम भी कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या कि हम फैसिलिटेट करें? आई डोंट सी an army or let's say a troop or a battalion of volunteers there कि आप इधर जाइए, यहाँ जाइए, ऐसे मदद करिए. क्यों नहीं? ये भी सोचा जा सकता है. और एम्स में भी हम ऐसे कुछ कर सकते हैं क्या? कैंसर के स्पेस में कैन किड्स और इंडियन कैंसर सोसाइटी काम करते हैं, और सेगमेंट्स में भी करना अच्छे भी हो रहे हैं. अवेयरनेस के बारे में बात हुई है. थैलेसीमिया के भी ग्रुप्स हैं जो कर रहे हैं. कैन वी डू मोर? Can we do more to at least to ease the pain of the families? Because सारा हेल्थ सिस्टम अकेला कैसे उठा सकता? सोसाइटी को भी आगे आना चाहिए, और वो पार्टनरशिप्स की बात कहूँ चाहूँगा. एंड इन दैट रिगार्ड वेरी बिग एरिया इज़ अवेयरनेस. डायबिटीज़ की अवेयरनेस का एक कोई डॉक्टरों ने ही तो नहीं पहुँचाना है, सोसाइटी ने भी करना. पब्लिक से कर रहे हैं और भी करेंगे, वो जिम्मेवारी से हट कोई नहीं रहा यहाँ पे. लेकिन क्यों नहीं उसकी जानकारी हम आगे तक देते? क्यों उसकी कंप्लायंस की बात नहीं हम करें, क्यों हम ओबेसिटी पे, अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आह्वान किया है ओबेसिटी पे, हम सब जुड़ जाते हैं। ये जो खुराक का इशू चला हुआ है, फूड है हमारा, सब उसके बारे में हेल्दी फूड की बात करें, एक्सरसाइज, कैन वी नॉट बी हेल्दी सोसाइटी, हाउ कैन वी यूज आयुर्वेद, आयुष सिस्टम फॉर अवर बेटरमेंट, हाउ कैन वी लुक आफ्टर दी the elderly, how can we give better deal to the mental health of our colleagues, of our workplace, our school, our children, and so on and so forth. इसमें बाकी हम कितना जुड़ सकते हैं उसका भी अभी कोई अंत नहीं है, मतलब इनफिनाइट है वो मदद अगर हम इकट्ठे करना चाहें, उसके पाथवे भी लिमिटेड दिखाई देते हैं। मैंने सिंपल एग्जांपल दिया कि हम सब ने कहा कि एम्स में भीड़ होती है, अखबार में रोज़ कोई वॉलंटियर आके नहीं कहते कि हम यहाँ लाइन लगवाने में मदद करेंगे, शायद हैं तो बता दीजिए, वी विल कनेक्ट यू। तो कहने का मतलब ये है कि इस पार्टनरशिप में आगे बढ़ते हैं। I think very major steps have been taken. These 10 years will be seen as an inflection point, particularly 2018, two announcements that happened in the budget speech of Jaitley ji. Under the leadership of the Prime Minister, you have the vision for universal health coverage, a strong primary health care, and secondary, tertiary hospitalization, health assurance through that system, which I told you, the level of coverage that we have today. And it is an example. At the same time, India has, of course, the strong pharmacy of the world. We would be a medtech manufacturing hub. So we have these capacities, and we will crack the cell and gene therapy as well in the next, you will see the results in the next 3 to 4 years, I assure you. With these words, I thank you once again for the opportunity. Thank you indeed. Thank you. Jai Hind.
This is what happens when you have a visionary Prime Minister and a great team led by people like Dr. Vinod Paul. Sir, we would want you to stay back to do 2-3 honors. One is, I think a lot of people mentioned about the impact of climate and environment on health. So we have the report on One Health, which we want you to release today. We have drafted. I will call Brigadier Dharmadhiran to please come on the dais. So, Dr. Paul talked about patients and partnerships and what we could do. And one of the things that are very important is no one has spoken about what we should do in terms of tracking health. All of us do public health fellowships. So the first time in the world we're launching patient fellowships. So those who have got into the first cohort are going to work with the patient, their life journey in the healthcare system, and make recommendations to us. So it's the first unique fellowship for people to work directly with patient. We want Dr. Paul to release that. Yeah. Technology has to still catch up with people like Dr. Paul because he is faster than them. We just, I guess, come. Yes.
PPT आएगा पहले.
Patients will always come last, trust me. Even if you have technology, no matter what, anything you start with, patient will come last, but will have an impact. But luckily, we have leaders like Dr. Paul. And this is not just the first time. Any time we talk about patients, things stall for a while.
Shall we proceed?
Yeah, we'll move for the next one to launch the Patients Union app. Sir, you talked about the partnerships taking the message across to people. So one of the things we did is that we should actually get the patients, to have been a part of the system where they can use these services. Will always free. Did Amitabh Nag come in? Yeah, so we have Amitabh Nag, the CEO of Bhashni. Oh, he is there. So we partnered with Bhashni. Please, Amitabh, come on the stage. We partnered with Bhashni to take it in 16 languages. India is a land you cannot have just one language. So we partnered with Bhashni. So this app is in 16 languages. We have also partnered with Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, where you can report ADRs directly to the government as patient. You don't need middlemen. So we'll launch the Patients Union updated version of the app.
Thank you, Brigadier Dharmadhiran sir. We would request you to please proceed in the audience for the next launches. Thank you so much, sir. We would now proceed to the third launch, which is the IPO Fellowship. All those three. Okay, sir.
We have already announced the first cohort. Thank you so much.
I would now request Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta to present a memento to our chief guest, Dr. Vinod Paul, sir. We are truly grateful to Dr. Vinod Paul for taking time out on a weekday to be with us. Not only did he stay back to hear the voices of patients and caregivers, but his address, rooted in what he heard, was truly insightful. We couldn't have asked for more. Thank you, sir. Moving on, tea is being served right outside the auditorium now. So let's take a short break and return for the next session at 12:15. Thank you. I request you all to be seated so that we can proceed for the next session. So this session is long COVID. Has COVID become a chronic condition? By now we all thought COVID-19 would be behind us. But for many, it's not just a past event. It's an ongoing battle. While the world has moved forward, thousands are still struggling with lingering effects, heart issues, brain fog, anxiety, and fatigue that refuse to go away. There's a growing body of research that confirms this reality. The question is, has COVID become a chronic condition? क्या हम वास्तव में इस महामारी के प्रभाव से उभर चुके हैं या ये एक नई स्वास्थ्य चुनौती बन चुकी है? In this session, we uncover the hidden crisis of long COVID, especially among the youth. Heart attacks in young individuals, unexplained neurological disorders, mental health challenges. These are not isolated events. This is a wake-up call. We are privileged to have a distinguished panel of experts today with us. Dr. R.K. Srivastav, former Chairman, Medical Council of India and former Director, General Health Services, Government of India. He'll be the chair for this session. I invite all the panelists on the stage. Professor Dr. Rajendra K. Dhamija, neurologist, Professor of Neurology and Director, IBHAS, New Delhi, India. Dr. Amitabh Verma, MD, Internal Medicine, DM, Neuro, AIIMS, Delhi, Corresponding Fellow of American Academy of Neurology. Dr. K.K. Talwar, former Chairman, Medical Council of India, former Head, Department of Cardiology, AIIMS, New Delhi, and Director of the PGIMER, Chandigarh. Ms. Sujaya Krishnan, former Joint Secretary, Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Chairperson, Venu Charitable Society and member, Guild of Service. Dr. K. Madan Gopal, Advisor, Public Health Administration, NHSRC, MOHFW, Government of India. And Professor Dr. Venu Gopal Ram Rao, Senior Consultant, Cardiothoracic and Vascular Surgeon, Professor, Sri Jayadev Institute of Cardiovascular Sciences and Research. Each of them brings invaluable expertise to this discussion. To set the context for this session, let's begin with a quick reality check. We invite you to respond to a few questions on Slido. Let's see how your perspectives evolve as the session progresses. We're going to see the live poll results at the end of this session. Now I would like to hand over the session to our session chair, Dr. R.K. Srivastav, sir, who will now take the discussion forward. Over to you, sir. I'll give you the mic.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to congratulate Health Parliament for taking this particular issue regularly at annual interval and intermittently through the digital media 365 by all the 365 days in a year. This has always touched the most relevant issues which are probably hitting in the mind of majority of the patients or their family who has interacted with the health system sometime or other, felt good or bad about it, and it is a platform to express their views. It is indeed a very important and very novel type of action which has been initiated. Next, I would like to share with you little bit about the topic on which this august panel is sitting here. I hope you know all of them. They are all stalwart. They are cutting across the different type of fields like neurology, like cardiology, like health administration, like policy planning, government sector and private sectors. They have been involved in different type of aspect of COVID management. And you must have seen every one of them in on television and different type of discourses during the period of COVID and after COVID. Now the topic today is a post-COVID topic. Now post-COVID means commonly we call it a long COVID. When the COVID as a pandemic has disappeared from the scene, the long COVID remains. Like any other disease, it is a sequel of the disease produced by a novel virus, unknown to humankind. We have got different reports from different sources. Some of them are saying that long COVID is still present in a population of about 5%. Others says even in 30%. But there is no full-fledged global study and no full-fledged Indian study which can say that today we have got this percentage of population who is living with COVID, having some or other type of body part involved on account of the COVID. The reason is simple, because the researches are less and we don't have the data. But even if we don't have the data, but our common experience show that at least 5 to 7% population in India is still having various symptoms of the long COVID. The symptoms are well known. Some symptoms are related to fatigue. Some symptoms are related to dyspnea. Some symptoms are related to uncommon condition like loss of smell. So there are many symptoms which has been put up under the overall complex of the long COVID. With this background, I would like to introduce with you the first, that is Professor Rajendra K. Dhamija. He is director in IBHAS, a neurologist by profession. I had the opportunity of working with him in different forums, in different research groups, some related to COVID, some outside COVID in ICMR, and some in the government sector. I will request him to initiate the discussion, and simultaneously thereafter I think the sequence is known to you. As soon as he closes, please do come to the dais, or if you want to speak from there, take it over. We have got about 40 minutes at our disposal, and we will try to wrap up during this period. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I must express my gratitude to Professor R.P. Gupta for having this forum and having long COVID as a theme of this session. He and his team deserves a real appreciation for taking this cause to the public and as well as policy level. So he's well known for writing books and making policies and involved in almost all the health programs and policies for the Government of India. Thank you, sir. It's a privilege and honor to be here, and in the august audience and the speakers, panelists, it's really a pleasure. So I wear many hats. So let me start with my core area of working, professional work, that is neurology. And right during the pandemic, the challenging 3 years which we had from March 2020 to almost end of the 2022, where we have gone through a very a big learning experience about the COVID. When the COVID struck us in March or January 2020, we didn't know anything about it. Forget about long COVID, we didn't know about the acute COVID pandemic or epidemic, and then now it is the endemic. So that learning experience led to our treatment plans, led to our vaccines, led to our management strategies, led to our policy, and we have done really well as a country to handle that pandemic, not only in the medical terms but also non-medical terms, in economics terms. So that learning has been a boon to us, and I must also tell the audience that we were the country which supplied the vaccine to so many other countries as a vaccine hub and as a vaccine factory. So the government of India has really done a public good for the global, at the global level, and that is something which we need to appreciate that. So coming to the long COVID and its sequelae, first neurological sequelae, of course there's a lot of research which has come out, not only in terms of restriction of movements, the lockdowns and accessibility problem, availability problem, transport problem. Patients with epilepsy, Parkinson, they have difficulty in taking their medications, adhering to medications, and now we are seeing the after effects of COVID as a neurological sequelae, which has increased in number of strokes. So we have published at least 10 articles on neurological sequelae of COVID in the literature in last 5 years, and right from stroke to Parkinson to epilepsy, all the areas have been covered, and we have seen rise in number of cases because of the embolic thromboembolic phenomena. You know, the COVID virus goes from nose, crosses the cerebral plate, or crosses the barrier and goes directly to the brain cells. That is one route of transmission. Second is, of course, towards the peripheral nerves, and that also affects the nervous system, and that causes many symptoms like mind fogging, brain fogging, tingling, numbness, fatigue, lack of concentration, lack of attention. All these things we are seeing a lot in our patients who have suffered COVID in during that pandemic years. So sequelae are there and sequelae are being managed, but we need to be aware of that. We need to be aware of that patients do have neurological sequelae, and I'm sure apart from neurology there is a cardiological sequelae, and this will be taken up in this session. So that is one thing, that the neurological sequelae, including the strokes and increase in numbers of peripheral neuropathy and peripheral symptoms, that is main focus, and the research is now working how to handle these problems. I will not talk about the vaccine. Vaccine has been a boon for COVID prevention, and that is something which we have seen. The natural vaccine is also there. We have published a paper having the effect of meditation, yoga, mindfulness in preventing COVID. So we had 250 healthcare workers who was working closely with the COVID positive patients in the ICUs of Lady Hardinge Medical College, and we divided these healthcare workers, doctors, into two groups of 125 each and 125 control groups. So 125 healthcare workers who went for a very structured yoga meditation program. Out of 125, only one developed COVID, and the control group of 125, which had normal exercise program, had 9 patients. So you can say 9 into 1 is a very significant ratio, and that is a natural vaccine which we have been telling before the biological vaccine came into existence. So same thing goes for the long COVID also. We are advocating now the use of mindfulness, meditation to control these fatigue, the fogging, and the tingling, numbness, and other things for the COVID prevention. The second hat which I wear is the director of the Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, which is the largest neuropsychiatric hospital of Asia, having 3,000 outpatient visits every day, and with 317 beds for the inpatients. And these patients are now, out of 3,000 patients, we get many patients who had COVID and now having mental health issues or mental health problems, which is anxiety. During the COVID times, there was a lot of fear of contracting the infections, spreading the infections. So we were scared of coming home and giving infection to our families. Similarly, the anxiety of what happens, uncertainty of what happens next after this pandemic, that economic sequelae of this. So mental health issues, again, a big burden, a disease burden after COVID, we are seeing it. And long COVID has led to a major chunk of depressive illness, and of course anxiety and OCDs and other mental health problems, which are again neglected, but still the patients now becoming aware of this, and stigma is associated with this. So patients having long COVID with mental health issues are now coming to the hospitals and getting the professional help. The third hat which I wear is brain economics and brain capital, which is again sequelae of long COVID having economic impact on the brain health and brain capital. So 40 years ago, all the industrialists and all the big corporates had the physical assets. Now we are talking about the human capital, the human assets. So we are investing in human brain. If your brain is healthy, if your brain is skillful, if your brain is capable of putting out great output, then your GDP increases like anything. So $1 invested in brain economy leads to $11 in returns in the GDP, increase in GDP. India being the 5th largest economy in the world, and we are aspiring to the 3rd largest as Viksit Bharat now. So it's a big area where we need to invest in brain health, and I am glad that the Government of India has taken up this issue and constituted a national task force on brain health under my chairmanship, with the other stakeholders being secretaries and joint secretaries from the other departments and ministries, with the NIMHANS, AIIMS and other big hospitals coming up as a members of this task force. And our mandate is to provide the policy document to the Government of India, how to handle the neurological sequelae, including the COVID and of course the burden of neurological disorders, and how we can make our population brain healthy and a brain skillful, and which will invest in the brain capital, which will increase our brain economy and brain capital. I was invited at the United Nations General Assembly last year in September. Of course, Professor Gupta was also there. There was a science summit and there was one full day on brain health, and I was supposed to be there, and I was there for a whole day, and the Indian economy and Indian contribution to the post-pandemic era was really appreciated. And I can tell you that globally we are looking at our population being now brain healthy, and I would request all of you to be mindful as of simple 7-8 things which keeps us brain healthy, and we must invest in that brain health. All of you should participate in that, whether it is physical exercise or it is brain exercise, which we call cognitive exercise, whether it is learning new language, whether it is keeping your blood pressure, sugar, cholesterol under control, or cut down your alcohol or stop smoking. These are all life 10 principles which we advocate for a healthy brain, and they are not very difficult to adopt in our lifestyle, and that would cut down to the neurological disorders, whether it is dementia or Parkinson or strokes or other neurological disorders. So thank you very much, Professor Gupta, for giving me this opportunity to share our what government can do. There is one other aspect of this session. The government has already done. The DGHS has come up with the guidelines for all the doctors in the country about the neurological sequelae of COVID-19 or long COVID-19 under my chairmanship, and we have published that. It is on the website of DGHS. Similarly, the other guidelines for long COVID in cardiology and respiratory disorders and other mental health disorders are also available on the DGHS, Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare websites, and that is the contribution from the Government of India already for the professional health. The policy level, I am sure the other panelists, my co-panelists, will take up this issue, and once again, thank you and all the best.
Good afternoon, and please lend me your ears. Thank you, Professor Gupta, for this wonderful platform to voice patients' concern and some of the clinicians' concern as well. Well, this is a long topic. I'm glad to hear that something is being started in our country, because the rest of the world, good research progress has been made in a very concentrated effort and consortium manner. Before I go into that and where we stand and what is that, can I just have an idea how many of the people in the audience here had COVID? So we can see many of us had. And are you all aware of what is long COVID even today? What is happening? Well, that's what I want to say. Do you know that there are 200 symptoms ascribed to long COVID? 200 symptoms. This is as per the different authorities of the world, different regional thing. Just to name a few, well, there's a recover in the USA. The recover is research in COVID, recover for enhancing the recovery, research in COVID for enhancing recovery, which has been completed now from 21 to 23rd October. And now it is going on, what is on it? Recover TLC towards long COVID, to treatment of long COVID. Now, if any person who gets COVID and gets some other disease, should it be called as a long COVID? Obviously not. Are there any definitive disease diagnostic criteria, tests to tell us? Not as yet. So it is by exclusion. So to come on the same page, different parts, organizations of the world, research organizations of the world, have formulated definition, including the WHO. And that particular definition includes certain time periods, should be within 3 months, after 3 months, duration should be, some say 4 weeks, some say 8 weeks. Then they can continue even up to 1 year. Even now, people can have it. Should only those who are affected by COVID, symptomatically, means becoming a disease, or those who are positive also, yes, positive also, they should be included. Then question comes up, why should it be related to COVID? Infection has come and gone. There are many reasons for it. They have shown what we call as the persistence of the virus in human body, in reservoir at different places in the body, different areas, including brain also. Previously, it was thought it doesn't interfere with directly to invade the brain. It has been shown in autopsy. It invades not only that, and this autopsy studies is of number of the patients in the long series from 21 to 23, and that is done by NIH and NIAIDS, and especially number of the institutions together. A few hundred autopsies done, and 85 areas in different parts of the brain. Samples were taken. So those and the areas of the body where it can be involved. Professor Talwar is here, I shouldn't be saying, but that they have shown in the autopsy, and even after 283 days of the death, remnants of the viral particles in the cardiac muscles, in the heart itself. So the virus can be seen in different parts of the body, and in the living patients in the post-COVID, they could see the virus persistence in the different fluids in the body and the biopsy of the human beings. When all those things can be shown, because this is just a brief thing, otherwise I would have shown you all how the immunofluorescence technique, how the RNA particles had been shown differently. Well, not only that, I'm now coming to simple facts. Then there are certain tests are being developed now. The digital test, digital polymerase, which can pick up in whether carriers of the particular symptoms are suffering from long COVID or not. It's in the process, in the pipeline. It has not been something you go tomorrow and ask, where is that test? I would like to get it done whether I've got COVID or not. Among the 200 and all symptoms, the commonest thing which has been shown
as per the Recover studies is concerned, which involved over more than around 10,000 patients, right? It involved 9,000 and odd visits of the patients, 92,000 visits of the patients to the different clinics and for evaluating the symptoms. That particular showed very clearly the commonest thing was what you call as exertional induced brain fogging, exertional fatigue. And that fatigue, very commonly, every person was supposed to be because of the post-infection, because of drugs, because of hypoxia, many causes of it. But now it has also been shown, being a neurologist, I would like to show that, it has been shown that it is because of, in this study, this is a Bible journal which we call a Brain, Journal of Brain. It was in October 24 only, it was published very clearly, how the wiring of the brain gets thinned out in these patients, and when they exert mentally or otherwise, it gets exhausted. So it's the central origin as well. It has been shown, and it is supposed to be the immunological reaction to the sustained virus particles that produce these immunological changes, inflammatory changes. And that has been shown to occur in many conditions. In fact, we are talking about non-communicable diseases. People have started questioning whether it's really non-communicable diseases or they are a consequence of the infectious diseases, like a rheumatic disease. Fine. So we would like to tell you something more about it, that many symptoms which are very common can be treated in a managed, need not be drug. No doubt a drug has been going on in trial, and about 40% of the people have been really benefited by that. That Paxlovid, don't ask for it everywhere. So it has already approved medication for the COVID treatment, but now it has to be given for 15 days in some of the patients who are really involved with that. That is, FDA trial has already taken place and completed also. Now, what I would like to tell you about that, what is lacking, what we are supposed to have, is a really good database of these patients. These database of these patients, as it is in the USA, they have made it what you call as, UK has a biobank, as we know it. Similarly, we have BDC in USA, Biodata Catalyst. This is data available on site, website, you can go and check it and take information from that. We have, and with 22 million population, Britain can have such a data. Why can't we have such a data? We have now many things available to us. It will be available. Even the remotest area of the country can be accessed through the satellite phones also. And that can be easily converted with the Bhashini. With the Bhashini available, we have to speak and that can be dictated onto the thing in different languages and data can be corrected. Well, there are many things which can be spoken. So what I want to say is that you should be aware, there should be an awareness program. We should sensitize the public and the doctors specifically for that, so that we should start a movement for that, and the common forum like this would be very helpful in that. Thank you very much.
It's a humble request that all the speakers stick to the time limit, because we have to end this session at 1:20 and proceed for lunch. So, yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think first I must express my gratitude to Professor Gupta for this opportunity. And seeing this particular forum, Patient Union Conference, I think patient is the most important for every doctor. I mean, that's why what can you do best for the patient? Of course, I think, as Dr. Paul probably tried to mention, how the patient can also contribute to improve the system or the care. Well, I think time being limited, I'll just stick to the post-COVID issue. And I think this was one pandemic which I think foxed the medicine. We didn't have, well, I mean, the way it came, even the advanced countries, what we are seeing in Europe, what we are seeing in America, the kinds of death which were occurring in the period when this pandemic came. So that only showed that medicine was not been prepared to handle this kind of pandemic. Of course, it's also another issue was that the vaccine, which normally takes 10, 15 years to come, came within 1 year. So that was, I think, probably the thing which came much earlier than even we had a drug to take care of COVID. Now, the limiting to the post-COVID issue, and being a cardiologist, a limit to the cardiologist post-COVID symptoms. You see, usually they say the post-COVID, once somebody has a COVID, first 3 months, first 6 months, 30 to 40% patients may have some kind of symptoms, and all organ has been shown to have some post-COVID symptoms, whether it's neurological, cardiology, gastric, endocrinology, skin. So all there are sort of, and 30 to 40% patients, but usually they say the post-COVID symptoms have been disappearing by 6 months. Unless somebody has been in the sort of very severe lung issue, in the ICU or ventilator, they continue to have more longer even lung issues. As for the cardiology, the main symptom that we came across patient following COVID mainly was palpitation. It was unusual. Everybody, most in the females than in the males, the tachycardia, and particularly like postural tachycardia, that when you stand up you get palpitation. So this was something very unusual in this COVID phase. And of course, I think gradually people with some kind of small medication used to settle down. Some people felt that they had a hypertension which was not there, which came after the COVID. And of course, those are the ones which probably continue to have hypertension. So maybe COVID resulted or unmasked what they were prone to, kind of thing. The other issue is main of a heart failure. That was one issue which I think became that it may be virus, which may be causing myocarditis, what we call inflammation of the heart. And they may lead to cardiomegaly and heart failure kind of thing. That is one issue which we all, one was the mechanism was either virus affecting the heart or that inflammatory response to the virus that was causing myocarditis. But and another was acute heart attacks. I'm sure all of you must be knowing those days there was a kind of acute, young people getting acute heart attacks, thrombotic issues. So these were the acute episodes that were coming. Of course, some patients continue with like shortness of breath, the symptoms. But we didn't have a real scientific data to say that was anybody getting myocarditis. That is inflammation. I think even autopsy did not, there are some autopsy did indicate, but this was not a very convincing data. Even MRI done in these patients showed that maybe having myocardial inflammation in the short period, but long period it was not that it resulted in any kind of heart failure. So main is palpitation, hypertension, and the one issue was which became that patient having acute heart attacks. And even people were blaming vaccine. There was, I think, in the social media, lot of things, the vaccine has caused acute attacks kind of thing. But as far as the scientific data goes, except mRNA vaccine, there has been some thrombotic episodes like brain stroke or maybe acute cardiac stroke. But the vaccine that was used in the country, Covishield or Covaxin, there was no convincing data to show that there was any proneness to acute heart attacks because of the vaccine. Possibly the disease. The ICMR study which showed that people who had COVID and long period, they were more prone to acute heart attacks than those who didn't have COVID. So I think, and so these are some of the issues which, but I think fortunately we are now out of COVID for 2 years plus. There are very few things, probably people are now not blaming COVID. Earlier, every symptom that every patient will come, we say, post-COVID ho sakta hai. I don't know, ho sakta hai, nahi ho sakta, kehna mushkil hai. Everything was clubbed into the post-COVID area. But I think it's good that we are out of it, and I hope that we stay out of it and we don't have to face. But I think this particular endemic has taught us one thing, that the system has to be prepared for any future kind of things, that we cannot ignore that aspect. You never know which day. Now we have been today don't know whether this virus was from the lab or from the outside. It's not still clear. I mean, all kind of things come. So thank you so much, sir, for this opportunity. And
Good afternoon, everybody. And a big thank you to Dr. Rajendra Gupta for inviting me here. In this panel of eminent scientists, I'm supposed to be the lay person, probably because I was a policymaker, but that's why I'm here. So I will approach it from that standpoint. Long COVID or acute post-COVID syndrome is characterized by multi-organ symptoms lasting 2 months after initial COVID. Overall, 10 to 35% of COVID survivors develop long COVID with common symptoms including fatigue, dyspnea, chest pain, cough, depression, anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder, memory loss, and difficulty concentrating. Delineating these issues will be crucial to inform appropriate post-pandemic health policy and to protect the health of COVID-19 survivors, including potentially vulnerable groups. Directed at saying, we must also suggest avenues for future research with the larger goal of reducing harm associated with long COVID. According to the World Health Organization, long COVID is defined as a condition occurring in individuals within 3 months from the onset of COVID-19 with persistent symptoms that cannot be explained by an alternative diagnosis. Given the vast emerging literature on this new public health concern, there is a need for up-to-date review on long COVID syndrome. Important epidemiological and clinical aspects of the disease need to be reviewed to provide an international public health context. Cardiorespiratory sequelae, physical and mental health problems, rehospitalization rates, risk factors, biomarkers, and the impact of vaccine status on long outcomes. Long COVID was originally coined in the spring of 2020 and was used to describe anecdotal observations of prolonged symptoms after COVID. Despite attempts at delineating a practical definition, there remains variability in the consensus and rigor of a systematic definition. WHO provided a clinical case definition for long COVID using a Delphi consensus via an international working group in October 21 involving patients, patient researchers, external experts, and WHO experts, among others. The WHO also created a global COVID-19 clinical platform case report form for clinicians and patients. But however, the major barrier in this was accurate assessments in general is the biases in self-reporting or the underreporting of mild cases. There is limited information on the specific impacts of long COVID in youth. There were in discussions with youngsters and children, about 8 themes were extracted on how children of their families describe the experiences. Seeking diagnosis and support following the onset of the symptoms. Emerged from the analysis include severity of the illness and the symptomatology, difficulty surrounding the diagnosis process and not being believed, the impact of family and social connections, positive coping and mental health and knowledge. In addition, as of March, I think there were 677 cases of COVID have been reported and this thing. And in addition to the direct infection, there's also been medical, psychological, and economic aspects. Vaccination efforts to reduce the spread and severity has been very successful, but subsequent variants have also shown to be less severe. Much focus has always been on the direct illness and spread, but as the pandemic wound down, there were renewed efforts towards understanding the long-term impact of the viral infection. Long-term COVID, known as post-acute sequelae of a condition in which people affected experience lingering symptoms for weeks or months after they recover. However, given the recency and the interest surrounding, there are many case definitions that disagree on its symptomality and prognosis. There is a wide range of symptoms. According to the currently diagnosis is predominantly based on prior infection. Meta-analysis studies reveal that 31 to 67% of COVID people will go on to develop long COVID. And the long-term rate of this has been reflected in the JAMA network opened this thing. Another study found that symptoms continue to be reported falling in pediatric cases, included but not limited to fatigue, difficulty, falling asleep, neurocognitive symptoms, dead or heavy feeling after exercise, rashes, allergies, pain, and hair loss. Another study also explored, this is a population study based in and from the Public Health 2022, included severity, referred to recurrent COVID, this thing, hospitalization, etc. Let's think. Time up. Okay. Long COVID, I would say, is saying in India, I mean, of course, we had the Maulana Azad study, which is saying there also there was no definite thing that has come about. But today there is a study being done by the Indian Institute of Public Health in Ahmedabad, and they are looking at trying to collate all the studies and come up to it. Long COVID is definitely a chronic condition, but we do not know the exact nature of the burden. We need to have studies to look at how do we try to do this. And though we are past the epidemic stage, we need to sing, we have to sing. WHO did take note, and it made it loud and clear that it needs recognition, guidelines, research, and ongoing patient input and narratives to shape the WHO response hereon. For us also, I think it is important to give proper consideration to the voices of people with COVID and their representatives who have done so much to put this on the long COVID, on the health research and policy agenda. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you, sir. And first of all, I'm very grateful to Gupta ji and the patient union for having me here. I won't be going into the symptomatology and other things because I'm a public health practitioner, so I would be just focusing on how the government has been able to do for the long COVID. The guidelines were released, everything was released, but this kind of crisis, because it's a silent health crisis which we are encountering, the incidents and other things which are reported in the news and the media, you see that the young people who were not having problems, now they are exhibiting problems. Having seen the worst industrial tragedy, I think Professor Verma is here. I think you have joined afterwards. At that time, I got admission in Bhopal Medical College. The worst MIC tragedy was there. And to understand that at that time, a lot of investment happened in the form of many hospitals coming up. You had many hospitals there which are trying to see the long-term impact of MIC gastritis. Still the hospitals are functioning. But after the COVID, except the 5 ICMR centers which are now tracking and trying to develop a registry, we could not find a long-term that kind of intelligence coming to us and informing us. After releasing the guidelines, are these guidelines enough? Are we able to capacitate the medical officers? I have seen the H1N1, the Bhopal tragedy, and now this COVID, having worked closely with Dr. Paul in managing the COVID pandemic, is business as usual. We have given a revised surveillance strategy for monitoring the patients and other things, but it's business as usual. And the guidelines which are there, we have to see that how these guidelines are actualized, so that the detection of this long COVID happens as a reality. We are talking about 1.4 billion people. How many people are there in the tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, or the national level institutions? How many people they can come? And as rightly pointed out by Dr. Dhamija sir, that means that the brain health is a very important contributor for the economy as well as the development. We take pride in saying that we are having the biggest demographic dividend. But this hidden crisis which we are facing, if we are not able to address that, can we just celebrate the demographic dividend which we are having? Because the productivity, the economic losses and other things are there. You look at the capacity of the people who used to work 8 hours, now after 3-4 hours he is exhausted. And what we are doing for that? We have to think from that perspective. Though government has made a lot of measures, we are trying to strengthen the surveillance, we are trying to issue clinical guidelines, we are taking research initiatives, we are doing capacity building, we are doing mental health initiatives. We are doing many things, but what is happening? We have to see that how this all becomes an actuality. How to build capacity so that things happen. We have created guidelines, we have created modules, an iGout platform is there, and what is the uptake of this iGout platform? How many patients we are able to detect? How many patients you are able to help in overcoming that? Are we able to address the issues of the exhaustion, the issue of weakness, the issue of tingling, numbness, issue of brain fogging? Brain fogging is very common among the young generation. What are we doing for that? We have to think from that perspective. As a policy person who is contributing to policies, we have to think and how to bring that into the discussion narrative. If you are able to bring this into the narrative, at least half of our job is done. So that discussion and bringing into the narrative, that's the thing which we have to bring, which we have to do. Second thing is we have to build capacities also. Capacity for detection, because under detection is there. Consolidating the fragmented care which is currently available. Then the research gaps which are there. We have to see that how we do that. And there are policy blind spots in the long COVID management. It's not only pertaining to the Apex institution. We have to see that how it goes down to the district hospital, sub-district hospital, right up to the Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, which is the focal point for making the wellness and the well-being as an actuality. So you have to see that how we can work, because unless we invest into this, the demographic dividend which we are all celebrating, we won't be able to celebrate that demographic dividend if we are not able to invest into this. Thank you very much once again for this opportunity.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the onset, I would like to thank Dr. R.K. Gupta for inviting me for this August gathering and selecting me as a speaker. Long COVID, I would like to give 3 narratives or patient-centric scenario. Being an International Patients Union conference, I thought probably this will be apt. The first scenario was an elderly person who was admitted in ICU during COVID with great difficulty, almost about 25 days in ICU. He survived. He had another reinfection. Again, he was admitted in the ICU in the second round of Delta surge. Again, during that time also, he survived. But subsequently, after 6 months, gradually, his heart function, which was low, did not improve much. Probably it was, ejection fraction was around 15 to 20%. There's not much of improvement. So this man underwent cardiac transplant, and he was fortunate enough, he survived. The second scenario was my household worker who happened to be from a village, was working with us, so had mild symptoms of COVID, and he recovered. And during that lockdown period, he went and settled in his place. He did not come back to work. Even after 6 months to 1 year, he was whatever work his family members were doing, agricultural work, he continued there. But subsequently, he started developing dyspnea and exertion and palpitations. So being known to me, he happened to approach me, and we could diagnose that again, he was in heart failure. So because of my interaction with me, he was able to get his condition diagnosed, and proper treatment was being done, and even now also he is getting it. The third scenario is a young girl who was a state level swimmer who had COVID, and subsequently she was doing extremely well. Post-COVID, whatever her parameters or whatever her timings were there, she was not able to reach up even to that one, in spite of all the efforts. It took almost around more than 2 years with multimodal physiotherapists and other. So she was able to come up to the. So this is how the long COVID has happened, and probably they were fortunate people that they survived and getting the treatment done. So, as all the panelists have said, multiple symptoms, and especially the cardiac symptoms of chronic fatigue, dyspnea and exertion, palpitations, heart failure, and even the coronary artery disease in this patient. ICMR has produced paper regarding this, but there's not much of data which says that on heart especially. We know that almost around 40 million people were affected by long COVID, and among them 10 million people are having post-COVID this thing. And heart failure and coronary artery disease are the major things which are to be needed. And we know microcoagulations, modification of the immune system have led to this. Government policy is needed, especially in terms of research to fund heart-specific studies, leverage pharma hubs in producing the molecules to treat these patients, and also to diagnose that this is because of post-COVID. There are no studies at all. There are no specific this thing. You got to also do the studies to know biomarkers, if there are any, to know that this is because of the post-COVID. We don't have, as our panelists have told, that it's only by exclusion that we have reached that this thing. And of course, in terms of patient care, we got to scale up the rural clinics like what we have in AIMS to move up to that Arogya Mandir at all places. The trained persons in ASHA workers, especially in identifying the long COVID through telemedicine, and create district level hubs. We also need to have advisory group, especially in managing this post-long COVID cases. And of course, prevention, push boosters, only 70% vaccination has happened. We don't know, but because of the vaccination, many of the people have been benefited, especially, at least even if they had COVID, probably it was at a lesser intensity. Long COVID as a second pandemic needs India's attention. And today I would like to wish you all, it's a World Heart Organization Day, and the theme of the today's this thing is Healthy Beginnings, Hopeful Futures. And this is a great beginning, and we look forward for a hopeful future. Thank you so much.
I think we are running about 5 minutes behind the time. So we have got about 10 minutes for good number of questions coming out from those who have faced something related to the COVID, those who are experts in different area. You have heard public health expert, neurologist, cardiologist, and a generalist talking to you about the post-COVID sequelae, mostly about the long COVID. So I open this floor for the questions and request the concerned expert to pick up the question and respond to it. Thank you very much. Is there any question?
There she is.
Where is? Please get up. In that corner there is some question. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. For me, the room is full of policymakers, cardiologists, neurologists, and people like me, patients and everyone. For me, it is like more than visiting a temple today because we are celebrating World Health Day. And as we say, stress is the new smoking. And it's inevitable that even the kids are facing after COVID. And I'm part of a mental health organization. We are into screening of mental health. I wanted to know that what are we doing for our adolescents, for kids? Even if I talk about the World Health Organization's last year motto was stress at work levels, So everyone is facing stress in their way, be it environment, be it even the summer is around the corner. So I would like to know how are we going to cope up with that so that we all can live with the ease and we all can follow that even if it's stress, life is beyond that. And as an organization, as a policymakers, I request anyone of you could please answer me that, how we can all come together on this process of dealing with stress and making our life easy. Thank you.
I think Dr. Madan Gopal is the right person to answer this question.
Thank you very much for this question.
On the back, you can come here if you want to. You can come here, please.
Thank you. This is very right issue. At least that shows that you have started thinking about how to address the issues of adolescents. So if you have heard Dr. Paul talking in the morning, and when we were doing the evaluation of NHM, when it was rolled out during the period of 21 to 26, one program was RBSK was there, where school were to be visited by a team of people, and they used to screen the population there, and that was there. But looking at the requirement for having a counselor in the school and other things, now Niti Aayog is now piloting a school health program. That means they are doing it, trying to address this issue, and based on the pilot and other things, I think you will be hearing more about that program, how the government is looking at addressing the issue of stress in the schools. They are piloting it. I think the pilot has started from the state of Tripura, and they will be slowly scaling it up to the other states. So right now, I can only share up to this much. But nevertheless, this problem has been noted, and they have already taken cognizance of that. And things have started moving in the direction how to address this thing and make it as a program or a policy.
I'll just add. So, very important question. If you are facing stress, you are not alone. We are all facing stress. I was facing stress. I was stuck up in the traffic while coming here. So stress is a part of life. All these steps are not harmful. There is a positive aspect of stress also, and there is a very nice book, I will give you the title, which says the positive effect of stress. That is something we have to deal with, and everybody is facing the stress. That is number one. The second is, it's a life course. It's not only in children, adolescents, it's again stress at the workplace and then stress in the elderly, and all this age group have a stress mechanism. But we need to develop a mechanism for resilience or handling the stress, coping with the stress, whether it is meditation, whether it is your work schedule, work-life balance, or whatever you call it. So that is something at the level of our own population, at the public level. At the policy level, of course, lots of things are happening in this sphere in last 5 to 10 years. We are seeing a lot of suicides and in quota factory and other things, but there are a lot of things are happening actually, right from the government to the non-governmental organizations. The government is doing it's a different program. School health program is there, school mental health program is there, and but institutions like IBHAS are doing a lot of work in this. We have adopted 30 government schools of Delhi, which are being given the counselors, and they are tied up with our hospital. The problem is that there is a lot of poor mental health literacy. The parents don't want to bring the children to the hospital or to the doctor or to the counselor. Teachers are also not keen to highlight that person or a boy, or whether it is bullying or anxiety or stress or whatever. So I think the bottom line is that we need to increase the mental health literacy and destigmatize the mental health the issues, so that the children, the adults can come forward. There is a lot of need, but there is no demand. People don't come forward. Of course, I'm very happy that you raised this question about the stress, but stress is not always harmful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Due to a paucity of time, we will request you all to share your questions either online or during the networking sessions. I would now request you all to break for lunch. Let's gather here at 2:10 p.m. And I would request our panelists for a group photo. Thank you so much.
Dignitaries of Iraq Embassy. I request Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta sir to felicitate Mr. Uday Hatim Mohammed, Deputy Health of Mission, and Mr. Mohammed Hashim Hassan Al Jeffrey, Health Attaché, Embassy of Republic of Iraq. I request you to join us on stage, please. I request team to bring out the memento. Thank you, sir. I request the dignitaries to share a few words about their experience here at the conference, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. When I got this kind invitation, I thought I will come for a few minutes, then I will leave as usual. But seeing the highly qualified, highly organized function and the benefit which we got from this event, I thought it's worth to stay here. Most probably I will leave the last person in the function. So I appreciate if this kind of program, Mr. Gupta keep making such a lovely program. And I advised him next time if he can get some hospitals so that they can hear from the health attaches of various embassies about the problems facing foreign patients when they come to India. Majorly, they face logistic problems. They face problem from the translators, because the translators are not organized. Hospital is interested more in patient rather than organizing the sector. So I believe that we should sit together, patient associations, embassies, sit together and give a recommendation to the hospital about what can be done. I mean, to say this sector have to be organized, like in Turkey and in Thailand, they have organized the sector and they are doing very well. Here, sadly, in spite of the fact that the sector is large, very large in fact, but still it's not organized. So I will appreciate if Mr. Gupta take care of this point, and the next function could be how to organize the sector, and you know, the stakeholders are important. You should bring the stakeholder in, like stakeholder in this case means foreign patients, international patient association like Arab Patient Association, global patient associations, different embassies, most likely now around, you can say around 40 embassies have health attaché. So I think Mr. Gupta should be in touch with these health attaches and invite them before the function, invite them to discuss with them, and after that, take the matter forward, you know. Thank you and good day. Jai Hind.
I request sir to also share his views. Thank you.
Good evening, namaste or namaskar.
At the beginning, I would like to express my highest appreciation to Mr. Gupta in particular, and to the International Patients Union Conference for this esteemed invitation to attend this conference. And the point that I mentioned during one of the sessions, that concerning also the most crucial issue, which is the translators. And as Dr. Nu'man mentioned before me, this issue that might sometimes takes two sides must be as equally to the patient, he or she himself, at the same side to his personal financial issue, at the same time to the hospitals. We don't want any side of these joint to be affected in a negative way, but we are looking for, again, for the most cooperative, useful findings. So we suggest as find some association or some group officially to be responsible for the formal legal translators. Those are joining the hospitals, because most of the hospitals we met, they said we have only 3, 4, 5 translators, others no. So I want to ask a question: how does well-known hospital, I don't need to mention, as all the attendants know which hospitals are well-known, such a well-known hospital bringing illegal translators that just they don't have even stay visa in India? How do they believe in his translation? I don't blame. At the same time, yes, I blame the patient, because he has no way, he or she has no way to express his problem. But the most side be blamed is the hospitals. How could they work with such titles? I don't want to say any bad words towards the translators, but in case they will be working in an official way. Again, I would like to express my high appreciation and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we move toward our next session on digital quackery, science versus social media and influencers, हम एक ऐसे दौर में हैं जहां स्वास्थ्य संबंधित जानकारी से पहले से ज़्यादा काफ़ी आसान हो गई है, लेकिन इस सुविधा के साथ एक बड़ी चुनौती भी खड़ी हो गई है। ऐसे लोग जो बिना किसी योग्यता के खुद को विशेषज्ञ बताकर गलत जानकारी भी फैला रहे हैं। सोशल मीडिया के दौर में हर जानकारी पर भरोसा करना थोड़ा मुश्किल हो गया है। यही वजह है कि हम सही जानकारी, सही स्रोत और सही विशेषज्ञता के महत्व को और ज़्यादा समझना होगा, क्योंकि स्वास्थ्य के मामले में गलत जानकारी सिर्फ भ्रम नहीं फैलाती है, बल्कि जिंदगियों को खतरे में भी डाल सकती है। Let us share few clips with you to provide a valuable context for our discussion. I request the team to play the video.
पिन जैसा चुका है, देखिए वीडियो बना रहे दोपहर रात आराम हो गया मेरे रात जीवने भजो दीन ने रात जीवने भजो दीन ने रात जीवने भजो दीन ने रात जीवने भजो दीन। अगर आपका पीछे से सिर दर्द कर रहा है तो आपका बीपी बढ़ा हुआ है, केला और पपीता खाइए। अगर आपका आधा सिर दर्द कर रहा है तो ये माइग्रेन है, नींबू और अदरक का रस लीजिए। अगर आपका यहाँ से सिर दुख रहा है तो ये स्ट्रेस।
आज हमने मिल की है हरियाणा की सबसे वायरल साध्वी, जोनों को वह जाड़ा लगवाओ, रिश्ते करवाओ, जाड़ा लगवाओ, नौकरी पाओ, जाड़ा लगवाओ, किसी भी प्रकार का आपके संकट है या भूत प्रेत है वो बिल्कुल ठीक हो जाएंगे। ऐसा ही है क्या? सच
बिल्कुल ऐसा ही है, बिल्कुल ऐसा ही है। जाड़े भूत प्रेत भी कट जाए, बीमार व्यक्ति है वो भी ठीक हो। दवाई लगाने से पहले एक चीज बता रहा हूँ मैं, बार-बार नहीं बताऊंगा, हर बंदा पूछेगा भाई क्या करना क्या नहीं करना।
80% लोगों को रिजल्ट आ चुका है, 35 से 40 लाख लोगों ने दवाई लगवा चुके हैं, सिवाय ऊपर वाले की। हमारा काम में दवाई लगाने का और सिपा देने ऊपर वाले का।
Set up in Sangrur promised to regrow hair in just days. Hundreds gathered after widespread social media promotions.
However, soon after applying the product, attendees experience intense burning in their
सारे एविडेंसेस कहते हैं कि जो लोग ट्रीटमेंट कराते हैं वो डेथ के और करीब पहुंच जाते हैं इन कंपैरिजन टू जो कुछ नहीं कराते हैं।
चलिए मैं इसके कान खोलते हैं, देखिए ये माँ के आशीर्वाद से इसका कान खुल गया, ये देखिए कान खुल गया इसका, ये देखिए पापा, बाबू, भैया,
फेस सब आ जाए जो मैं चला रहा हूँ ना
जो
मुंह सीधा बिल्कुल ढीला।
This is a tiny fraction of what's available on the social media, and it is an emerging public health crisis now. So these videos gave you a glimpse of the level of marketing noise, digital quackery, and the rise of self-proclaimed health gurus which we are witnessing nowadays. Today, we bring together esteemed experts to analyze this phenomena, its impact on public health, and steps we can take to combat this growing menace. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, founder, International Patients Union. I would also like to invite Dr. K.K. Talwar, former Chairman, Medical Council of India, former Head Department of Cardiology, AIMS, New Delhi, and former Director of PGIMR, Chandigarh, to join us on stage. I would also like to invite Professor Dr. Mamta Bhushan Singh, Professor Neurology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. I would like to invite Dr. Raman Kumar, Founder and Chairman Emeritus, Academy of Family Physicians of India. I would also like to extend the invitation to Dr. Vijay Agarwal, President, Consortium of Accredited Healthcare Organizations, and also to Dr. Prateek Sarangi, Vice President for Activities, Medical Students Association of India. I kindly request all the dignitaries to join us on stage. Meanwhile, as they join us on stage, I would request all you to go back to our Slido questions. We have few questions for you, and I would request you all to scan the QR code right now. And I would request the team to put up our first Slido question. The Slido QR are available on your tables. You just have to scan them and will be able to see the questions. So now we move towards our first question, which is, how many have you tried nuskas from Instagrams or Reels? And I would want you to be a little honest about it. So we're waiting for response. Please.
We come to know who that tried.
Yeah, that's anonymous.
So you can just respond.
Okay, we have never. I am going to say that I have tried a few. I'm still going to add that. So, okay, so the never percentage is increasing. Okay, we have yes too. Okay, the connectivity issue could be. But we do see yes, no, and tried a few in our audience. So, I mean, we have to discuss around it definitely. Let's move to our next question, which is, in your view, should social media platforms regulate unverified health content? Yes, strictly with 90%, and no, let people decide at 10%. Let's move to our next question, which is, should influencer be held legally accountable for harmful health content? Okay, so we have answers in the audience now. Yes, definitely. Okay. Okay, so we have no, it's user's choice, and then only if there's a clear damage at 8%. We would now move to our next question. In your views, those influencers who put reels, their advice, have they caused more harm than good? It may work, never tried, no comments, and they cause no harm. So we have a fair percentage of 63% with they cause more harm than good. As we move to our next question, what's more dangerous in digital health? Misinformation from influencer or lack of access to verified medical info? Oh, so we do have like 72%. Okay, I think the percentages are increasing now. I think we're getting towards the 50-50 towards on this question. Okay, so increasing. So I think with this we come towards the end of Slido questions, and I would now request Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta sir to start this session. So please.
Thank you, Arushi. And we have a very interesting panel. These are the people you ultimately have to go to get your problem when it gets aggravated. But if you have Instagram, then certainly you're getting aggravated. Now, my challenge here is, where do I start? But I will see on my right and my left. So on my right, I have a legend. And while we were talking over dinner, I think a week back, a very interesting term is used called the idiot syndrome. Have you heard about idiot syndrome? Not yet. Yeah. So one side is quackery, and I'll tell you why I coined this term digital quackery and I wrote a blog. Earlier, quackery was always physical interactions. You know, one would fill the gap of a doctor by establishing a clinic, becoming a doctor, but now it has become a different level. You saw some of the videos that we showed you. That's a tiny fraction of what's going on. And I'll tell you the problem of why it goes on. See, it is not about these quacks being there. There are multiple things. When you have a health problem, I'll give you my example. My mother was a nuclear scientist. She was in BHU. When she got T4 stage cancer, we were kids studying. Anything available there, we would try. Why? We wanted to save her. No other intent. So someone said, here is a doctor who is in Varanasi here, and he gives you a white powder, cancer gets cured. Tell me, why would I not take a chance? Because there's not much investment. I mean, it used to that time cost 600 rupees and give me a powder. It didn't work probably. But there's a other side of angle also. Like how much people, what extent they would go to save someone's life. So more the critical a problem, more likely you will end up falling into the hands of wrong people as well. So I think the right people's availability also is important. But there is a very important element of net which is there. And that's why I think idiot syndrome that Dr. Talwar talked about is something I would want to start with first.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much, Gupta sir. I think this term that I used with you, I think I'm lucky to get a chance to come here today. You see, this is a term which is not a very, but what does it really mean? As a medical practitioner, I think I saw clips of the quackeries, but the other side of the quackery, which is happening with the educated people now. I mean, this syndrome we often say is because idiot is internet derived information obstructs treatment. So this is what I mean, but it is only to emphasize that how this internet information that patients come across today and gain, sometimes very difficult for us as a physician to tell them that, no, I mean, there's so much knowledge is available, and that also is very good. It's enormous. You can sort of anything you click, even now AI, you have chat GPT. I think one of my colleagues said, I wanted to put 10 questions for a examination. So I asked chat GPT, give me 10 questions. But I mean, that's what we are. But this is in medicine has an issue. Because when you draw so much information from that, इनवेरिएबली क्या होता है कि आपको ये सिम्टम है, आपको लगता है कि मेरे को ये डिजीज है, यू गो थ्रू दैट, यू से कि ये भी है, you tend to self-diagnose, we are a problem, and then you get into difficulty. And sometimes then the patient come with this kind of information and the symptoms to convince them कि यार ये कुछ नहीं है. It's not easy, sometimes very, very difficult. And some of the patients, mostly people are educated, and some even go through investigations. And so if you don't find a right doctor, I think probably you will go through all kind of investigation, particularly in a corporate sector. If you go and land up, they will do all your tests. So whatever money you have, but I mean that this is one area people must realize that when you read, please confirm with the right physician, is it true or not? Otherwise, unnecessarily, some of the things you will try to correlate with your, I remember when I was a medical student, तो जब पढ़ के आते थे क्लास से ये है, तो कमरे में आके लगता था यार मेरे को भी ये हो रहा है. So then I think gradually come to know what is it. So I think this is one area which I will suggest to people that, okay, it's good to gain knowledge, but not unnecessarily get sort of a box. You must try to confirm these facts, and rather, I will say you avoid it because that confuses you. It's not very easy. You tend to read so much things. And the other aspect is sometimes you are given a medication and then you go back at home and put to go onto the internet, Google, and say, "Oh, इसके तो इतने side effect हैं." You don't try to avoid taking meds without realizing कि अगर आप नहीं लोगे, you can get into more problem. Like hypertensive patients, I mean, अब हर एक ड्रग कोई भी आप लिख लो इंटरनेट में, आप जाओगे आप खाओगे नहीं दवाई, वो कुछ लिख देगा इतना, ये कुछ है, ये कुछ है. But the person who is prescribing, he is aware of it, that how often this medicine, what are the kind of side effects. He may little suggest you कि अगर ऐसा होता है तो we might have to change the medication. So to confirm with your doctor, and this is one I think we face quite a bit in our practice today, and it becomes very difficult to convince people. The doctor Google, I think, which is also very difficult to tell people, यार छोड़ दो इसको ऐसे. अच्छा, अपने देश में थोड़ा एक और इशू है. When you read through this and you self say कि ये हो सकता है, यहाँ दवाई लेना कोई मुश्किल नहीं है. Anywhere outside you have to have a prescription. Here you can walk to the shop and you can ask self-medication, self-diagnosis, self-testing. I think you unnecessarily get confused, get stressed, and sometimes people may get depressed. So these are the issue. I think that is what in medicine we are facing. And this term looks okay. And it may also lead to like a hypochondria. It is very difficult then to convince यार कुछ नहीं है तेरे को. उसको कई बार ये कन्विंस करने के लिए टेस्ट करने पड़ते हैं कि यार आपको ऑब्जेक्टिवली भी दिखा देते हैं कुछ नहीं है, अदरवाइज तो आप सोचेंगे दैट एंड यू गो टू अनदर डॉक्टर, वो कुछ और कह देगा. दैट्स अनदर काइंड ऑफ इशू. एक सोशल मीडिया की और है इशू सर, दैट इज इंफोडेमिक. वो इतने इंफॉर्मेशन डालते हैं. आज वो कोविड में क्या हुआ, देखिए जितना कोविड में व्हाट्सएप पे कुछ चल रहा था, मेरा ख्याल है इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू टेल पीपल ये गलत है, ये मेडिसिन खा लो, वो खा लो. अभी हम तो क्वेकरी की बात कर रहे हैं, बट उसमें इतनी क्वेकरी चली है. आई मीन आई डोंट वांट टू नेट पीपल हु क्लेम सो मच कि ये करोगे, यू टेक दिस मेडिसिन, यू विल सॉर्ट ऑफ. So these are the like in cardiology we face sometime this issue. People sort of tell people, no, you do this treatment, we can bypass the bypass surgery. I mean, that's one way. I mean, it's very convincing to tell somebody, yeah, we can bypass your bypass. Okay, ये और क्या चाहिए, कुछ दे दो जो भी है. So I think it's very difficult. These are the kind of things people have to be made aware of. These kind of the social things which come, and I think they can confuse people and unnecessarily create trouble for people. So I think it's very important whenever you sort of go through the internet. Is right. I think it's very natural also. Suppose आपको किसी ने कुछ कह दिया है, घर में कोई है, you like to go, वो सामने आपके available है, but to analyze it is not easy. Only a trained person can analyze it. So I will suggest that I think kindly do go through it, but don't unnecessarily get convinced what is written. You must clarify with a good doctor that sort of what is the right thing or not. The other thing that we are facing today is the wearable devices. एक ने वॉच पहनी हुई है और वो कुछ कभी इतना हार्ट रेट हो गया, इतना हार्ट रेट हो गया. So something to tell the person, यार इसको निकाल दो. Because body is we are never in like a stable. I mean, what are you thinking? What are you doing? The pulse may go up and down. And sometimes they get so confused, it becomes very, very difficult to tell people, yaar, isme kuch nahi. And then I said, unnecessarily, sometimes we have to do tests to just make him confident. So these are some of the modern quackery issues.
Thank you so
that
much.
I think
Very insightful.
Very
insightful, and I think they need action. And now I'll come to Dr. Mamta, who I highly regarded. Every time there is a weekend, she is in some remote part of the country dealing with patients, trying to address that huge need gap of the genuine doctors. And I have seen when she tells about what she has come through. So Dr. Mamta, what has been your moment of truth? How people get fleeced in rural India, and what's your suggestion for that?
So should I use a mic or mic? Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Thank you. It's very nice to be here and to see that we are talking about patients, you know. So it's rather infrequent, rare, but still, it's a good beginning. So I agree with all that Professor Talwar was mentioning, and all of us know that this is rampant. People being guided by social media and all kinds of the practices we saw a short while ago on those video clips. And I work at the All India Institute, but also, you know, I do a lot of outreach work, which is in very underserved states of Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, etc. And I get to see all that's happening, you know, in our country. So I think our very basic problem in this regard is that we have a very low health literacy. We've never paid much attention to very basic health information. I wish that, I'm not sure we are working on the education policy, but that's in an entirely different direction that we are taking it. What probably is very urgently required is that everyone have at least some basic sense of health and disease. I'm not saying that everyone needs to be made a doctor when they are in school, but you know, like knowing we are like going to have or already have epidemic proportions of non-communicable diseases, hypertension, diabetes, but very unaware of, you know, very simple practices that that can keep these diseases away. So a little health literacy efforts may go a long way in ensuring that when people encounter such misleading information on internet, they are not as gullible and as ready to pounce on every remedy that is being offered. So that is a very basic thing, and to address it, of course, would be mean that we introduce some forms of health education. You know, at every level, people know what has to be done, what can very easily be done by just changing lifestyles, and we can avoid so many diseases rather than waiting for it to happen and then try to get treated. I also identify, it may kind of not seem very good to people, but I think hyper religiosity in our communities. So anything sold in the by a Babaji or from a mandir or a dargah or a place of worship or somebody clad in saffron robes is considered kosher. It's very rarely, you know, challenged, or it's just we are so kind of steeped in religion that it, and religion generally stumps or trumps science. So people are very willing to believe something that a sadhuji or somebody is peddling, and more often than not, these are all just scams, and many very often even do you know, forget about getting benefit, they do damage or harm. We have enough patients coming with renal failure because of some vibhuti that somebody has consumed. So please be very careful. Now again, this, you know, goes back to being health illiterate, that why are you so gullible and vulnerable to such kind of approaches? uh, I would also hold myself and my community responsible to some extent. We hide behind the great or the large patient numbers that we have, and so we spend very little time because that's all we think we have. We do struggle to kind of run very busy clinics, so we do not communicate with patients, and that communication gap leads the patient to other avenues, very often to readily available online resources, and that's where they will generally find things which may be you know, dangerous, even dangerous. And of course, there is no fear of any consequence. So anyone posting anything or anywhere is, you know, I don't think they have even a worry at the back of their mind that, you know, if somebody does badly or somebody fares whatever disease condition doesn't do well, I will have anyone coming after me. There's no such fear. There is, I don't know if there is a law, but I don't know how it works. So that probably no fear of any kind of a reprimand or any kind of a consequence of what you are posting and what you are doing. playing with people's health makes it a very good ambient and environment for players of this kind to meddle with people's health.
Thank you so much. Very important points. One is the lack of communication. Other side is over communication by unqualified people. That's also, one of the things that I've seen in rural areas, that those who are not qualified are so polite, so, I would say affable, that people confuse them with real bona fide things. Now, the point of Dr. Talwar, as you saying, that people should actually go to qualified doctors. And I think one of the initiatives of the government is also have a list of registered doctors with them. So coming to an important aspect and something that I think all of us believe, the role of family physicians, in this, and something that over time has been kind of fading from the healthcare system. And we are lucky to have Dr. Raman Kumar, who's the Chair Emeritus of the Family Physician Association of India. And recently, 2 days back, we were together at the Wonka South Asia Conference. Dr. Raman, what is the role of family physician in addressing this public health menace?
Can I speak over? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, sir, Patient Union, for this opportunity, family physicians to be heard. Can we talk hard? So this reflects a deeper systemic issue. So I've been in public health advocacy for past 10 years or so. I'm Chairman Emeritus of Academy of Family Physicians of India. I've been through various forums, tables, public health. To my understanding, the Indian health system has 3 pillars, and these are organized not by default. These are by design. One is quackery, is an established pillar. It is by design. It is not by default. Second is super specialty care, which is the high-end tertiary care. So quacks, super specialists, and fragmented public health system, which means selective primary care, where you spend on vertical disease programs. So this is the structure of the Indian public health system, which is largely organized, and all 3 domains benefit from each other and support each other. So it is not that the quacks are because there is something, which we do not want. We want them because the tertiary care system thrives on quacks. And this is the reason why we do not have as you were mentioning, the family physicians are fading away. They are fading away not by default, but by a design, because we do not want family physicians to be an intermediary between the hospital system and the society. And then when we say whom to trust, and as a society from the patient's perspective, why patients trust quacks and why patients do not trust good doctors or qualified doctors, we have to ask these questions. Why are patients trusting people who are unqualified giving wrongful, unlawful activities, and why they are not also trusting the doctors sitting in the high-end hospitals? And this is also a big problem, the doctors within the physician community, that the patient-doctor relationship is deteriorating. Why so? Because we do not have family physicians who do not. So all the health system is totally disconnected from the society and community. We have to understand the society also, what kind of society we have, their belief system. Somebody is vegetarian, somebody is non-vegetarian. Among vegetarians, there are a variety of people. Among non-vegetarians, there are a variety of people. They will have their food choices. They will have their social, cultural, religious belief system. And how you can negate all of them? And why our health system is not trusted? Why a person is as afraid to go to a police station as he is afraid to go to a hospital, even an educated person. So we have to think and also dissect these things when we talk about quackery, including the digital quackery that we have. Digital quackery only amplifies what already is existing in the society. So unless we have, when we are saying that India should become a developed country by 2047, 100 years of India's independence, we also need to talk about very high quality international level primary care. And unless that is there, people will continue to go to quacks for their primary care needs. How can we blame them if they do not have family physician or a trusted physician or something which is to be trusted in the society available? And not everything can be treated by a cardiologist. जिसको अगर दुख है, बीमारी होती है, दुख होता है, जो दुखी लोग होते हैं वो बाबा और मंदिर में जाते हैं. दुख को कोई डॉक्टर दूर नहीं कर सकता है। जो दुखी मन है उसका इलाज केवल डॉक्टर के ऊपर वाली चीजें कर सकते हैं। तो दुख का इलाज करना बहुत मुश्किल है, समझना भी मुश्किल है, किताबों में नहीं पढ़ाया जाता है। फैमिली फिजिशियन हम लोग देखते रहते थोड़ा बहुत, तो आइडिया है, ज्यादा हमें भी नहीं आता है। और ये दुख को कम करने के लिए लोग क्वैक्स के पास जाते हैं, उनको बीमारी नहीं होती है। 90% दे आर नॉट इल ऑल्सो, दे आर दुखी। तो दुखी लोगों का इलाज क्वैक्स के पास होता है, वो लोग करते हैं। मेडिकल इलाज में ये एक, जैसे मैंने बताया, सिस्टेमिक है, इसको हमें ठीक करना चाहिए। फैमिली मेडिसिन इज द प्रायोरिटी ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, फैमिली फिजिशियंस आर प्रायोरिटी ऑफ गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया। ऑल आवर पॉलिसी डॉक्यूमेंट्स 2002, 17, National Medical Commission Act have focused on developing robust cadre of family physicians, primary care physicians, but in implementation there is lobbying, counter lobbying, where it is not being implemented yet. But as Prime Minister during his inaugural speech for Ayushman Bharat, he said that health and wellness center will work as family doctors for the society. Why is talking about family doctors? So when Prime Minister says that we want to develop $5 trillion dollar economy or developed country by 2047, he is also simultaneously talking about having family physician at the core of the health system, as the backbone of the health system. Ayushman Bharat program will fail if we do not have gatekeeping. If we have a referral mechanism only, where we only treat hospitalizations in the health systems, and we do not reimburse the outpatient coverage or family physician service in the community or strengthen them in the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Raman, and very valid points. And it's always good to do the hard talk, because I think that is what is needed to bring changes. We also have the luxury of having Pratik, who is from the Medical Student Association of India, the future of healthcare. So Pratik, how do you see this challenge when Dr. Raman says this, and what are your views, when you come into practice and start being the leaders that are sitting here, what changes you would like to drive as MSAI?
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries. Thank you so much, sir, for the question and for the opportunity to come here and talk about this very important topic, that is digital quackery. The theme of the conference is serving patients in digital age. And one of the biggest problem or the significant concern that we have with the advent of the digital age is digital quackery. Some may say it as medical woo, some say it as Google Babas, as some of the sirs have said it over here. And with the influencers often disseminating unverified and potential harmful content, it is one of a very important concern that needs to be talked about right now. We all know that India is a country where every household has a doctor or a medicine expert. You have any problem and they would be the first person giving you any advice related to what should be taken, where to go, which doctor to even consult. And with the advent of many social media platforms, we see there is a rise in much of these unverified information going to the public and affecting the masses. And it also affects their healthcare seeking attitude. We have a lot of problems and a lot of examples, as we have shown. We talked about COVID, and we would have seen that there was a time when a medicine called azithromycin was very popular at the very first wave, and people were rushing to chemist shops and they were running to get azithromycin, thinking that this particular medicine will help them in not even having COVID. But we saw that it's just one of the very false news or fake news, as we say, that was spread during the COVID-19. We have studies also by Kingston University that said that most of these fake news, around 60% of them, are related to healthcare topics. And there can be various factors. There are various causes that were discussed by the dignitaries over here, which I personally believe one of them being the latent period that we have. The patients, they have a latent period in healthcare seeking attitude. Like they wait till the last moment, till the time things don't go out of the hands, and then they consult the doctors. And before that, they try to seek their comfort through all these quacks that are present. It also shows that there is kind of a lack of confidence towards the healthcare system. Maybe it could be because of not able to have a proper communication while the patient is there in the healthcare setting, and maybe their questions and their concerns are not being addressed in a proper manner, and that leads to again them to these healthcare quacks. Another important example can be the lack of awareness. That we say that there is access to information because of Google, now ChatGPT and AI models and all of that, but there is still a lack of access to the right information, which is right, what is there, which is like there, and which is very concerning to the people. That is there is a lack for those kind of information, and people often fall prey of these informations, which they found it very easy to implement, and then they go for that. There is a very beautiful Netflix series called The Apple Cider Vinegar, and there it portrays a true story of an Australian health influencer called Bella Gibson, who falsely claimed to have cured her brain cancer with alternative medicine. And then she forms a community around and teaching people like all the steps that she took, and that she used to monetize it, and she used to take money that through her regimen, it will help them cure cancer. So there are a lot of such examples that are there, and we need to have some stronger policies. We need to have stronger steps to prevent such things. As a medical student and also as a future healthcare practitioner, I believe that there is a need to enhance digital literacy. We have a lot of information coming. We talked about clinical trials. We talked about researches and systemic reviews. There was a study that showed that more than 100 clinical trials, systemic reviews, and meta-analysis get published every day. What to understand, what to take out of them, and which to practice is always a challenge. And that's where comes the evidence-based medicine and having the concept of critical appraisal. There is also active online presence that just need to be there. We see all these influencers, they have a very good hold on the public and how they prepare the content. And through them, like they are able to attract those things, or they are able to influence people who might be needing that particular, maybe a keyword or something like that. And through that, they are able to influence it. We had a very beautiful app during the COVID-19 called Advocacy, through which we were able to identify that there were like where are the COVID cases, where to find the vaccine and all that. We need to have such apps which are again popular among the masses. I hardly believe that any one of us will be having Advocacy app right now in our phone, or any such apps that is there by the government, which do provide proper information. But because it's not digitally appealing to us, we don't have that thought to even have it in our phones. So that is one of the important factor. And then again, to promote transparency. A lot of these influencers, they do kind of to monetize thing, like they are maybe sponsored by some of the companies to promote their promote their products. So there needs to be proper transparency that needs to be there to identify that whether what they're saying is completely trustable or not. And also we need to have regulatory bodies who regulate the kind of information that is being spread through those social media platforms. And another important factor is counseling. The patients finally come to the doctors, and I understand that India is a very big country, and we do have a problem catering to all the patients at heart. I come from an institute like Sub-Division Hospital, where there is a lot of many patients that come, and I can clearly see that there is a lack of counseling that is there. So if we understand this important concept of counseling and having a proper and beautiful doctor-patient relationship, I hope that we will be able to counter this problem. As I said, as Sir asked about medical students, I'd just like to show that we at the Medical Student Association of India have always tried to serve the population through our efficient network of over 22,000 medical students across India. And there we organize, we bring people, the medical students who are motivated and dedicated, and they lead a lot of these student-led initiatives and the capacity building sessions and advocacy programs and campaigns where they talk about important topics like communicable, non-communicable diseases, universal health coverage, sustainable development goals, human rights and protection, sexual and reproductive health, etc. And I believe that through that aspect, we are reaching the fact that we are able to reach to the grassroots and bring a change over there. And as it's a motto of the organization and something that's very close to us, making a difference together, I believe that all of us being present here, we can make a difference through this action, and including patients into it and having them as an important stakeholder. It's a very first step that we can bring up to have a proper and a healthcare system that is like not falling prey of these digital quirks. Thank you.
Thanks, Pratik. Thanks for joining and sharing your views. Your generation of doctors can't blame us that we didn't tell you once. So we have told you in advance that this is the challenge. There's a trust deficit. You also are seized of the problem. So we hope that all that we have done to our best of abilities, now that you are in a digital age, digital doctors, you'll be able to solve this to a large extent. But now coming to the discussions that have happened, I have a very interesting panelist, Dr. Vijay Agarwal, pediatrician by training and president of CAHO. And our relationship is very unique. We are panel friends. We always meet on a panel. We have not been able to meet outside the panel. And that's a jinx thing, Dr. Vijay, sorry, but we will hope to meet sometime. Now, we have talked about a systemic design where quackery is, feeding into a hospital. There are always two sides of the story. You run CAHO, which is consortium of accredited hospitals, What's your take on that? That's point one. And what can CAHO-like organization, which is very influential in India, do to address this information gap or lack of information, which is being talked about? One is disinformation or misinformation. One is lack of right information. So what can organizations like CAHO do?
Thank you, Rajendra Pratap Gupta ji, first of all, for choosing this very interesting topic itself. It's the first time, I think, at least, we are talking about something which is on the so-called digital quackery. Now, first of all, I would like to say that let's try to dissociate the two words. Digital word is now a reality which people from maybe our era, I am one of the pre-independence era specimens, so one of the very few ones I'm sure here. I can say that probably a lot of us are having problem in accepting the digital word. And this digital word is kind of coming up at a pace and space which is absolutely mind-boggling. And the way it is coming there, we must understand that digital word and digital treatments are going to play a role. Quackery, whether it is physical or digital, has to be condemned. And we have to see whether I am not able to even contain quackery on the physical front. And we have to say, how can I contain quackery on the digital front? So that's a very, very interesting kind of a thing. The issue which is coming in sometimes by I would say correlation, that whether somebody being unqualified is good enough to give a good advice or not. So whether it is leading or misleading. Now in today's date, we are looking at things sometimes from the modern system of medicine perspective, and from the point of view of sitting in these, I would say, metro cities, we are not even aware about the kind of the treatments or kind of infrastructure, what kind of help somebody available there. And there are a lot of people, I mean, in fact, just in the prior this thing, I met one Mr. Bansal, whose son is suffering from autism. And I can tell you that the kind of treatment, etc., the limitation of the modern system of medicine to provide any kind of a help. So here he has been struggling for 9 years, and I'm sure that he will be putting up his experience in the digital world, in the social media, he will say, and there will be a lot of children who are suffering from the same kind of problems. They will try to turn around and see whether we can get any help. So what I'm trying to say is that I would say digital media has opened gates for a lot of unqualified people to give, I would say, very valuable advice. The thing is to make a difference between a valuable advice and a useless or a dangerous advice. I'll give you another example. Just 3-4 days back, something I was reading, a lot of it coming on that paneer that we are consuming is dangerous. I mean, it says that paneer taken from a place A, B, C, everywhere it was dangerous. But then there was one guy, he has taken the pains, right again in the social media, to go and collect samples from all kinds of paneers and analyze that which ones are good. And he is the one who tried to even say that FSSI has in fact allowed even a certain kind of a substandard paneer to be legally sold in the country. So he has made a difference between the absolutely right paneer into this so-called allowed paneer. They called it some anonymized or something, some other name for this paneer. And then there is a dangerous paneer, analog paneer, which is allowed by the FSSI. And then there is a dangerous paneer. And he has gone and very beautiful. This guy is, I think, Mr. Mohak, who has done a phenomenal job of analyzing. The issue is this: we need more such people. And I think what is needed is that, again, our alternate system of medicine has been traditionally, I would say, compromised during the colonial rule. And there is a huge scope of at least treating, I would say, lifestyle diseases and many things, especially in the through the alternative system of medicine. And a lot of these things, whether I can eat this kind of a pan ka patta or amrut ka patta and all that, and I'll be better. The issue is that somebody needs to, I am waiting for someone to come and say, boss, that this is making sense or this is not making sense. I mean, ages back, Digitalis, digoxin was actually came out of the foxglove from a herb. So I think we need watchdogs. We need definitely watchdogs for this phenomenon. But I can tell you, digital, especially AI, is going to come in a way which will help both the patients and the doctors to prescribe right kind of medicines. I mean, this is a topic, sir, we can go on, but it's a very, very interesting topic.
Thank you so much. Now I think we should get the audience to put their on this important topic. Please, if you get the mic across to.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And this has been a wonderful session and a unique one. First time I am coming across this topic being covered by a body in India. I have attended one such session on digital quackery, but that was conducted by a president of a hospital in Canada. So digital quackery will exist the way it has been. In my opinion, it is very difficult to control the dissemination of this kind of information. These influencers, they will be peddling some stories. Sometimes they themselves very genuinely believe in what they are telling people over social media. You have to understand that. These noises aside, what damage it is doing, in my opinion, we should be looking at the issue of proper communication of science or health related information. And whose job is that? Whether it is a job of the journals, whether it is the job of the medical societies in the country, whether it is the job of the health regulatory bodies or the health ministry itself, that's a big question. For example, I was looking at the presence of learned medical societies of India on social media. I identified 15 medical societies of India that have probably a base of more than 100,000 members, probably more than that. And I realized that majority of these medical societies are inactive on social media. They hardly have any presence. They do very little postings. They do not talk about their outreach programs, and majority, if they have this job of communicating with the patients, they have the access via the media, which is free of cost. All they need to do is hire some people. But so to blame the influencers and to kind of impose some restrictions on the freedom to express themselves on social media, I think is not going to yield any results. And we should be looking at avenues or pathways how legitimate, trustable, credible information can be disseminated to the public. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm an MSc nursing student from IBAS. I'm doing MSc in psychiatry. Actually, pre-lunch also had some question to be asked, and from my perspective, I wanted to share something. What we have already spoken about the morning, and somebody told that he got two children with a thalassemia, because when first he had first child and the second he was not told about regarding that they are having thalassemia child, it is genetically spread. So they had even the second child, and they are having lots of burdens financially and psychologically also, and obviously physically also they are suffering. So I think at the grassroots level we are having ASHA workers and multiple health workers. We can give them even more training and education regarding even these issues, like genetically spread diseases. I think it will be a bit more helpful. And what about this, what we are speaking about the quackery, we have to, I think we have to keep a watchdog about on them, and to see to avoid and punish them legally, not to practice all these illegal things. And we can even train them to give a good suggestions to the people who believe them and come, because they are people in the community who are illiterate people mostly will be going to visit them. So we can even train them not to do all those things and give good suggestions and advise them to direct people towards the hospital or the healthcare professional sites. And one more thing, I wanted to, in my perspective, I thought that even the people who are working at the hospital side also, I think if they are continuously working at the hospital side, sometimes once in a month or twice in a month, at least they also can be taught to just go into the community and spread the news by giving health education and influencing them. This much I want to say. Thank you.
Very much. Thank you. Anyone else? So we will have. Yeah, please. Yeah, please.
I can speak like this. I have a question to Dr. Thakur. Sorry, Dr. Sarwar. I'm sorry, sir. Okay. So this is very insightful session. Thank you so much. And sir, you mentioned that the patients go to the doctor and then maybe they go back to the Google Baba and search, and they get confused what should be done. At the same time, there have also been incidences where people go to the doctors and then they want to take second opinion, go to the other doctor, and there are completely different diagnoses. So that's kind of a very checkmate situation. So what should be done in situations like these?
See, what you have sort of mentioned, it's another issue in medicine, right? The doctors are also different kinds. How to get the right doctor is the most important. Especially you have been given a diagnosis by somebody, you go to somebody else, he says different. And second opinion is becoming a novelty. Everybody, because of these issues, likes to say, let me take a second opinion. And I'll say here that when these corporate hospitals started, I will say in 90s, so the aims were getting into kind of a thing, no, they have such a infrastructure, they're good environment and all that. So suddenly then people realize that are they getting the right information there? And that's why aims or PGI like institution, people start coming back for a right opinion. Now, this is an issue which probably is difficult to say, but I'll say that when you have these kind of issues, try to find the right doctor. Everybody doctor will say, I'm right, I'm not wrong. But I'm trying to say this is the issue which is coming, and I think second opinion taking is not a wrong thing. Today, people are taking, and we should also be prepared for, as professionals, we feel, if somebody says, okay, you can have another opinion. But the question is, there is the element of confusion between. Sometimes it's very difficult to brainwash the patient that information that he is carrying. It's very painful because the person is suffering because of some inadequate information which has been conveyed to him. So these are an issue which is very difficult. I can sort of answer you, but I think this is you try to get. But then I think people come to know once they find a right person, they repeatedly go to him. So, but these are issues which are today is difficult to sort of say. I know really I don't have the answer to your question, but we see it commonly. But at the same time, taking second opinion or another opinion is becoming, and people are often going, and I think they're right. So, medicine is going through different phases. And of course, I think probably this has been affected by the corporate culture. The institutions are still very, I mean, if you go to, I think some of us who have been working in these institutions, I mean, often people feel, but then there's another thing is happening. It's networking in medicine. I'm sorry to say, this is another issue. I mean, you refer to a patient to somebody and then you paid for it. I said, what is this? What is this reference commission which is happening? I mean, doctor is here, he is heading different organizations. What are we, I mean, how we say that why we are losing a patient-doctor relation concept that I think somebody mentioned. That's what is very vital. And all these things are an issue. And I think which as a community, I think we need to sometime when I got a chance to speak before the IMAs and I've shared my thoughts.
Dr. Talwar, can I just say that, for example, the issue that she has raised, for which actually speaking, there is no answer in the sense that, you know, you go from one to the other and who is right, who is not right, and so on and so forth. The issue is that we are not discussing that here, that harm which can happen to a patient during proper care in the hospitals. Let's say you go take your mother, that she to be operated on the left side of the brain, and she gets operated on the right side of the brain. And you think this can happen only in a tier 2 town of my country? You know to whom this happened? It happened to the mother of Sri Devi, our film actress, in the best hospital of the world, Sloan Kettering, by the chief of neurosurgery, because he had carried the wrong X-ray in the operating room, right? And if you think that this is anecdotal that I am saying, please understand that today 250,000 Americans are dying because of the preventable medical errors. So anyway, we are probably trying to take away the topic of digital quackery to the issue of patient safety, where the patients themselves need to get involved if you want to keep yourself safe. That is the fact of life. And that's what we are now talking about, that digital world is coming to your aid, let me tell you, and is coming to the aid of doctors as well as to the patients. It is going to be helpful. Just wait, we are in a period of transition, and patients, which is today, this is your topic of the patients union, you need to feel empowered. You need to feel empowered in yourself for asking second opinion, asking for third opinion. The issue is this, that you need to become the partner in your own care. That is very important.
And you know, what is also important is that doctor opinion is fine. Digital opinion, you have to be careful about. So I think the challenge is not the first, second, or third opinion, is the digital opinion versus doctor opinion. I think in the interest of time, we will just take your comment and then, you know, we will wrap this session. Yeah. Can someone pass on the mic, please? Yeah.
I think I can speak it loud. The word used was unqualified content. Who decides it? What is the authority? That's important. For one person, that would be what Dr. Talwar said. That would be one idea. There was another idea. But here we are talking about digital health quackery, medical quackery, not your fishing in other quackeries.
Those are the other things. Fine. So digital health quackery, one claims this way. I'm going to talk, we talked about unqualified people. That's what the usually word means. But usually then another thing comes up. Qualified medical people practicing quackery, which they are not supposed to do. They're doing that. Who decides on that? That's a bigger issue. I'll tell you, I had been practicing digital health after the COVID, all over the country, from nearby countries also. I had been giving advice on that. To my horror, I won't name anyone, but medical people, qualified medical people, are on video conferencing diagnosing a person having rigidity, which you cannot diagnose unless you touch the patient. Rigidity is something that, and people are claiming on webinars, and other things. This is also digital medical quackery. So what is the way? How we have to do it? And what Dr. Talwar said also, and what she also asked, we ought to have a categorization of the medical professionals as the legal profession has. Juniors, juniors or seniors. They have a particular way of doing it. In our medical profession, somebody passes out and comes out in the practice, joins a corporate hospital, becomes a senior consultant straight away. And the patient are taken for a ride because of that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Can you just profession remains profession. No, this kind of issues, not come up. We have, this thing has kind of merged,
blurring lines,
business, and that is the reason why most of the issues are coming up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just,
so
sorry,
much.
I think we'll have to stop. We have to stop because we are over time. We have to run sessions on time.
Yes, I just wanted to share that we can continue this conversation in the break time. Meanwhile, I would also request, thank you for the esteemed panelists for being the part of this important discussion. From this discussion, it is clear that addressing the digital quackery requires a collaborative effort from the medical professionals, policymakers, and the public. And I would also request you to share your feedback on the Slido where we have put the questions. And yes, so we have the first question, that is, after this session, how much will you trust the social media post? So now I am going to change my vote from tried a few to no. So a quick response would be handy. Okay, now we are moving toward ignoring it and avoiding it. And I would also encourage you to download the Patients Union app, where we are currently offering a 50 rupee Amazon voucher, and we are also running a lucky draw. I request all our esteemed panelists to now proceed towards a group picture. Thank you. Thank you so much, panelists. I now hand over the next session to Ms. Sabhya.
Hello, everyone. We're now gearing up for a crucial conversation on the frontal role of nurses, community pharmacists, and allied health professionals in lowering the disease burden. As our healthcare system faces rising costs and limited access, empowering these frontline workers can transform community health and strengthen prevention efforts. Here's a short video that captures the power of frontline healthcare workers in action during the recent Myanmar earthquake on 28 March 2025. Even as their own lives were at risk, they continued saving newborns, an incredible testament to their dedication, courage, and compassion. I would request the collective. This session will explore how expanding their roles can ease pressure on doctors and improve access, affordability, and health outcomes. We are privileged to have a distinguished panel of experts with us today who will guide this discussion forward. Professor Dr. Uma Kumar, founder, head, Department of Rheumatology, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, President, Indian Nursing Council, ex-nursing advisor to the Government of India. Mr. Ram Pravesh Kumar, Executive Council member and Chairperson, Private Practice Committee, Indian Speech and Hearing Association, ISHA. Mr. Kamal Mehrotra, mentor and head of the advisory panel at the Retailers and Distributors Chemist Association, an affiliate of AIOCD, All India Organization of Chemists and Druggists. Joining us online are Ms. Sheetal Samson CP, Principal, Fernandez School of Nursing, Head, National Midwifery Training Institute, Fernandez Foundation, Hyderabad, and Mrs. Sumani Ajay, Head of Nursing Services, Fernandez Foundation, Hyderabad. Mr. Atul Ahire, the President of the Maharashtra State Pharmacy Council, was scheduled to join us today, but unfortunately he couldn't make it due to unavoidable circumstances. To begin with, please answer the Slido question on your phone by scanning the QR. So the question says, do you feel nurses, pharmacists, and allied health professionals are given enough recognition for their role in reducing the disease burden? I see a room full of people. Why are the responses not increasing? There are only 3 people who've answered till now. I guess we'll have to talk to the IIC committee then. So I guess it is a unanimous answer from all of us that yes, nurses, allied health professionals, and pharmacists deserve a much better recognition today. So I would start by inviting Professor Dr. Uma Kumar, a pioneering rheumatologist who established India's first Department of Rheumatology at AIIMS. She has led groundbreaking work in the areas of autoimmunity and air pollution. In addition to her academic and clinical excellence, she was awarded the National Science and Tech Communication Award and generously donated her prize money to the PM Cares Fund to support the government's fight against COVID-19. We look forward to hearing from you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I feel privileged to be here with such a dedicated, distinguished panel and professionals and colleagues. And I would like to thank Dr. Gupta for giving me this opportunity to view my thoughts on the subject. The first question which was there, whether we value the help or the support or the care provided by nursing and other allied medical professional? The answer is very much yes, all of us know. But the issue comes here, as Professor Talwar was also talking about, I think, said actors are appreciated more than the background dancers and other people, but and the costume designers or the other associated in the making of the drama of the film. So here also doctors get the recognition, but other people who are working in the background, their services are acknowledged, but they don't get that limelight. I completely agree with you. But we medical professionals don't work for being in the limelight. We are happy when we see our patients recovering and doing well. So here the issue is that in a country with so much of population, and in the era where these non-communicable diseases are especially increasing by leaps and bounds, like diabetes, hypertension, stroke, osteoarthritis, and many others, Even mental illnesses, I'd like to include in that group. Also, our population is aging. And if you look at the doctor-patient ratio, is very poor. It's not even met in the best of the developed countries, but we are doing fairly okay. A lot to be done in that field. So can we actually depend on only doctors? I would say no. Somewhere we have to bring people like nursing, occupational therapists, physiotherapists, and the other people like pharmacists into the mainstream. Because as was rightly pointed out in the previous session, that doctors are concentrated more in metros and big cities. One would not find a doctor in the village or the small places, right? So, and what is the first line of contact there? That we were talking about quackery, be it digital or physical or whatever way. Why is that happening? Because anyone who falls sick, that person or the family member or the friends, they want that person to get well soon. And they are not worried about who is MBBS, MD, DM, or PhD, or nurse or whatever. They will go by hearsay that there is a person who helps, who can actually give you something which can cure your disease. So we cannot completely blame the social media or the other strategies which are available for whatever is happening in the societies. We ourselves will have to take that initiative. And I'm very happy today is World Health Day. And this is what could be have been the better day to start and think about this initiative, where one is actually, and the theme of this year is beginning. It means beginning early and then having hopeful future, right? So that only means that people where preventive care is more important. And focus of this year's theme is maternal and newborn child care. But we need to translate that to other spheres of life as well. So take the example of diabetes. Why a diabetic goes to the doctor, gets the blood sugar checked, goes to the doctor, tells that my sugar is 120 or 320 or gives some value. What endocrinologist does, with right, continue same treatment, CST, or increases the drug a bit, or just modifies the diet. Can't a nurse do that? Easily can do that. There is a concept of nurse physician in US, where actually they are able to deal with even certain emergency situations. They are trained. So I think this is the right time where we need to engage these people in the mainstream. But with that comes the problem. In India, those issues exist. If you give some person a responsibility, then there's a line which is very blurred. The person can start practicing the way physician does. So we can actually have a very structured kind of program in India where these people can be taken into the mainstream. So that's what my views are. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I now request Dr. T. Dilip Kumar, the first Indian nursing professional to serve on the WHO's Global Advisory Group, having over 4 decades of dedicated service to the profession. Sir, what is your opinion on whether nurses can take on more proactive roles in addressing and reducing the growing disease burden? Over to you, sir.
Distinguished delegates who are attending very important and a very important day of World Health Day. This is the day which I think we have to ensure that all the healthcare delivery system professionals are given recognition. I think the first question I saw that whether all these people are getting the recognition. In one way, yes, one way, no, in my answer, because since at least the government is recognizing them. For example, the I think 30% of the healthcare delivery system provided by the public and 70% is in the in the private sector. The private sector has to give the more recognition for the nursing and midwifery professionals. To give one example, I think the Supreme Court guideline, with due respect to some of the corporate hospitals, if we are there, I am giving the only fact. The government of India was asked to develop the working conditions for the nurses working in the private sector, and the Ministry of Health formulated the guideline, and they said minimum X amount of the salary to be given, because many of the nurses working in the private sector getting 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. That is whereas the government of India pays as the first month salary for the government nurses is 75,000. That is the salary. The government is recognized as per the WHO, how to attract, how to retain. That is the principle was adopted by the government. Whereas in the private sector, that's why many people say attrition, retention is not possible. So if they are paid well, definitely they are going to work. And again, when it comes for the numbers, I think the numbers, if we ask the parliament question, if how many nurses are there in India, we simply say, we don't say how many are there. We will say how many. 35 lakh nurses have been registered from 1947 to date. We don't say how many are there. In that 35 lakhs, how many people have died? How many people are not practicing? How many people are sitting at home? So therefore, the Indian Nursing Council is the first regulatory body started the live register. By linking it to the Aadhaar, we were able to capture the data of 12 lakh nurses data has been captured. So still many states are not cooperating for that. This is again, when we are talking of the digital era, so we were able to get the digital data, latest email ID, latest telephone number, and we'll be able to send a message of any health messages, we can send it. So we have 12 lakh nurses which have been linked to the Aadhaar, but still a long way to achieve the WHO norm of the nurse population ratio. Coming to the specialization, what Madam was telling, in the developed countries, we have a nurse physicist and all. And I think I worked in the ministry for almost 31 years as a nursing advisor. I had a tough time to convince my policymakers on the word of a nurse practitioner, which all the people, when they go abroad, they are very comfortable work with the nurse practitioner in the developed countries. When they come back, they don't bat for us. That is the situation. So where I have to, after my retirement, working as a president, I have to do a lobbying. With a lot of work was done, and I took I requested the Devi Shetty, why can't you lobby for us? Because he is often very talks about the nurses are very important. So ultimately, he was able to met our Honorable Health Minister, the Nadda Saab, and ultimately a big meeting was held. We were able to prepare the syllabus. And when I took the syllabus to the Ministry of Health, they said, you as a president, why did you come for the approval of the syllabus? You as a president, you can prescribe the syllabus. I said, I have to tell literally in Hindi, sir, ये healthcare delivery system में यहाँ roll out करना है, Ministry of Health का ठप्पा नहीं है तो I will not be able to roll out it. So that is and in that main meeting where the health secretary called, many of the people who had an apprehension. So with the great difficulty, I think Ministry of Health has approved the nurse practitioner, and we have a nurse practitioner critical care is running. And recently we had a review meeting, 30 intensivists. They were batting for us in front of the additional health secretary. So now not only nurse practitioner critical care, we have prepared 10 nurse practitioner program for the oncology, because now the cancer is one of the, but unfortunately I get a lot of write-up in the newspapers how to deal the cancer and all those things. There is not a word of a nurse practitioner. The prescription, policy prescription won't come. If the policy prescription don't come, definitely nobody is going to take. So therefore, now we are Indian Nursing Council, at least ministry is supporting to have the more nurse practitioners. We have developed the nurse practitioner, the 10 nurse practitioner program. At least we are another which is related to this today's theme, the maternal and child death. With great difficulty, nurse practitioner midwife, I think I have to congratulate the National Health Mission. They were able to come out with the Lancet evidence. 83% of the maternal and neonatal problems can be solved if we have a nurse practitioner midwives. So therefore, the government of India came with the nurse practitioner midwives, and they are having a dream of at least to train 86,000 nurse practitioner midwives, and midwifery-led units are going to be started. I think this is going to make a big impact as per the today's theme, that how to our sustainable development goal theme of below 70. I think it is possible the way the trend is showing. So the one is the nurse practitioner, and we also want to, because the working in a hospital, we have a MCH doctor, but still we want to have only general nursing. So you can't have where the super specialization is going on. If you don't, the one of the healthcare team nurses are the very important healthcare delivery system in the hospital. So they need a specialization. Therefore, what we have done is we have developed a 10 post basic diploma. All are residency format. So we have ensured that they should get an opportunity while working itself. They'll be able to acquire the specialization. So but the problem is no takers, because the posts are not created, and the private sector is the big receiver of these nurses and midwives. They hardly take care of the working conditions. And I am telling you, I had enough dialogue with many of whatever this Government of India policy of giving this salary, it is in the court now. The All India health providers, they have gone to the court, not to, they have taken this stay. So if that type of a push is coming, then how the 70% of the healthcare industry, where the nurses are the key people, because all the disease burden, even in the MCH, even in the oncology, wherever they are there, I think without nurses you can't. And we get a very good statement. Nurses are the noble profession, because they don't go on strike, because they're always disciplined. The discipline starts on the first day itself. So if you don't, that's why nurses are the backbone of the healthcare industry. But definitely government is providing. But at the same time, I think my plea is that the corporate sector need to recognize them, because they are the big takers. And now with this specialization, which is coming up in big way, they have to employ them, because simply telling them that you can't have a general nurse, then the quality of the patient care is going to be affected. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I really feel that corporate hospitals need to step up their game in this regard. So now, next, I invite Mr. Ram Pravesh Kumar, sir, a seasoned speech language pathologist with international clinical experience and a strong track record in academic leadership and healthcare advocacy. So, please share your thoughts.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I'm truly honored to be over here. Thank you, sir, for inviting us, inviting our Indian Speech and Hearing Associations, and our president requested me to talk over here, actually. I am Ram Pravesh Kumar, audiologist, speech language pathologist. Sir, Dr. Dilip sir, and Dr. Uma ma'am spoken a lot about the professional, and something similar, like, because I worked in 14 years in the USA, and something similar like lagging in India also. And so truly unnoticed speech, language, and hearing problem in India, actually. And that's why the problem has been gradually increasing. When you see the WHO statistical, it says that like 1.9 billion actually are suffering from hearing problem. And when you see 2011 census, actually 1.5 million actually suffering in India, having communication problem and hearing problem. And communication and hearing problem is something, it's not like today I'm talking to you guys, you are just listening to me, and then you will communicate, and then you are hearing it very nicely. This is so important, and it's touching to the heart for everyone, actually. We guys deal with a hearing problem, even though when the child born, actually, then we see them whether their hearings are normal or not. So that's why universal screening tools has been big. Like we guys do hearing screening tools also. So first, what we do actually is we do early detections. Early detection is so important, and based on the universal hearing screening, within 0 to 1 month, the child has to be screened. And if the child fail, then within 3 months, actually, the child should get diagnosed. and within 6 months, the child's intervention should start, because developmental of speech also should begin with that actually. So these numbers, now if the child is born actually and during the premature period, then even there are many departments actually who can collaborate with us. Like nurses is definitely one of the departments. They work closely with us actually, and community workers, and there are many health professionals actually. Even the health professionals also take longer time to refer patient to us. So we guys we have advanced equipments, we do autoacoustic emissions, we do behavior observation or audiometry actually, and we screen them with the advanced equipments, we diagnose them actually, and we start the therapy or treatment or amplification as quickly as possible actually. We also deal with adult patients. Most of the adult patients like stuttering, cluttering, voice problems, and something misarticulation problems. These are the problems also have been increasing, and like youth, most of the youth we are seeing with the sudden hearing loss. Sudden hearing loss can happen anytime, anywhere actually. And the stroke patients nowadays, within like long back actually, stroke patients can happen only for the genetic based patient actually. Now stroke patients can happen in youth also actually, and they get diagnosed with aphasia, anomic aphasia, like some kind of it's called conduction aphasia, Broca's aphasia, Wernicke aphasia. So when we treat them with the speech problem actually, then it takes longer time, and that time also our nurses, community workers, and allied health professionals, and we work together to improve their prognostic skills. And there are varieties of patients with vestibular balancing difficulties. Nowadays is becoming very common actually. Even positional vertigo will have a difficult to sit actually, difficult to do their activities. So we have a very much we are very much instrumental actually. We diagnose whether the problem is in sacral region or ocular region, and based on that we treat them. We also find whether there is a problem in peripheral region, central region actually. So it's kind of like now it's meeting, interacting, and understanding about the problem. And that time, like our communities and nurses or all health allied health professionals and health professional. Even what I have seen actually in my life when I came over here, our medical professional also have a very much limited knowledge about our field. So that will improve improve the overall skills actually, and we can interact. Okay, this guy is having a time out. Okay, so I'm done. Thank you so much. It was pleasure. It was pleasure inviting me. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, I now request Mr. Kamal Mehrotra, a veteran in the pharmaceutical sector with over 45 years of experience in managing products and pan-India supply chains for leading multinational and Indian companies. He has been instrumental in empowering community pharmacists to play a more proactive role in patient care. So, according to you, how can community pharmacists move beyond dispensing medicines to play a more proactive role in preventive care and reducing the disease burden?
Thank you. I got this information last evening that I'm coming here. So forgive me if I'm not able to give too much of input. Consider my talk as something which, happens with you in your everyday life. I could be talking about your kids. I could be talking about your colleagues. I could be talking about your brothers and sisters who are not doctors. It's good that I came because, all along people have been talking about nurses and they haven't been really touching pharmacists. So it's good that I've been able to represent my domain of pharmacists. It so happens, you will appreciate, that when your child, has done his 10th and 12th and they all are aspiring for their medicine, they are giving their pre-medical exams and things, and then many of them get into it and others don't get, doesn't mean that those who don't become doctors are the useless ones. So the next choice comes that they go into B pharmacy. They are bachelor pharmacy, then they are M Pharms, and then they are PhDs. But in no way they are less than doctors in terms of their knowledge in their sphere. And your being a doctor, your knowledge as well as the knowledge of the pharmacist, it crosses pathways at many places. I've seen the professors teaching pharmacology to your MBBS students are the same ones who are teaching pharmacology, pharmacokinetics, thermodynamics to the pharmacy students. So why I'm trying to bring you to that point is that in our country, the pharmacists really aren't getting their due share. Due share doesn't mean monetarily only. The kind of respect and the kind of learnedness that they also have, they are just missing that. And that is why, when you look at College of Pharmacy, and if you know the children who have gone into it, my goodness, the 98, 99% in our times, 96%. What does that mean? That they are very capable, and they haven't gone into medicine, but they are, whatever they have done in their life, they have done great things. They may have moved out. It is brain drain, another story like the IIT people. But pharmacists are pharmacists, and they are okay, not less than doctors, when it comes to giving their best to treat the patient and to save the lives of the patient. This has to be made clear, and I'm trying my level best to do so. In our previous session, what they touched was the online business which has started. And the worst part is, no interface. No interface means that, if you are going to a brick and mortar pharmacy shop, you are in front of the pharmacist, and the pharmacist is going to look at the prescription. He'll tell you the do's and don'ts. He'll tell you the correct dose. He'll tell you, maybe if he's your family pharmacist, he would even know that your father or grandfather or grandmother was a diabetic. So why don't you get your sugar tested, and so on, so forth. We have to bring them on board. They are as important as your doctors. For God's sake, it's high time now. The pharmacists require their kind of recognition, which is there worldwide. But unfortunately, I should not use the name, but my pharmacists are being treated like compounders sometimes, and that is very sad. That is sad. Okay, to get a pharmacy license, diploma pharmacy is enough. I'm okay, not talking about diploma pharmacies, but yes, for my B Pharms and my M Pharms who are highly qualified, they know very well what is to be done, how the drug is to be taken, what is to be done, what not to be done. And yes, drug interactions, that is very important. The other day, we came across a case, where this, sorry, I beg your pardon, there are ladies sitting here, but you are all doctors and medicos, that a joke goes in Punjab, saying, this lady comes back to the gynecologist saying, फायदा तो कोई हुआ नहीं, मुंह में से झाग बहुत आ रहा है. So the thing was, the poor lady, she had consumed the vaginal tablet, So because the pharmacist was missing, he was the one who was supposed to educate कि ये गोली इस तरह से रखनी है, ये खाने की गोली नहीं है. This is a big gap. This is a huge void in our system. May it be private practice, may it be government, and there is no dearth of pharmacists, but they are not being utilized. The other day I was in Bombay, for my diabetes. So this diabetologist, he is an Asia fame. I like the system, Before reaching the endocrinologist, DM Endo, they sent me first to this one, to the dietitian, then to somebody who took my weight, then my sugar, then my counseling, and then the doctor. And the doctor took hardly 10 minutes. And on the basis of, and all this is being fed in the computer and everybody is seeing. And then in the last, my instructions on the prescription, and that's it. 3 of them were pharmacists, and 1 was a dietitian, and the doctor was DM Endo. And I'm perfect, because due attention was given to the smallest possible thing which is required. Treatment, now see, it's a pyramid, We all are here at the bottom, and this super specialist is at the top of the pyramid. What is happening is, I have money, 2,000 rupees to give fees. I go straight to the DM endocrinologist. He sends me back down for the investigation. Investigation done, again I go to him. And what does he see? He sees his KFT, LFT done. And there were so many other things which were to be. But suppose if there was a pharmacist in place, he would have put the highlighter on at least 5, 6, 7 things before the doctor. And then things would have been different. Many a times the doctor really misses out very, very important things. Had a good competent pharmacist been in place who was looking at the prescription. The other day, somebody told me that there was an emergency, a patient lost his life. Why? Because he was taking Viagra along with isosorbide mononitrate. Very few people know that that causes hypotension. And you are gone. Who is going to tell? The doctor doesn't have time to tell all this. The poor fellow, he has written isosorbide mononitrate, but he doesn't know that this patient is going to go home and take Viagra tablet. The pharmacist has to tell. It so happens so many cases. Anti-amemic drugs, and they are on their liquor and a reaction and the patient is gone. So the pharmacist has a very big role to play. And it is high time we give our pharmacists due recognition so that, we can go forward. Otherwise, making all these policies and schemes have no meaning. One thing more, that during COVID, you remember, our pharmacists were the people who were there all of the time. The pharmacies were open all the time. They weren't closed. The pharmacists were open all along. When even doctors were giving consultation on videos, my pharmacist members were there at their counter, dispensing drugs, dispensing against the prescriptions. But it's very unfortunate that our government did not give them the warriors, which even nurses and doctors got. So that is what we missed. And we feel sorry for that. We go to the health minister, we go to the government quite often, and we say, okay, we will continue to do our job, we will continue to do our service, you give us recognition or not. Doctors, we are always with you, side by side, hand in hand, and we'll see that we give the best possible job which is entrusted upon us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your views were really eye-opening. They say the spirit of action speaks louder than words. To show how things can truly be done, we have two speakers joining us virtually today, demonstrating their work in action. This is not just about talking, but about real, on-ground implementation. We begin with Ms. Sheetal Samson, a passionate midwifery educator with over 2 decades of experience in advancing respectful maternity care and training nurse practitioners across India. We are glad to have you with us, ma'am. She'll be joining us through Zoom.
Will you introduce and then give it to me, Sheetal?
I'll just start. I'll ask the tech team to please provide this video on the monitor in front of us as well. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sheetal Samson, and thank you so much for that lovely introduction. However, I have my colleague here, Sumani, who would be starting the presentation, and I will take over. So I would like to introduce Sumani. Sumani is the head of nursing services at Fernandez, and the host can say a few lines about her, and then she would take over the presentation, and I will continue in the following slides. Thank you.
Sure, ma'am. So, Ms. Sumani Ajay brings over 19 years of experience in nursing service delivery, education, and leadership. As the head of nursing services at Fernandez Foundation, she has played a key role in advancing nursing practice and training across the healthcare settings. Thank you. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you. A very warm welcome to each one of you. I'm truly grateful to the organizers for the opportunity to share insights on the Fernandez model of nursing, a model deeply rooted in respectful, compassionate, and evidence-based care. At Fernandez, nursing is more than a profession. It's calling grounded in empathy, clinical excellence, and dignity. Nursing model is laid on 4 major principles. Nurses form the backbone of the healthcare system. All employees must respect and trust them as colleagues and appreciate them more often than we do. Nurses are often considered as an untapped human resource with incredible potential. They are provided with focused, high-quality training modules and a clear career pathway. Fernandez Foundation comes with a journey of 7 decades, with 2 beds to 320 beds, a team of 2 to 1,637 employees, from 1 facility to 8 facilities, and 78% women workforce. It has a birth story of 235,706 birth stories and counting. We have 3 hospitals and 3 OP clinics. Our mission is to make pregnancy and childbirth safe for every woman and her newborn. Challenges faced by nurses today: lack of respect and appreciation, low wages, intensive workload, non-clinical activities, and low morale. The Fernandez story of nurses highlighting the key aspects that contribute to a fulfilling nursing career at Fernandez Hospital. The curved step pathway symbolizes nurses' journey, emphasizing growth, development, well-being. The numbered step highlights the following elements. Workforce diversity ensures an inclusive and diverse environment. Career path progression provides opportunities for professional growth. Learning and development focuses on continuous education and skill development. Employee well-being focuses on mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Work culture that encourages supportive and collaborative workforce. Recreation time for promoting work-life balance and stress relief. Rewards and recognition for appreciation and valuing nurses' contribution. Coming to the workforce, diverse workforce through campus hiring. Total 502 nursing workforce is present in Fernandez Foundation. This is a workforce distribution based on the qualification. This is a nurse force distribution based on designation. Our collaborative model of care ensures a blissful birthing experience for every mother. Where passion meets excellence in nursing, we follow protocol-led practice. At Fernandez, we believe in treating every mother with respect, compassion, kindness, and dignity. We understand that childbirth is deeply a personal experience, and we strive to empower mothers to make informed choices about their care. We have clear career pathways. We are dedicated in investing nurses' professional development. We provide opportunities for specialization and a supporting learning environment to help nurses reach their potential. The career progression pathway for nurses in Fernandez is clear, transparent, and well laid. With consistent performance and loyalty, nurses will learn how to build their career and grow from a staff nurse to the head of nursing services. At Fernandez, there are immense opportunities for horizontal progression. They can choose to work in ICU or NICU, or be a perinatal or a transitional care nurse. They can also grow vertically by becoming a skillful midwife. To ensure high quality care and smooth integration into the clinical environment, Fernandez Hospital has designed a structured training plan for the new nurses. This plan is tailored based on nurses' level of experience. Surani Devi from Manipur started her career with us as a junior staff nurse. With her hard work, dedication, and opportunities given to her at Fernandez, she won many awards and accolades and rose to become a nursing superintendent. Now I request Sheetal Sampson to talk about midwifery. Thank you, Sumini. It's wonderful on this day when we are focusing on the theme of healthy beginnings and hopeful futures on the World Health Day to talk about midwifery. I begin by vouching with deep conviction that midwifery-led care ensures task shifting and load sharing among the obstetricians and midwifery teams. The Cochrane Systematic Review reveals that women who receive midwifery-led care are less likely to have epidurals or instrumental births, C-sections, episiotomies, preterm births, and stillbirths. Likelihood of spontaneous vaginal births is increased with mothers having greater satisfaction with birth experience. The Fernandez midwifery journey unfolds results that support these findings. At Fernandez, we prepare midwives to global standards. A qualified midwife, by definition, is a person who has completed a formal midwifery education program, learning the ICM essential competencies with global education standards, and has obtained registration and licensure with the title midwife. It is our conviction and experience that the impact of midwifery is huge. Today, accessibility to care poses a lesser challenge than that of quality of care. Through global research published in the Lancet series, midwifery has surfaced as a vital solution that impacts 56 outcomes that are improved, thus averting 22% of maternal and 23% of neonatal deaths if midwifery is increased even to a modest level, which could avert 1.3 million deaths per year by 2035. Midwives at Fernandez provide continuity of care for women during the childbearing journey, their pregnancy, childbirth, postnatal, and newborn care. In the postnatal recovery, the midwives focus on the golden hour, early breastfeeding, perineal care, and advice on contraception. At Fernandez, the midwives enjoy a wide scope of practice. Their roles include woman-centered care that enwrap the safe, evidence-based care, timely referral, protection of health and human rights of the woman and her baby. Our midwives are very good at identifying complications and are strong advocates of non-intervention in normal childbirth. In 2011, we launched the 2-year professional midwifery program for upskilling the nurses desirous to embark on a midwifery journey. And the program continues with its first pilot group of 8 nurses that we had in 2011, and now we are into the 10th batch. Today, we have a co-located midwife-led unit inaugurated in 2019, where the midwifery workforce leads the care. Here is a separate entrance to our midwife-led unit, ensuring the healthy women are welcomed and taken care by the midwifery team without interruption during the flow of their labor and birth. From August 2011, we have had a total of 48,975 spontaneous vaginal births, and 42% of those were supported by our capable midwives. Since the inauguration of the MLU, we have supported 1,839 mothers, and the emergency C-section rates have been as low as 6%. Instrumental births were only 8.5% in the mothers who started with midwifery-led care. The mothers in the MLU birth in alternative birth positions, as you see in this slide. Propped up, left lateral squatting, all fours, and standing. Many mothers opt for hydrotherapy for pain relief. We have birth pools in the obstetric unit as well, and doctors are trained by the midwives for providing hydrotherapy and water birth services. Midwifery care has led to the reduction in Robson's group first C-section rates to 17%. Episiotomy rates have drastically dropped since the inception of midwifery services to 26%. It is used with great caution, and episiotomies are performed only if there is an indication. Epidural rates have declined from 67% to 33% since the inception of midwifery support, as well as childbirth classes. We have ensured a promising salary structure and cadre with regular staff appraisals and mandatory continuous professional development leading to career progression for the midwives. There are avenues for growth, both in the clinical as well as the midwifery academic wing in the National Midwifery Training Institute. Our specialist midwives run antenatal clinics round the week, including breech and VBAC, that is vaginal birth after C-section clinics. Confidence building and multidisciplinary participation for enhanced learning is our focus. The midwives facilitate skill stations for the doctors and share their expertise. As assured career progression goes a long way in harnessing the expertise for quality midwifery services and boosting the morale of the midwifery team. So here is our career ladder, how the NPM progresses year by year. 6 months preceptorship, and then she continues as a clinical midwife. She becomes a senior midwife in 5 years, and 5 years of career progression. She could be an education lead training midwife, or a specialist midwife, or a clinical midwifery lead. And thus she would one day progress to be the head of midwifery. Learning and development. Fernandez Hospital offers a variety of programs to match nurses' unique interests and career aspirations. So for the neonatal nursing, we offer a post-basic diploma, which is 1-year program. We also have an in-house enhanced maternity skill care course, which is a 3-month upskilling program for nurses who want to work on the labor rooms. The Fernandez School of Nursing offers 2 formal midwifery programs run under the aegis of the INC. We have trained 80 midwifery educators from 10 states and 353 professional midwives for Telangana so far. An in-house midwifery program, the PMET, is run under the Fernandez Hospital Education and Research Foundation for upskilling, which is focused on imparting the clinical midwifery skills to senior labor room nurses working at Fernandez who are eager to later enroll in the NPM, that is Professional Midwifery Program endorsed by the INC.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Due to time constraints, I request you to summarize the presentation in the next 2 minutes.
Sure. The nursing and midwifery teams are trained with interactive teaching and learning method. They actively participate as faculty for various workshops that are hosted for in-house as well as external participants throughout the year. So with this, I would like to say that we have new initiatives for the nurses for their growth and their retention. And we also have mandatory appraisals that ensure that the midwives and the nurses undergo certifications. Now I hand over to Sumani for the rest of the presentation.
Coming to employee well-being and benefits, we have benefits of hostel accommodation, incentives, critical care allowances for the nurses. To promote nurturing professional growth, but also personal well-being, our approach to housing, security, and work-life balance reflects this philosophy. Employees are offered with free general and psychological counseling by specialists. We believe in collaborative approach, and we have uniform name badges and common staff launch. Our nurses are recognized for their long-time tenure. We celebrate a Nurses' Day. We celebrate Midwives' Day. We also conduct various health awareness days. We believe the best way to understand our culture is to hear it straight from our amazing nurses. Let's see what they have to say about their rewarding journey at Fernandez Hospital.
I began my journey at Fernandez Hospital in 2009, initially as a student nurse, and soon transitioned into midwifery after completing the perinatal education program. My passion for midwifery was ignited when I realized the difference between nursing and the role of a midwife in supporting mothers through positive birthing experiences. Since becoming a certified professional midwife in 2013, I have had the opportunity to train juniors, lead workshops, and contribute to launching the midwife-led unit in 2019. In 2023, I completed my post-basic BSc in nursing and continue to focus on clinical and educational contributions, helping shape future midwives. My journey is rooted in embracing new experiences and challenges while striving for excellence in maternal care.
I am Ankita, a nurse manager and neonatal nurse educator, proudly associated with the Fernandez family for the past 13 years. I began my journey as a staff nurse with a passion for neonatology, eager to serve the tiniest of patients. What makes Fernandez special is the seamless collaboration between the doctors and nurses. I have been involved in decision making for the well-being of babies and their families, and I'm blessed to work with such a supportive team. My career was shaped here, from presenting at national conferences to being awarded the best employee and all-round best nurse. With the encouragement from Fernandez, I completed my fellowship in neonatal nursing and post-basic BSc nursing. Today, I proudly serve as neonatal nurse educator, driven by my passion for teaching. Fernandez truly provides diverse opportunities for career growth, offering safety, respect, and endless support.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
He is a great for so many reasons. But there is one reason that means more than any poll results. Amount of job security. Nurses make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. This has been a really meaningful discussion. And now I would request all the panelists for a group photograph. Meanwhile, I would request you all in the audience to go to Slido and give a feedback for the session. Yeah, because of time constraints, the question answers would be done offline during networking. Post this photograph, we would now take a short break for tea and coffee. Please be back by 4:30. And another announcement would be that Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi will be joining us at 6:30 p.m. today. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
next important session on technology for patients versus patients for technology. I request you all to take your seats as we start the conversation now. I request you all to be seated so that we move forward with our session. Digital health innovation promises to revolutionize patient care, but too often technology is developed without deeply understanding patient needs. Are we building tech that truly serves patients, or are we forcing patients to adapt to technology that doesn't fully address their challenges? To discuss this, I would like to invite on stage Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, founder, International Patients Union and session co-chair. Dr. Neena Pahuja, Executive Member, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, MSDE, Government of India, and Session Co-Chair. Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO, Digital India Bhashini Division, Digital India Corporation, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, Director, Additional Charge, India Dataset Platform, ALCOSH, and Application Development Initiative, India AI, Government of India. I would also like to invite Sri Jayavardhan Tiwari, Scientist E, R&D in Medical Electronics and Health Informatics Vertical, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. I would also like to extend the invitation to Mr. Himanshu Burad, Officer on Special Duty at National Health Authority, Government of India, Digital Health and ABDM. I would further extend the invitation to Mr. Zaw Ali Khan, Founder and CEO, Criterion Tech Private Limited. As the dignitaries join our dais, I would request you all to go back to our Slido questions, to scan the QR code in front of you in the table so that we can take your inputs to start the discussion. I request the team to put up the first question. I request you all to take out your phones, scan the QR, and now let's discuss whether the technology is for patients or are patients going to work for technology. Our first question that we have is, have you used ChatGPT for health issues? We would like to see your responses to this. Let's see your answers. I think I have used ChatGPT, so. Okay, so people are with me. We have 100% as yes. I would now request for the next question. What was your first reaction after using ChatGPT? It was accurate, 50%. It was not accurate, but it will get there, 50%. We have some hope for it. And I did not use. I would request for the next question. How many of you use technology to manage health? So 100% of you say yes. Is it? Now we move to the next question. So do you use any of the following? The smartwatch, 100%. Wearable devices, continuous glucose monitor, smart rings, smart blood pressure monitors, and digital glucometers. We do see smartwatch at 80%. Now we see the wearable devices at 17%. I do not use digital devices at 14%. Interesting answers that we see here. I would now request the next question. Do you use technology for wellness and prevention? 67% of you say that. So I don't use at 20%. And for managing a medical condition, 8% of you say so. Now we move to the next question, which is how much do you trust digital health devices like BP monitors, glucometers? If given a choice, would you trust them? So 56% of you say equally as much as manual devices. 33% say less than a manual devices. And 11% of you say more than a manual device. I would now request the next question. Do you think health tech is built for patients or around them? So we have 72% saying yes and 28% saying no. So the next question is, what are the barriers to using technology? We have 47% with lack of training, 16% with lack of trust, 16% with cost is high, and 10% with I do not believe in digital tools. 5% is service. So interesting set of answers again. Now we move to the next. And with this, this was a very interesting answers that we got from the audience. So now to take this conversation further, I would like to hand over the session to our session co-chairs, Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta and Dr. Neena Pahuja, ma'am. Over to you, sir.
So my first question would go to my co-chair. Not just because she is co-chair, but she is among the, I would say, most authoritative leaders in digital health in this country. She is the former CIO of Max, and under her leadership, India got the first paperless hospital, HL7 level hospital. And I think she has seen all weathers in digital adoption. So my question, Neena, to you is technology for the patients, or are patients being used for technology?
Actually, it's a very interesting question. And actually, I sat down yesterday to prepare for it. So I'm not really going to spend too much of time on technology for patients, because I think we have a lot of people here who will talk about it and may have spoken about it. And, name a technology and we're trying it for patients now, which could be even 3D printing, could be prosthetic limbs, or tomorrow, I hope things like we start printing kidneys and heart also. Maybe that'll happen in India also. It's still in research. So there's a lot of technology that's being tried for patients. But let's see the other side of it, which is, I think, more interesting and little unique. I don't know how he got this idea of saying patients for technology. So I think the moderator did speak on something of patients and technology. Are we trying to build technology around patients or patients around technology? But let me try and say something different. See, I think there is a need to use patients around technology also. So I'm going to try and bring totally a different perspective. And why and how? When we start working on using technology for patients, one of the problems that comes is, what is patient's feedback? How does the patient take how it's doing? So if your patients also talk about technology, whether the technology is, suiting them, it's good, bad, ugly, or useful, I think it's very important. There was a time actually we spoke about even crowdsourcing of data. We've got somebody from NHS, we've got electronic health records person from AT also coming in here. One of the problems I think which we need to all as India evolve is that we need to get clean data from hospitals of patients' diagnosis so that we are able to take better clinical decisions for tomorrow and come up with new medicines, etc., also for tomorrow. And that's possible only if we are able to use the best of AI algorithms which India can create on clean data and the right data. How do we get that clean data? It is actually the patients who can provide it. It's the hospital who can provide it. But as per the data protection law, a hospital has no control on my data. So I have to give authority to doctors or the patients to provide my data to that huge, beautiful EHR repository that our government of India is creating. And if that gets created, I think we are going to be sitting on top of, something which is going to be just wonderful. No other country in this world has that level of data that we will have if patients also help the technology. That was my one small thought that I thought I'll bring in. But I think as we go further, I'll talk more, but I thought I'll start with this. Because in today's world of artificial intelligence, we've got Bhashni, CEO of Bhashni sitting here, and everybody, every day, the newspapers are full of AI. AI is just AI without data. It doesn't make sense. So it's all of us as patients who need to provide the data to make that happens. And we'll talk more about how the other part happens.
Yeah, I'll ask the next one, then I'll pass it on to you. So Himanshu, how large is the presentation? Because you have the largest digital health program of this world. Yeah. So how big is the presentation? How many minutes would that be? 10 minutes? Okay, so we'll let Himanshu talk about the National Digital Health Mission, which is we should be very proud of. Now, India is the biggest implementer for digital health, and I have known Himanshu for a long time. One of the doers who silently does things. We have 760 million Aadhaar IDs rolled out, 522 million health records linked. Just imagine the scale at which they are operating. And I thank Himanshu for coming in. Himanshu, it's over to you. You can do your presentation before we talk again.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I've been given 10 minutes to walk you through the digital health mission. I'll try my best to give you a fast overview of what government is trying to do under digital health mission. Now, the first thing I want to start with this to set a premise or a preamble for everyone here. With a show of hands, if you can give me a count, how many of us are using UPI? Right? Everybody's using. Now, what UPI has done is that it has basically made our lives, I would say, convenient. As basic as that. There is no hassle for smaller denomination. There is no hassle for forgetting your wallet and other things. So, because of this, and we as a citizens adopting the entire UPI framework, so I would say joyfully, India is right now leader in digital payments. So we are clocking daily transactions more than Visa and MasterCard combined. In last year, we have clocked 49% of world's digital payments. So, and mind you, UPI has just reached the user base of 250 million. We have not even touched 1/4 of our population in that sense, but still we are clocking such huge numbers, right? This was possible because of Jam Trinity, as it is called, that all of you had a bank account, you were verifiable through Aadhaar, and of course, data. On top of this, the NPCI built a protocol called UPI. UPI is actually a protocol, and which gave us the interoperable payments ecosystem. Now, the beauty of this interoperable payment ecosystem is that somebody might be using PhonePe, somebody might be using Google Pay, somebody might be using Paytm, Cred, Kiwi, whatever you want to call it. New UPI apps are coming on a daily basis, and we are using as per our choice, our convenience. No government is thrusting a single application onto you. You're choosing as per your convenience. But when it comes to healthcare, this is the problem which we face. We have to take loads of file with us. We have to stand in queues, the entire, I would say, hospitals, barring a few islands of excellence here, but largely this is the picture which we get in our healthcare ecosystem. There are no trusted actors, no verifiability. You would see on a daily basis, there are some bogus doctors who were doing some angioplasty and poor patients died in this country. This is happening on a daily basis because as a citizen, we do not have the power to verify who is the doctor who is treating us, right? These are some of the issues which we face. And eventually what we are having right now is an inefficient, low productivity healthcare. Even after this, we are able to attract, I would say, global medical tourism because of our, I would say, very sustainable cost. But still, the idea to raise these two, I would say, paradigm is that there is a huge potential in India which is ready to be unlocked. How and where we want to go. Can we have a scenario where all the stakeholders are trusted? By stakeholder, I mean, when you go to a doctor, do you know whether the person is a doctor or not? When you go to a facility, do you know this facility has been actually verified by some government regulator entity which is meant to do that job? Your health records, you can access digitally. And lastly, they can also be exchanged. You don't have to carry your health record. Some of you might be, let's say, traveling from Bangalore, Bombay, but you do not have a ready file with you, right? Can those health records be in your phone, readily accessible? Because as you know, the NCD burden in India is also rising. So we have those disease with us, and a large section of our population is also moving to NCD disease. So this becomes very important to have health records at our disposal all periods of time. Given that, I think I would just latch on to what Dr. Nina said about data. We need that data. Only that will be able to go towards a low cost and high trust healthcare ecosystem. Now, what we are doing is the Honorable Prime Minister of India launched Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission in September 2021. What it does is following things. I'm not going to repeat what is written, but this is, I would say, these are the most important 5-6 lines, which says that you have to, the idea is to have universal health coverage, open standards, interoperable standardization. Only after standardization we'll have the scenario what I think Dr. Nina just mentioned about AI and other things, and security, confidentiality, and privacy, because we live in an era of digital, and privacy and security has to be paramount. And that's where I think I want to touch upon the theme of this session is the citizens are at the core of this entire mission. Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission has fundamentally transformed the way in which healthcare has been delivered. The entire power has been given to citizens, and I'll walk you through how we are achieving that. Similar to UPI, what we are trying to do is these, I would say, 6 things which government is doing. It is creating single source of truth or registries. One is for citizens, one is for healthcare professionals, one is for health facilities, and on top of it, there are certain gateways, which I don't want to get into right now, but these 3 things are also very important. What it does is that it gives us trusted actors as well as verifiability. How it does is, this is what I want to also show you. This is a public website which NHA has made. This is Know Your Doctor, Know Your Facility. We are issuing healthcare professional ID to each and every doctor, both traditional as well as modern medicine, includes allied healthcare professionals, nurses. Name any healthcare provider or professional which we have, they have an HPR ID, or they will get an HPR ID going forward. Similarly, all the healthcare facilities are also given HFR ID, and this is a public dashboard. So next time you go to a doctor, ask the doctor whether you have an HPR, put it in this website, check their details, and you will get to know this doctor is verified. Now, this is something which we are not verifying. This is NMC which is verifying this, that the National Medical Commission, the Nursing Council, the Nursing Commission, the Dental Commission, all these commissions whose job as a statutory bodies is to verify, they are doing this verification thing, so that eventually we have this database. So NMC had a National Medical Register. On top of this, we are building these services for citizens. So this is one way we are trying to put citizen at the center, that citizen has the power, that okay, this is how I verify a doctor. Next time you walk into a clinic, ask the doctor for their HPR ID. If they have not registered, ask them. Similar to what I think we have been doing, asking the merchants, do you have the QR code? If you have the QR code, show it, we'll transact it through it. Now, this is something which I want to highlight here, that there are certain, I would say, myths regarding ABDM. So this is how things currently work. You walk, there are certain things which I've written, RCH, e-hospital, e-Sanjeevani, but you can replace it with even the private hospital, put Apollo, Max, Fortis also. They're all siloed system right now. If you walk into Apollo, your records will stay in Apollo. They will not be transferred to Max or be transferred to Fortis. You have to physically carry it with you. The systems don't talk to each other. Many of the people think that, okay, this is what ABDM will do, that they will create a centralized repository. But I think we do not want to create a centralized repository. This will be a single source of failure for this country. And again, health records are something which are dynamic in nature. This is not a one-time exercise like Aadhaar, where you put in the biometric details in one single, I would say, secure location, which is more of a stack thing. But this is a flowy thing. Every year, India generates around 600 crore health records. So by the end of 5 years, I'll have 3,000 crore health records. I can't keep all the records in a, I would say, central repository. So again, this is not what ABDM is doing. What ABDM is doing is that, again, putting the citizen at the center. You go to any facility, you just give them your ABHA, your records will be linked. Now, how that transaction will happen is something like this. Imagine ABDM is a master switchboard, and all the rest of the entities, be it your private hospital, government, programs, frontline workers, laboratory, health application, anything, all as the spokes, right? So the master switchboard basically connects all the entities with each other, but it does not store anything. So think about it. You can't light a bulb at your master switchboard, right? Bulb will be only lit when it goes to a holder side. Similarly, if you want to access your health records, you have to go to those programs. From there, you get the access, right? This is what we are enabling. Now, benefits, again, I think we will talk about this, but this is something which I want to put out there, that citizen patient empowerment, better control over health, time and cost saving, and personalized care. Because until unless you don't have a longitudinal health record, you'll not be able to give a personalized care from the doctor side. Similarly, for providers, better clinical decision making, which I think Dr. Nina also touched upon. Easy compliance to laws is something which I want to emphasize, because medical profession is also highly regulated, and there are a lot of burden of compliances to all the healthcare professionals in this country. With digital, we want to ease that thing as well. How you initiate your journey, this is something which I want to highlight again. Abha, Ayushman Bharat Health Account is something which, as a citizen, we all should have with us. What it will give you, it will give a unique identifier to you. Privacy by design, as I told you about. Longitudinal health history is something will be created because you will give your Abha to each and every provider. This is how your health records, let's say you go to any programs, this is how it will be created. But better than this, I'll show you my longitudinal health history. This is my longitudinal health history. I have taken a COVID certificate. I have taken a primary healthcare center in Korlim. I visited that. Then I visited LHMC, AIMS, CHC Fulwari Sharif in Bihar, referral hospital Chakra again in Muzaffarpur. So this is a longitudinal history I have in my phone right now. These are the facilities which I've enabled, and this is something which I have. Benefits, again, I don't want to spend much time on it, but this is known that medical errors would be prevented. Early detection of disease is something which will be highlighted.
Can you ask how many are using this and what are the benefits of them? I mean, I think all of us know, but I think you're not using it. I think that is something they should all. So one of my request to you is, first let me ask, how many of you are using ABHA IDs? Just this. Do you really know the benefits of using ABHA ID? See, this is the biggest program, and it's not something that we should just download or create and keep it. And I would want Himanshu to dwell on this, because not only we should use it, we should ask others to do it also. There was a vision behind it, and there is a reason. And I think this is what Himanshu should share with us, like what are the benefits people will have using it.
Yeah, so this is something I'll again show you with my history. This is one of the services which we have built on ABDM. This is again right now in the government hospitals, but also can be leveraged by private hospital. Again, this is their choice. If they want to use it, they're free to use it. But what we have done is, this is a scan and share thing. What it does is that if you go to a public hospital, if you have been there, there are long queues, right? You have to wait at least an hour or 2 hours. If you have been to AIMS for OPD, these will be the challenges. And once you reach the, let's say, counter, you will be struggling to say your demographic details. They might enter it wrongly, and so on and so forth. So this is very basic thing which we have done, is that using your Abha, which is a KYC thing, we are saying that, okay, this is a name, age, gender, all are verified. So the hospital need not ask you again these details. They can simply capture your details once you scan the QR code. Now, how do they capture it? So again, these are my screenshots. On the left-hand side, you'll see this is my Abha details, where I have my name, age, gender, address also, and I have to simply scan the QR code and get token. The token is received by me. I don't have to stand in queue. It's simply similar to banking ecosystem, where you take a number. Once your number comes in, you go to the counter and you take the services. Similar to that. The second is the most important thing, the health record linking. This is my record from AIMS New Delhi. Diagnostic report, machine readable. This is again in XML format, can be used for multiple other things. I think what Dr. Nina also mentioned. So this is live, this is possible, and this is being done. Third is the consent framework, where you give your consent. This is putting power of your health record into your hands. Only the records will be transferred only when you give an express consent. This is a consent which I have given to the district hospital in Patna when I was visiting for some official purposes, but then I was trying this. And only when I gave the consent, the records were transferred, or records were actually not transferred. They could see it for a brief period of time when I said that, okay, they can only view it for 5 hours. They can only view it for 1 day. So this is again, consent power being given to citizens. You can define those terms. And lastly, something is scan and pay, which we have launched in all the aims, where again, you have got your registration, but you still have to stand in queue once you take the diagnostic services. You have to pay for lab services, 20 rupees, 30 rupees, still you have to stand in queues for 20, 30 minutes. So this is something which we have done. Now you will say that, what about my family? Not everyone is smartphone savvy or other things, right? So this again, idea is to have a COVID-like system where you had one mobile phone and all your members could be registered on it. So similarly, you can have one mobile number, but you can link 6 ABHA numbers against it. Your family records can be managed by one individual. Now, I would like to call that individual as a chief technology officer of your family, who helps the family to navigate multiple digital paradigm. This person can be a 17-year-old also, who knows how to navigate the system and can help their parents, grandparents who may not want to navigate the digital health. Now, how do you participate in this digital mission? As I think Dr. Gupta also mentioned, this is a choice which we have given you. You have created your ABHA, but you don't know how to use that ABHA. The way to use that ABHA is to use certain applications. We call them personal health record application or PHR application. The choice is again given to you. There are right now 14 PHR apps which are integrating with us, and more are also in pipeline. You can try all of them. You can try 2 of them, 1 of them, whatever is again your choice. And you can play with that, which is giving you the best services as a citizen. So this is something which we have given to you. What Dr. Gupta also mentioned, that the advantages, you can view or you can carry your health record in your phone at all times. So if you are visiting any city, your records are with you. You can share with any other doctor. If you have any complications, share it. If you want to get a prescription, which are, let's say, Schedule X drugs, which need a prescription, this is readily available in your phone. So those things are possible as you go and as you move forward. So these are, I would say, we have just started to scratch the surface. The benefits are immense. We have been talking to multiple countries, and they have all shown immense interest in this digital framework, because this is interoperable and this is something which is readily, I would say, able to export also to the other countries. Here, I want to emphasize that these are the certain programs which have integrated with ABDM. That means you can go to these touch points and get your services in an ABDM enabled manner. But my request here to all of you is that next time you visit any hospital, ask for taking your ABHA. They should take ABHA, so that when they generate the health record, they can link it and you can have access. Why should you have to go back to a hospital to collect your diagnostic report after 24 hours, 36 hours? Shouldn't it come to your phone directly, right? Usually this is what happens in all the, let's say, large hospitals, that, okay, you have given your sample, come after 3 hours, 4 hours, 24 hours, and then you get your report. But this can easily be given in your PHR application. You don't have to visit. And again, this is a data which will be machine readable and would have larger benefits of clinical decision support system and so whatnot. So again, the request is ask for ABDM enabled services in the hospital. This will only happen when the citizen asks for services. And this is where I think patients for technology comes into picture, where patient have to demand technology from the hospital. Hospital for long have not been, or I would say have not given this services in that outlook, where the patients are asking for them because of, I would say, power dynamics and other things. But I think now we are entering into a paradigm where we are giving power to the citizens. Now citizens have to demand it from the hospital, that my records will only be shared if I give the consent. My record should be given to me in a digital format. You should capture ABHA. You should give me all these services. You should give me all these features. So this is a request to all of you, and I would want to leave you with this last slide, which basically sums up that what you have to do is that create your Abha, use a PHR app. If you want to put your records into a digital locker, create a digital locker. We have also enabled DG Locker for this purposes, and start transacting digitally your health records. And eventually, I would say we would become a digital health citizen in that larger sense. So this was it. Thank you for time. I think I overshot. I'll be happy to take any questions as well.
So I'm going to start with something before you come up with the question. Sorry, we'll give you time for questions. So wonderful initiative. I think, as Himanshu was saying, we all need to start using it. But let me tell you something which maybe I'll add something to what he said. You know, when I started implementing EHR, I was given a couple of tasks at that time. And I just share that part of journey also. You know, when we go to one hospital, it says, okay, get ABCD test done. Okay, I go to another hospital, another doctor sees it and then maybe asks for another same set of tests done again. So one of the, mandate which was given to me when I implemented EHR, which was more than now 12 years back, 12, 13 years back, in fact, was can we avoid these duplicate tests? Because a test is valid for some time, of course, unless of course you're taking some medication, you need to get the T-test done, but then otherwise tests are valid for some time. So can we avoid these duplicate tests for the patients and reduce the burden there? Second, all of us have some kind of allergies or reaction to some kind of medicines. Now, he talked about that my data can be carried in a phone, but when I move with the data, can that information about me, what allergies I have or what reactions I have or what medications I'm currently taking? So suppose I'm taking an antibiotic right now, but doctors should not, I mean, there are more doctors sitting here, they know more than me. Should I be prescribed another antibiotic? Should they look for whether I'm allergic to a particular medicine? When did I last take antibiotic that I should not take a new antibiotic, etc., etc. So I think those are some outputs also which will come out from the system he that spoke about, which I think is going to be the next part. But I think there was a question, so I'll leave that to the question first.
Yeah.
Okay. So Rajendra is suggesting that we take the questions at the end, if that works for you.
Yeah, so we'll take the questions in
Hello.
the end once everyone has spoken. Yeah.
Right. Now, let me tell you something about a story about EHR, my personal experience, and then I'm going to move to actually CEO of Bhashni. And so, when we started implementing EHR, one of the problems that we faced was, and this came also from NHS, and still I think it's a very valid problem, is that when the doctor starts speaking to patient, either he speaks to patient and he has a eye contact, or sorry, if you lost me. And the second could be that if he starts entering data about me in the computer, there are times he loses the eye contact. So what do we do to ensure that the doctor maintains that eye contact and also enters the data in the electronic health records or the systems that he has, so that my electronic form of data comes? So that was one form that problem, it came when we went to the OPD to implement electronic health records. Let me talk about more problems. And I'm sure the doctors here face that problem. So when the doctors went on a round to the IPDs, so typically, I mean, we all had senior doctors visiting the IPD, and they were accompanied by junior doctors and also the nurses and the staff with them. So doctor would give instructions. Now those instructions would contain the medication, what food he needs to take, he or she needs to take, or any other, whatever emergency instruction. The doctor does not have that luxury of so much of time to type it out, right? And there were times that those set of instructions which the doctor was giving were verbal and of course were getting lost. Right? So we tried something like recording those also, etc., etc. But it would take time. The third problem that came was when the patient was to be discharged. His report had to be created after the doctor said, look, the patient can be discharged. The report had to be created. But doctor typically dictates or talks about it, right? How do we ensure that that information really goes to electronic health records and we improve the discharge time, which is there? So once he says discharge, the discharge summary is prepared, then it goes to insurance. So it takes a lot of time. So how can we bring in technology to enable a faster process? And I'm going to put the question to actually CEO of Bhashni, who's going to solve all our problems like this. So there is actually government working on all these issues to solve these problems.
Yeah, I think, some of the problems and some of the challenges which you talked about are on our radar for solving it. So let me start by, giving a short introduction on what Bhashini is trying to do, and then I'll take you to the applications of it. We are currently solving 5 basic problems. That is automatic speech recognition by computers. So computer should be able to recognize what I speak, and that too in the mother tongue. We are translating one language to other. So if you have text coded in one language, it will get translated to other. And then we do that in 36 languages today. And then the computer should be able to speak out what is coded in the system. So that is text to speech. And that is, again, we do on 22 languages today. And then we have a lot of printed material which needs to be recognized into machine readable form. So that is optical character recognition. We are doing it for printed, and we are attempting to do it for handwritten as well as on scenic text. And then there is a lot of vocabulary which is there in our multiple languages, which is not digital till now. And we are attempting to make it digital by creating glossaries of it. So these are the 5 basic problems which we are trying to solve. And today we have AI models for that. We have created service IDs for that, and that is being rendered on the system. And we have just touched 2 billion inferences or 2 billion translation requests on our platform since we were launched about 6 to 8 months back. So, and that among that, about 1 billion is only translations. Rest are other services like automatic speech recognition and other things. So a progress and a system which is well done, which is approximately we do about 1 crore translation requests a day and 150 translation requests a month. So that is the scale of the platform on which we are looking at. Now, when we went on to the health field or the medical field, we had, possible interventions at all level of health, means preventive, screening, diagnosis, treatment, after treatment care, and then care delivery, etc. The first piece which came to our hand was disseminating information. So the app which we launched today are, the other websites, etc., translated. Japaigo, there is Audiopedia, which gives information about the various, challenges which people face. So it's dissemination of information into multiple languages. That was the first challenge which we started solving. Then for example, the Jan Aushadhi website is now in 22 languages. So you can know which, in your own language, where the medicine is available at a cheapest cost or a generic medicine is available. The 3 problems which we talked about, first is about patient-doctor interaction and transcripting it into a database which will actually take the things forward. So we have experimented with that in some form or the other. In Rajasthan, what we had done was that the data, it's not exactly the same, but Rajasthan, the challenge was that nurses were not entering the data with respect to the birth of the child in the system because they were not digitally savvy. So we created a voice-based form filling system by which the nurses started entering the data. So what used to happen that after a month's time, a digitally savvy nurse would come and she will enter the data for all the nurses across the spectrum. So that actually has got rolled out across Rajasthan, and it's one of the important systems there. We are about to launch a innovation challenge, which is on 15, most probably subject to the various activities, where we are exactly tackling this problem and inviting people to create solutions around it, which is that doctor and patient would continue to speak and have the interaction. And through the automatic speech recognition, the system will capture what doctor and patient are speaking, and the AI engine would try to facilitate that entry into the EHR. And we would like to actually, most of the data, when we're looking at EHR, people fill in some, wherever there is a star, it gets filled. And wherever there is no star, it does not get filled. So the idea would be to fill all the fields which are there, because when you're looking at AI-ready data, the first thing is that it should be a comprehensive granular data, otherwise it will not have sense. So this, we have done some initial experiment, and we are hopeful that we would be able to roll out this product in next 3 to 4 months with the help of startups who would work with us in this. And there are heavy awards for that, and there is a deployment mechanism for that. As regards the discharge summary, which is there, so that also has been implemented, and we would perhaps take it to the next step as we go by. NIC has implemented that in their e-hospital system. But any of the other hospitals which want to implement it, we are happy to work with them, because the discharge summary can be dictated by doctor and it gets automatically transcribed into the system. There are a few challenges which everybody will perhaps speak about, and we are also working about it. There are challenges of dialects. There are challenges of the issues which are related to internet and whether it is, because we are actually inferencing on the cloud, there could be challenges around it. So on the dialects piece of it, we are actively currently working with all the state governments to capture all the dialects, right? So just before I joined in here, I was with Additional Chief Secretary of Odisha, and just to give you one state example, what we are trying to do there is run a 1 month long program where we are encouraging all the citizens and the colleges to give, do a Bhashadan to capture the dialects across the things. This would also be added. There will be also another track to it, which is basically asking each one of them to talk about the respective local cultures and about the district, about the places which are there, etc., so that the data gets enriched with respect to the vocabulary which is there. And then we are also looking at celebrating the important personas in that state from, with respect to language and with respect to speech, so that we are in a position to again capture the things here. So similar arrangements we are going to do with all the states which are there to enrich the digital vocabulary of the language, of each of the language. Today, 70% of or 80% of the internet or digital vocabulary is captured by a few languages, right? And Indian languages are not among them. So our challenge of creating AI models, translation, automatic speech recognition, all of that starts from there, that there is not enough digital data. And we did one of the exercise when we started building the models in an initial phase where we created digital data. What it eventually means is that we hired about 200 translators who were on the field with the picture of something on their mobile, and they were going to people and asking them to write or speak or do something about it, about the picture, so that we can get digital data. And when we created those digital data, we were in a position to create those initial level of models which are there. But as you know, language is about 10,000-year-old subject. It evolved over 10,000 years, and it's not going to be an expressive solution which we can just build it up. So it's going to be an evolving exercise. And of course, we are fortunate today, we reached 2 billion today because we actively worked with the customer, took their problems, solved them, and went back to make the things, trained the model again and again. And hence, they found the level of accuracy to be sufficient enough so that they can use it for a general purpose. Today, for last about a month, we were actually in the parliament, translating what was happening in Parliament Union Conference into multiple foreign languages as well. Of course, we were interfacing with the existing model to get the translation on the foreign languages. But those all experiments have been successful and appreciated. In fact, it went across through various discussions around. So we will reach there. The idea is that we are in the journey, and the journey has to be taken up together.
So I'll give you, the example of how Bhashni is making technology for patients. So within the IPU app, one of the things that we wanted to do was not restricted to English and Hindi. So we talked to Bhashni. We had an MOU, and in 3 months' time, this app is now in all the languages Bhashni offers. So this is the first, proof of the fact that there is a solution from the government that makes it more accessible, in terms of at least information accessibility, we are able to do through the Patients Union app. And I would encourage you all to use it in different languages, because the more data you use, the more robust Bhashni platform would be, right, Amitabh?
Sounds really wonderful. I didn't know that we were using crowdsourcing as a concept to even improve Bhashani, I would say, right? Which is what I just said. So I think it's actually people who make any product a success, whether it is a healthcare product or Bhashani or electronic health records. So I think it just goes back to what I've mentioned about crowdsourcing of data to make, whether you give it in Odia language, what is the English translation for it, or you talk about the image, or tomorrow, maybe there's a possibility that there is a doctor who actually speaks about an X-ray image and says, look, this X-ray image is fine, but this X-ray image may have ABCD as a problem. So what are we trying to do by doing that? Is that technology is really learning from you the rules of the game, because technology does not understand what is right and what is wrong. So at the end of it, you need to teach technology, and it's the doctors who can actually tell that if this is the X-ray and this is the MRI, or these are the medicines the person is taking, and this is the other diagnostics, this could be the health condition. But that those rules of the game have to be written by actually the doctors. But somewhere we need to, as technologists, come up with a framework where we can actually write those or convert the rules that you have in your mind to a rules that a computer can understand, which is actually complete game of ML and AI. There's a I don't know whether you people have heard about a product which has been launched by a Bangalore set of ladies, and I think their name has been spoken about in all startups, sessions where we talk about females creating, healthcare startups. So this lady, what she did was she actually created a product for a cheap product, in fact, for scanning of breast cancer. So what they've done is they've actually used a concept of, they've actually created and taken a lot of images. They started off with images which had the breast cancer, and they stored those images. And now a lady needs to go via thermal scanning, which actually tells you, and that image is actually compared with the images which are stored of the cases where there is breast cancer. It tells you that 99%, 98% with accuracy that there is a breast cancer case. And if it's then confirmed by doctors like you, then it again goes back to database saying that, look, this 98% case that we were talking about actually is a 100% case in the case of breast cancer. That's how we are actually building the data to actually make technology work, right? So and that particular case startup actually has reduced the breast cancer screening cost to almost 1/10 of typically what's there in normal hospitals. I'm not saying specialized hospitals, but normal hospitals, if they charge 1,000 rupees, the cost has come down to 100 rupees. Similarly, I think there is a need for a lot of innovations. And I was just speaking to Jay from METI, my previous organization. I think I was really happy that I think there's a lot of work happening on new innovative products, and a lot of products which are now being planned. I think there was an announcement by, and there was actually speech from our Honorable Prime Minister where he spoke about an MRI which is created by India, which is by METI again, which is going to be actually put up at AIMS itself. But there's a lot of other work which is happening. So maybe Jay, you can talk about what are the different initiatives Ministry of Electronics is doing to create different products which are required for making healthcare a little simpler and, of course, also handleable, economical, I should say.
Thank you, ma'am. So I work with the R&D in electronics, wherein we work on medical electronics and health informatics vertical. The persistent challenge for us is to make healthcare affordable and accessible to all, especially to the underserved, unserved population of our country. So if you look at the healthcare scenario, especially these medical devices, largely we are dependent on the foreign countries. We depend on the foreign technologies. Our economic goals have been met up to some extent with the initiatives such as Digital India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, A lot of schemes like PLI and PREP, those schemes are able to attract manufacturers, local manufacturing particularly. And therefore, we are up to some extent in low value medical devices. Over 60% of the medical devices are being manufactured in the country. Still, in the high-end medical devices such as CT, MR, we are largely dependent on imported technology. So the challenge is affordability and accessibility. And from our side, from the side of ministry, we look at how do we democratize the technology. Typically, if you look at any business model, any company who has got some idea, convert it into a product and then create a value out of it. And then they try to take over as much as possible the market share. So I would like to mention one book, Platform Machine Crowd. So from the idea, product, and core, can we transform into a machine, platform, and crowd? So I build a smart machine which serves as a platform, allow innovators to make experiment, develop innovative solution, and with the crowd, with the help of crowd, I allow all sort of stakeholders to come on a common platform, create solutions which can go to citizens directly. So with this philosophy, indeed, the same philosophy has been adopted in various core platforms of MeitY, be it Aadhaar, DigiLocker, UPI. Indeed, ABDM is also aligned with the same philosophy. ABDM and Bhashini, these are the sectoral platforms. When I say sectoral platforms, these are sector-specific digital infrastructure which allows all sort of stakeholders to come co-create and provide unique solutions to the citizens. So the same philosophy we try to implement in medical devices. And as Madam said, I would also like to take this example of MRI. MRI is one of the most complex technology, which includes expertise, extreme level of expertise of cryogenics, physics, computer science, mechanical engineering, and then obviously the medicine side also. So what we had done is, instead of creating or using proprietary technologies, what we did is we tried to democratize. We broke down entire MRI into basic building blocks which can be reused, which are not vendor dependent, which are actually vendor neutral. And with this approach, we could develop the entire system from scratch. And so far what we have done is, with bought out magnet, we could successfully complete the animal trials. Very soon we would be putting the machine at AIIMS for conducting human trials. So my point is, if I open my technology stack, and if I allow researchers, innovators, startups, MSMEs to come co-create, join hands with the government and deliver solutions to the public, we can actually enable the entire ecosystem. While working in these technologies, one particular statement comes from a big person. I still recall that he says that we should synergize to energize the entire ecosystem. So this is what we do in medical electronics and health informatics vertical. In addition to MR, we could also successfully develop ultrasound transducers, ultrasound machine. Every year, we almost import thousands of ultrasound machines. We also, there are a lot of, AI-enabled solutions we could develop, which are being developed and tested at various hospitals. On medical device front, we could successfully develop and deploy blood irradiator, which is largely used in leukemia treatment. We had that linear accelerator. We also developed the breast screening device, sort of a jacket with the help of thermal screening. So, a woman can be scanned with the help of thermal imaging. So these devices, what we developed, we actually onboarded industry also, who could take the technology, proliferate in the market, and serve our citizens. So with this brief, I would like to conclude here. And thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I love this quote, synergize to energize. I think it's a wonderful thing. I think we need to all work together. Now, before I move to my last panelist, I thought I'll tell you something of what I'm trying to do as part of my current role. I'll just spend half a minute, but that's also actually bringing synergies across. And since he's actually part of the medical college, I thought I must talk about what we're trying to do in education and skilling. So something wonderful happened as part of NEP 2020, where of course Rajendra also was part of the committee who actually created NEP 2020, which also mentioned that we need to make skilling as part of education, the normal education, which actually has happened, and a lot of work has already happened. And what we're trying to do is to embed skilling everywhere in education, whether it's trying to do engineering or BA or whatever. So we're trying to we can actually have in a UGC program, suppose I'm doing BA of English, actually can have 50% courses, which could be skilling program. I could do, for example, a BA statistics with a minor in artificial intelligence and get a job somewhere wherever it's required. So that's already happened as on today, because some of these guidelines have happened. But why am I talking about it? Because I was going to medical college. Now, I think the medical, so somewhere in the normal UGC, AICT, all this has happened. So what we realized was there is a need for cross-sector skilling, because IT actually has become, or technology actually has become horizontal. It is no longer a vertical that we used to talk about it. It is embedded in healthcare. It is embedded, whether you're trying to make EVs, you're trying to make drones, or you're trying to make any healthcare product, IT or EHR, or trying to even train doctors or MRI, it's actually embedded in it. So somewhere, I think, although it's already happened in the UGC and AICT, I'm sure it's going to happen very, very soon in the medical fraternity also, that somewhere some kind of skilling courses or cross-sectoral skilling actually, starts in medical college. Now, I have somebody who runs a medical college and nursing college here. So I thought we'll ask you as to what do you see as a change which will happen very, very soon in the healthcare teaching, both in nursing and in, for medical. What's your thoughts?
Thank you, ma'am, for that question. I think that's a very foresighted question that you posed, because as healthcare systems are evolving, more and more digital adoption is being done. We anticipate as a medical college as well that NMC will, or INC will, include more and more electives or even core courses on digital health, because our fresh graduates, whether it be nurses or technicians or doctors, none of them are being trained in a structured manner about the digital solutions out there. And that can be, an impediment to things like Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission at the very least. And at the worst, it can lead to some serious health hazards, because if our doctors aren't trained to use digital tools properly, if they're not able to differentiate, if they over rely on something like ChatGPT and they're not able to differentiate how to use a tool and how to distinguish between something robust and something that is hallucinating, for example. So those kind of nuances need to be taught to our healthcare workers, and I think it's already high time that we start doing that. I'm hopeful that our councils will take heed of this and implement that. We've already actually approved a course on digital health with the Academy of Digital Health Sciences. So just last year, our academic council approved that as an elective for our medical and paramedical students. So I really hope that other universities also take the lead on that. Thank you.
Yeah, just before we finish, I thought I'll ask, what do you see?
I'll just add on to what I think he just stated. So similar to that, recently also National Health Authority worked with the MUHS, the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences, and they had developed a course on what we refer it as DHFC, Digital Health Foundation course. And I think the Maharashtra University of Health Sciences is offering it as a white label course to be available to all the medical colleges. So that is also something which we had a partnership with, as NHA and MUHS partnered with this, and because it is wide label, so this will also be, I think, uploaded on CBC for larger dissemination. So this is, I just wanted to add.
I just thought, maybe a last point from everybody. Where do you see digital health moving in the next maybe 2 years? I actually will not even ask you for 5 years, because I think it's changing so fast. So what's your thought?
Currently, if you actually look at it as a common man who is actually using health services, I generally go to use the digital health to actually confirm something which doctor has already said, or I'm trying to self-medicate, for some small ailment. So that's a current mindset which is there. But over a period of time, the kind of solutions which we discussed right now, and with AI coming in, I think it is going to be more pervasive. Currently, as part of my other hat, which is the director on India AI for AI coach and application development, we are inviting problem statement. We already have solutions in the 4 areas of health from the AI, which we are going to scale up. And also we are inviting more problem statements, which we will scale up over a period of time. So something which we have 4 problem statement, which we are talking in India AI system. We are talking a few problem statements, which we are solving in Bhashini domain, and we are looking for more. So I think it's going to be pervasive over a period of time.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, I would like to answer this from the technology perspective. We have seen this software development, EHR, EMR, and then we have also witnessed the enterprise architecture. From there, now we are in this era of AI, ML, DL, leveraging images, data, and then delivering results, boosting diagnostic confidence of doctors. What I see is very soon, this entire AI will be, the classical AI will be taken over by quantum computing. And if you look at the, in radiology particularly, I have seen research papers. In MRI, I have seen the how do I accelerate scanning, how do I reduce the imaging time with the help of quantum computing. So that is something which is coming very fast, and India is also taking lead in this with the help of National Quantum Mission. So that is something which I feel the way forward is.
I just thought I'll talk about a case study, which I'm sure some of you may have read, which is, when IBM Watson was getting implemented at Johns Hopkins University. So one of the things that, they wrote a lot of rules, and this started actually almost maybe around 8 years back, 7-8 years back. And they've done actually a lot of good job there. But somewhere they did find the speed of the systems that time as, because the rules were so many, which are there in a brain of a doctor. But, for a computer, the rules were so many that it was taking time for processing. And that's why I think he's talking about that maybe the quantum computing concept that's coming in very, very soon, very, very soon, should be able to solve that large problem solving thing. And hopefully we'll have, especially in healthcare, this would be a aid. So what's your thoughts, Himanshu?
I'll not say much about what is going to happen, but I'll state what NHA will go to for next 2 years. So as I mentioned in my presentation as well, I think our focus is to create that data in the ecosystem on which I think we'll be able to do many things, which I think what Meeti and Bhashini has talked about. So our endeavor is to digitize at least 50% of those 600 crore record which are generated annually. So that will be our target.
Wonderful. Just to let you know, before I come to the medical college, so I keep adding something of what's happening in education. So since I was speaking about NEP, there's a wonderful initiative that's been taken. I don't know how many of you know something called Academic Bank of Credits. APARS, right? So Academic Bank of Credits is that anything that I do in part of my education or my skilling any certificate that you do, the credits of that will go to ABC, which is Academic Bank of Credits. That's already implemented. In fact, most of the higher education institutes, I'm not talking about medical institutes yet, but most of the other higher IITs, ISCs, NITs, etc., even schools are already there on ABC. And it's going to give us actually a data which is going to be humongous and clean data. It's going to come from groups like CBSE, it's going to come from IITs directly. And they've actually done a wonderful thing in terms of creating an API, which actually helps all these engineering colleges and others to actually load the data. So we're going to have data which is clean data of what education background our students have. So tomorrow, if I'm looking for somebody with XYZ expertise, I'll actually have that in ABC. So if I'm looking across India that look who's done this kind of a course, I actually have the data in something called ABC. That's the kind of power that ABC is going to give us over a period of time, right? What is the kind of experience people have, certificate people have, what is somebody who knows Amazon Cloud or Microsoft Cloud, plus healthcare, plus whatever. So that's the kind of power the data is going to give us, which actually is already happening. The data is getting collected as I speak today, right? Which I'm sure will happen with medical college also. But I'm sure medical colleges also are going to go through a massive change. So your thought in terms of the next 2 years?
Right, ma'am. So specifically when it comes to medical colleges, I feel the assessment criteria of medical colleges would need to evolve eventually. We would have to move more towards the critical thinking, the analytical power of the students rather than the memorization level of memorization that a student can do. Because no human mind can compete with an AI that is connected to virtually all learning resources and is able to spit out everything, whereas we have a bottleneck when it comes to learning things or memorizing things. So no point in eventually I feel that we will reach that point where we realize that there's no point in assessing the memorization power of our students. Rather, we focus on the reasoning ability, the critical thinking aspects of things. So that's as far as the medical goes, education. And the other thing, that what was your original question, that how I see digital health evolving. So I see digital health making healthcare hyper personalized. So I'm sure most of you would be familiar with the concept of digital twin. So the more data we generate and the more data we are able to collect about ourselves, and also make those data repositories which help build better systems. And of course, ultimately, once we get that level of computational power, as ma'am and sir mentioned, so after that, we will be able to hyper personalize medicine and do justice to each of the patients. And that's something that we require for a long time, because there's so much data being generated, and data in terms of the literature. Medical literature is evolving quite fast, and it's not possible to keep pace with that. So we do need better processing power, and hopefully with these announcements by Google, by Microsoft in the past few months, I'm also hopeful that we'll be able to reach that stage.
Thank you so much. I think wonderful hyper personalization, and I think like our doctors really talk about evidence-based care. I think it's a combination that really comes in, which is going to be the future. Even I think so. But I think I'm going to leave the last set of remarks to our dear friend Rajinder. So you are an expert in this area.
Firstly, it's very heartening to see that, when you write a few lines, how they change into massive programs. At least today, when I hear Academic Bank of Credit, the NEP, when you were writing, there are a lot of skepticism in the minds of people. And we always used to say that, I always had the luxury of having very good ministers as my bosses who gave me the freedom. Like in health, when I wrote, a lot of people said, why you're creating NHA? There are so many things, ICMR, NHSRC. I said, these are all fiefdoms. They will not change. We have to create a new organization. And look at what they have done. So when I go abroad, I tell them with pride, can you ever do 760, 740 million ABA ideas? And this is just, we're not even halfway mark. Then NEP, the things that they're changing, that making India future ready. But specific to digital health, I think I'm going to just tell you what we have done. So the Patients Union app is going to be your primary point of contact for getting information with regards to primary care. This is as we uploaded today in 16 languages. Of course, it is beta, so it is getting refined. You know, we are partners with Bhashni, we are partners with the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, where you can do ADRs. But essentially, what we intend to do before the end of the year is, if in your area you don't have primary care physician, it will be your primary care physician. So this is what we will do. I'm not talking of 2 years from. 2 years from now, we will be able to do a lot more things. And this will always be free. There will be no charge you pay anytime. I think before the end of this year, we'll have our own LLM. We are working on that. And it doesn't even take $5 million for which people get a lot of publicity in China. It's damn cheap as long as you know how you do it. So we are not there to create, hype, because we don't looking at building $1 billion. We want to make sure, because I have seen areas where people let their relatives die. You have seen the first discussion of patients, what they're passing through. So what we wanted to do through Patients Union is, if you do not have a doctor, you don't have to worry. You don't have to get into 4 walls. 5 fingers would be good enough as long as you have a cell phone, which is connected to the net. I think end of the year, we should be able to get you a primary care physician at 0 cost.
Thank you so much, our esteemed panelist. I request you all to gather around for a group photo.
Yes, we will do. But that's why she is not telling me after putting a video. We have to interactive inside, will take questions that all of them will answer.
Thank you so much, sir.
You want him to sit there to answer?
Sir, anyway.
Okay.
Do we...
Be on stage. You have to be on stage. Sorry for the photo ops first.
I would now hand over the session to Ms. Sabya.
Hello, everyone. So since morning, we've covered a wide range of issues, heard from some of the finest minds, and explored impactful stories. But now it's your turn. We have esteemed panelists here, and this segment is about you. We want to hear from you, your questions, your ideas, your experiences. We're here to hear you. Just please make sure that you keep your points concise. Focus on the solutions, because we do acknowledge the challenges, but we are here to build forward together. And all your perspectives would be respectful and welcome. This is a safe and inclusive space. Please raise your hand and our volunteers will take a mic to you. Yes, sir.
Hello, good evening. I'm Siddhant. My question to is Mr. Himanshu, which we were talking about Abha ID creation. Sir, I have created my Abha ID before 3 years back, but I don't know what is the use of that. Working in healthcare industry for last 10 years, once we go to hospital, any hospital or any lab or clinic, so there we have in private. I'm talking about private hospital. So there we have different HIAs, different LIAs. So how does it link with the private HIAs or LIAs? And second question is that you shared about that you go and ask their what is that HFR ID, HPR, I think. HPR, yeah. So even we don't know what is HPR. How we'll ask the HPR? Even the staff of the hospital, they do not know what is ABHA, what is HPR. How we are going to tackle this?
So to summarize, basically what you are referring to is the IEC in the awareness part, nothing on the technology side. But see, as far as the, I would say, mission, goal, or statement was concerned, the mission was made voluntary for a particular reason, that it should not be coercion on the citizens to make you adopt these things. Because as soon as we make it, I would say, mandatory, it becomes a huge compliance cost on the hospitals and a huge and steep learning curve for the citizens. So right now, this is the idea that we have kept it voluntary. This is something which I want to state out. Now, with respect to the use cases of ABHA, so the voluntary side of mission also applies to private sector, right? So therefore, what we have been able to do actually in the last 3-4 years is to onboard a huge government system onto the ABDM ecosystem. So all the government health programs, be it your RCH, Nikshay, Coven, you can even the state health programs of government of Rajasthan, Chipsy, TECO, all these are ABDM integrated, and all of their records are linking with ABHA. Now, I want to state it out, and this is again my personal view, not of the organization which I represent, but this has been generally, I would say, in our country, that the rural citizens, I would say, have been beneficiary of those things, whereas the urban citizens, because of their reluctance or might be convenience, that they don't want to go out and make their ABHA in the first place because of the privacy and security concerns, have been left out because of this mission. Whereas right now, as I said, all the government health programs are integrated. So all the citizens in the rural India have at least 10 to 15 health records linked onto their ABHA. And therefore, the request which I made was also to demand the services from the private healthcare ecosystem. I assume as a private citizen, you would be taking your healthcare from entirely from the private sector. You would only be interacting with the government sector when it comes to vaccination or immunization. That would be your last touch point when you had interacted with the government sector. But when you go to a private sector, you are paying for the money, so you can demand the services. And that's what which I would say the request which I also laid today, that you have to demand from the private sector, because the entire mission is voluntary, and the transaction between a private citizen and a private hospital will also be voluntary. So if you demand, then it will be game of demand and supply. So you demand, they will supply. That is something which will come. Coming to your second question, the HPR and HFR, again, government doctors have their HPRs and HFRs. Private doctors, again, same response, I would say. You'll have to ask the doctor that whether you have an HPR or not. There would be certain things which will fall onto us as citizens if we want to demand digital health services. If you want to, again, this is me speaking as a private citizen, I don't want this to be mandatory. It is up to us. We have to ask. And then the private sector will follow the simple demand supply curve.
Sir, one thing is कि हम लोग जो कह रहे हैं कि यूपीआई हाउ यू बिकम सक्सेसफुल, जब ये हमारा जब करेंसी जब गवर्नमेंट ने रोल बैक किया था, तो दैट और चैलेंज वाज कि हम लोग पास कुछ चेंज होता नहीं था. वी डो नॉट हैव द करेंसी कि हाँ तब उसके बाद वी वेंट टू द मार्केट, भैया सब्जी लेना है 1 किलो आलू दे दो, चेंज नहीं है. तो हाउ so that has the transition has taken something like that. How will you do this, sir?
Okay, let me correct you there. What you're saying was a denomination of 500 and 1000 rupee note, but what you're saying actually is a smaller denomination which was not demonetized. That is point one. Point two, 70 to 80% of UPI transactions still are less than 2000 rupees. Right? So it was a voluntary choice which as a citizen we picked up because we found convenience in it. Right? And the products have become much better and better. And then again, what I would refer to what Dr. Nina said about, you have to provide the data, and that's when the apps will become much more smart and much more convenient and much more responsive to your needs. How many have interacted with the healthcare applications in the past? Until unless you don't interact with the application, the private sector application won't also get your data. That what are the features you need? What are the services you need? Unfortunately, this is a general healthcare seeking behavior in our population, which is very low. So we have a, I would say, episodic mode of going to healthcare facilities. We don't treat our health in a wellness manner or in a preemptive manner. So these are the things which we'll have to think about as society, as citizens, that am I going to interact with the healthcare applications? I'm not saying that you have to monetize it, but at least be aware about our health. We think about our health only when we get to hospitals. That has to change.
Just for information, UPI actually came in after demonetization. I still remember I was part of Ministry of Electronics at that time, and the work on UPI was done on war footing to ensure that citizens are comfortable. So it's not that UPI was actually helped by demonetization. It came after demonetization. And I think Government of India really worked very hard to ensure that actually it was there in time so that the discomfort is reduced.
Yeah, hi, Inka here this side. So I just had a query in my mind that this Abha ID, that will give the information, if we give a consent, it will give the information of our health or whatever the details are there to the new hospital or new doctor, whomsoever I am visiting. And when we make a medical claim, suppose suppose someone is admitted and he has to go for an operation, there will be some prescription by the doctor, and then we submit that hard copy to the insurance companies. So just by sharing the Abha ID to the insurance company, will it help? That is first question. Second will be that if my information is with the insurance company, will it impact my premium which I have to pay in future? Or in other words, can it be misused by the insurance company? Is there any law or rules and regulation to protect that? Thank you.
Okay. I have a clarifying question. When you said that Abha will help in what? Your claims insurance?
So it's all about the passing on the information of my health. So suppose, yeah, at present, as you are aware, if you want to make a claim before going for any operation or more than 24 hours of hospitalization, the information wherever you have been admitted, that details has to be shared with the insurance company.
Correct.
Yeah? So will Abha ID help that?
Okay. Apologies on my side. That was a whole different 30-minute presentation which I did not cover. So there is something called National Health Claims Exchange, which is again part of Digital Health Mission, which we have built, and 95%, more than 95% of health insurance companies are using that platform, National Health Claims Exchange. Right now, we are in process of onboarding hospitals onto it, so that hospitals send your claim through the National Health Claims Exchange. And by hospital, again, the problem which the gentleman asked, you will have to ask the hospital, demand that, okay, you link my records with Abha and send it through NHCX to the insurance company. So as far as the insurance side is concerned, we have taken care of the insurance companies through the regulator, because IRDI, we have built the NHCX, the National Health Claims Exchange, with the regulator. So the supply side in that sense is sorted. The demand side is something which again, the hospital and the citizen will have to be on, I would say, the same terms. So you will have to give the, I would say, push to the hospital that please use Abha to send my claims to the insurance company. Because there are other numerous benefits. I don't want to, let's say, spend much time on it. But the second point which you said about the premiums, again, all the health insurance companies, because they are using NHCX, so they have the capability to capture Abha. That is one. And second, also get your past health records. Now, I don't see anything wrong in this. I will say two reasons here. One, right now also, if you have to take an insurance policy, health insurance policy, they get your test done, right? And this is again, going back to ma'am's first point, was deduplication, right? They are incurring a cost to get you, I would say, get your diagnostics again, so that they can underwrite your policy and give you a premium. Because of this, because right now the citizens do not disclose their information correctly, the healthy population in the country gets penalized, because the unhealthy ones do not disclose it. So this is a collective penalty onto all of us. Right now, insurance companies usually grade your premiums in age segment: 50 to 55, single premium; 55 to 60, single premium. So that hurts a certain section within that also. So they are not thinking that at 55 you might be healthy. they're taking a generalized view and giving you a larger premium. So as we say personalized care planning, this will also come into being, where personalized premium in insurance premium would be can be given to you. So provided you are healthy, so you will get that benefit by sharing that information. Withholding the information, I think, only going to get you in, I would say, bad books of the insurance company. So when you will go to claim that health insurance, they will give you a huge penalty, or they will give you co-payments of 50%. So while claiming, you'll get that bad experience of insurance company. So I think it is in our best interest to disclose those information upfront, rather than getting those inconveniences when you are admitted in the hospital. So I think this is a notion we ought to change, that disclosing an information is not a bad idea in my view.
Well, this is now as a clinician, I am asking certain clarifications. Well, before that, I must tell you, in private sector, we, the doctors, are using digital health much more than the government doctors, because obviously they would not like to interact so well. But in private sector, we do. And we are on, COVID taught us, and we adopted it and became a part of us now. Like, I'll give you an example. I have patients from all over the country consulting me, from Bihar, from Varanasi, from Tikamgarh in Madhya Pradesh, from Bhopal, different areas, and also one of the higher functionaries of this organization, International Patients Union. Her father was also seen by me on this thing also. We all see the patients depending on the needs, but certain things are coming up which is required. That is it. We have to develop certain protocols for patient examination. That's important, so that a proper uniformity of patient care can be maintained everywhere. What I do is, I'll tell you what I do is also solution. When they come to me for physical consultation, then I tell one of the family members, that's what I want to see on that particular thing. If they're not coming to me, in that city only, either their family doctor or some doctor friend, somebody, I usually request them to arrange for one. So I ask them to demonstrate to them, okay, this has to be done this like this. Neurology is a subject where you have to examine instead of seeing the reports only. That's only has to be correlated. And I have developed a particular way of doing it. And I find it very, very easy to do it. That I would like a protocol for different specialties should be developed, where patients can be seen from a distance, like video conferencing, especially video conferencing. Then number two, what Dr. Pahuja was saying. I was also in Max, I was senior director for some time. Then I quit there. This problem, because I am usually patient-centric. I usually take a lot of detailed history. I was finding it very difficult to go into that. I developed this scenario, what Amitabh Nag has already said. What I used to do is voice to digitalization. I would speak, it will type. Later on, I will only, previously we will only record and my coordinator will type it out, or I will later on type it out. Or later on when it comes voice to digitalization, this can also done. Here it comes, the new technology which is coming up now with the what has been signed, MOU or other things have been signed, of a Starlink. So in the even the rural areas, we'll have to have, we can have every person, most of the people who are working there or going there have a phone, mobile phone. Their complaint can be also taken in, and any language, it can be transmitted by your Bhashini. That can be utilized. Important thing is in the EMR, what I have found is, but I still believe in that, most of the EMR, as far as the medical data is concerned, may be a little defective somewhere. But one person's interpretation of chakkar will be different than other person's interpretation of chakkar. Chakkar, somebody gets a really vertigo, somebody gets blackout, headache, or somebody gets even heart attack, they call it chakkar. They fall down, it's chakkar. So there are different things. Here in Dora aaya. Malum pada usko dame ka Dora aa raha tha, he is writing epileptic attack. So these particular things have to be clarified later on. But so solution that we have found it out, because right from the beginning, what we find is digital health, if it has to be extended to the patient, it should be patient-centric. And we ought to see one particular thing very clear. See, UK is a small country, but they have a UCO biobank. America, during COVID, they produce BDC for 3 years, 21 to 23, September to October, 21 to 23, October. They collected data of people having, I'm coming to a reason why I'm speaking that. They collected data of about 10,000 people, patients, after the COVID, a sample of them only, who are having different symptoms or continue to have different symptoms, more than 3 months, more than 6 months, even a year or so. That's why CDC, the ultimate authority now in America, CDC, has declared one disease as a chronic serious illness. Word used is serious illness, which unfortunately has not been, we have not addressed it in our country. We have not sensitized it. UK has got it. European countries have got it. That's a long COVID. In the morning session when I was on the panel, I was discussing that. And we ought to sensitize ourselves with the result that out of our 140 crores of people, we have 500, 400 publications that to the 5 different places. That to not a standard. And one publication which took place in Lancet, that was from Haryana, it says no COVID. Why? I asked people, why no long COVID? I am asking, I keep on seeing the long COVID cases very often, very serious cases. I asked them, why didn't you tell the people, those who came from Hisar and those who came from Gurgaon, who comes to me very often? They साहब अगर बता देते ये कि हमको ऐसा हो रहा है तो हमको कोविड की तरह से हमको भी वो कर दे, ब्लैकलिस्ट कर देते हो, क्रॉस लगा देते थे ना. So that was the thing. We ought to be careful in data collection. So I'm coming to next thing. It is lacking this very good thing, a scheme which is, but it will not be a biobank to us. It will not be medical data collection to us. To really come out with the facts, like long COVID, which is making the people go from running from pillar to post, exhausting their total savings. In that private sector I know that. They go to cardiology, अरे भाई चक्कर आया, खड़े हो रहा है, कुछ हो रहा है, palpitation हो रहा है, दर्द हो रहा है. दूसरा उसको memory change हो रही है, psychiatrist के पास जा रहा है, neurologist के पास जा रहा है, ये हो रहा है, वो हो रहा है. But nobody is able to connect it to the COVID. You have to connect it to the COVID. And how you do that? In our country, only 45% of the sick patients are in the government hospitals and the consultation. As per the statistical ministry, in the 2018 only I saw one, and today I talked to Dr. Gopal who had come here. We have majority of the patients in the private sector, and they're too not in our urban, the hospital where I work, like Apollo, Max, or things like that. They're in the other cities also, other small rural areas. You have other workers, health workers. Why can't they go while in the routine thing and ask for these situations, which can be through Bhashini or otherwise through satellite phone, can be taken as a data. And they are linked to your Aadhaar card or Aadhaar card, whatever you are doing. That will give us a good medical robust data to compete with the rest of the world. Why compete? Yeah, we can be the leader. We should be the leader actually. What is important is we should be the leader, and we should do that way. There should be good surveillance system, and there should be good monitoring of it. And the long COVID is one thing which is neglected in our country. If I can be pardoned for using the word, we have got to say in long COVID, we have a situation called a brain fog or fatigue syndrome. So if I can say that we in our organizations have developed a COVID fatigue, we don't have a long COVID here in our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Any other questions?
Hello.
Yeah, sure.
Uh, my name is Sachin. I just want to ask you one technical question. Basically, I'm from hydrocarbon field. I'm an automation engineer, and I worked in critical process plants, hydrocarbon nuclear plants. So when it comes to a data, a real-time data, like uh, we design a system architecture to seal levels, that is safety integrity levels. Okay, in your case, you are collecting huge data every day. So what is your system architecture, and what if the system crashes? What is the redundancy level to this system? Thank you.
Okay. I think wonderful question. First thing, I want to clear, we are not collecting any data. Our entire architecture, as I said, is a federated health architecture. There is no centralized repository of data at any point in time. So your data, where it stays where it is generated, right? So the only thing which we are providing as National Health Authority is an exchange. So the exchange goes down, you'll not be able to transact, but the nodes will keep on working. So the idea is to, I would say, also minimize the security risk here. There is no central failure, as I said here. One node is compromised, that only that node is compromised. I would say the hackers can't move horizontally in the system. It is designed in that manner, right? Now, as far as the, I would say the other thing which you have mentioned, this is something which I think I would say ABDM is championing in India. For long in India, the software applications which were made in country were not certified by any standards within the country. They used to say we are HIPAA compliant or anything else, right? So HIPAA compliance again is a cost thing. And what we have found recently that we have an active sandbox, and you can take a look over there. Our APIs are in public domain. So you can also sign up in our sandbox and play with the APIs and see how the services are being driven. As far as we are concerned, we are giving, as I said, minimal number of services, which is authentication as well as transference. And as far as, again, the transfer of health record is concerned, the health data also does not pass through our system. We are not even seeing the transfer of that record. We only verify the entity which is generating the consent request. Through our consent manager, we see whether the patient ABHA is correct, whether the facility is correct, and the patient the doctor's HPR is correct. So that is the single source of truth registry. We verify that, and then the data is moved from health information provider to a health information user through a separate link, which is not seen by us. So the data in that sense, even if our gateway goes down, if what you said, the data transference can happen independently. This is not dependent on our gateway. Sorry, the point which I was mentioning, the HIPAA compliance one. So what we have seen that in our Indian market, there are many software solutions which have existed for 15 to 20 years. And as Sir has said, the private sector doctor have been using, but they were not certified by Indian agency at any point in time. So they were all running at risks. The software solutions could have been compromised and there would have been no recourse to those things. What ABDM is doing here is that it is bringing all the software companies or health software systems to a particular level. So here to all the doctors who are in this, I did not cover that particular element in this, but if there are any doctors, I think you should also ask the software solutions you are using for generating the HMIS or for creating the health record. Ask the software solution to get ABDM compliance or give you any security compliance certificate. Because with the new DPDP Act coming in, if any data leaks happen, you are the data fiduciaries, right? So it is up to you that you use a very robust EMR solution or HMIS solution, whatever you want to call it. ABDM compliance is the Indian standard, but do ask it from your software solution. So this is again, ask to the private sector doctors. For the government, we are doing our part. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would request no more questions now because we have time constraints and we need to follow the other sessions as well. So I request all the guests to now proceed in the audience. Thank you so much. We now move on to a moment of great importance as we recognize outstanding contributions and innovations in patient empowerment. Awards are not just symbols of achievement, they inspire us all to continue striving for excellence. Over the years, some people silently endure suffering within the system and eventually give up. But there are others who, through their struggles, become pathfinders for others. Our aim is to identify and honor these courageous individuals whose journeys have lit the way forward so others don't have to face the same hardships. If you look at the winners from the past 3 years, you'll see that each of them has not only overcome challenges, but has also created pathways of hope and change for others to follow. Not everyone who applies receives this award. We are proud to share that no one pays for this award and no one is backed directly or indirectly to receive it. Every application is reviewed objectively by an independent jury, and we are thankful to them for their diligence and integrity in assessing entries through a scoring system. If you know someone who has created change at the ground level, we encourage you to nominate them for the next year. Let their story inspire and lead the way. And now it is time to announce this year's winners, chosen through our internal research and jury evaluation. First, I would like to invite Dr. Neena Pahuja ma'am, Executive Member, National Council for Vocational Education and Training, MSDE, Government of India, to felicitate the winners. Since Neena ma'am is not here, I would like to invite Dr. T. Dilip sir. Is he here? So till Neena ma'am comes, I'll invite the first awardee, Dr. Sutapa B. Niyogi, Director IIHMR. Ma'am, could you please proceed to the stage? She's a distinguished public health leader, researcher, and mentor. She has dedicated her career to strengthening healthcare systems and guiding the next generation of professionals. Her work seamlessly bridges medicine, social sciences, and technology, driving meaningful change in maternal and child health. Her book, Gender Before Birth in India, is a testament to her commitment to advocacy and research. We welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, please proceed to the stage. Neena ma'am, I would like you on the stage as well to felicitate the winners. Neena ma'am, I would request you to stay here, please. Ma'am, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, the only thing I can say is that I'm speechless. I'm really thankful to the International Patients Union for conferring this award on me, and I assure you that I will continue to deliver my best. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Govind Singh Rathore, founder, Sambhali Trust. During one of our webinars with him, we were deeply moved by his work and spirit. Though we made a small contribution at that time, we felt his efforts deserved far more than any financial reward. In truth, while he is worthy of this award, we believe this award is honored by going to him. As the founder of Sambhali Trust, Mr. Rathore has dedicated himself to empowering women and girls from marginalized communities in Rajasthan. Since he is not here with us today, I would request Dr. Shweta from our team to collect it on his behalf. Thank you. Neena ma'am, I would like you to stay here only for the other awards. Sorry. Yeah. So I now invite Mr. Amitabh Nag, CEO, Digital India, Bhashini Division, Digital India Corporation, MeetY, Government of India, Director Additional Charge, India Dataset Platform, Alkosh, and Application Development Initiative, India AI, an initiative of MeetY, Government of India. As the driving force behind the National Language Translation Award mission, Mr. Nag is helping break language barriers and making digital access truly inclusive. With over 30 years of experience in the IT sector and a stellar track record across organizations like TCS, HP Inc. and Coforge, he has led some of the most complex and impactful digital transformation programs in the country. So, a few words from you as well.
Thank you for the thank you for the award. Actually, many of the things what we are doing, we already talked about. Of course, any award, gives recognition, and it is more a recognition for the people who are working and the team which is working behind us. We almost work with 70 to 80 higher education institutes, which are engineering colleges in the country, some of the best minds in artificial intelligence and NLP technologies, to deliver the solutions which we are doing. Also to the customers who gives us a lot of ideas, and because of which we are always experimenting and doing new things. And of course the feedback to improve. Thank you very much to all of them.
Next, it is an absolute honor to recognize a revolutionary initiative that has transformed healthcare delivery in India. eSanjeevani, India's largest government-owned telemedicine platform, has improved healthcare access nationwide. Developed by CDAC Mohali under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, today the platform proudly hosts over 232,000 healthcare providers, operates to more than 131,000 spokes, and is supported by 17,000 hubs, offering services in 130 medical specialities. I request Ms. Gunjan from our team to collect the award on behalf of eSanjeevani. Thank you. Up next, we recognize Mohan Foundation for its remarkable work in promoting organ donation and saving lives. Since 1997, it has led awareness efforts, trained healthcare professionals, and supported transplant patients across India. To streamline organ donation and utilization, it has established a computerized network for logistical support in hospitals. So, congratulations, ma'am. A few words from you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the award. So while there is a growing concern around non-communicable diseases, somehow organ donation and transplantation is still a very under-discussed subject. And as transplants grow in India, and incidentally, we are the third largest transplanting country after US and China. So we are doing the third largest number of transplants around the world. The system is going to be facing a lot of challenges, whether it is around access, affordability. I mean, how many government hospitals are really doing transplant? It remains largely a private sector thing. Gender inequities. Most of our living donors are women. Issues around insurance. Donors and recipients continue to have challenges in getting insurance. So all of these issues are going to be things that we have to look at and address, and I think this is a great platform to spark a debate on these issues, and hopefully we can work together in the future to bring more dialogue around this and come up with changes. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
I would now ask Ms. Arushi to take the conference forward. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. As we now move forward towards the nomination category, I would like to invite Dr. Sudhir Gupta, former Additional Deputy Director General, DGHS MOHFW, Government of India, on stage to felicitate the winners. I would also request Ms. Sujaya Krishnan, former Joint Secretary, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, Chairperson, Venu Charitable Society and member, Guild of Service, to felicitate the winners. I request you all to welcome them. So for our first winner in the nomination category is Bhashini. This initiative, led by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, aims to address the language barriers faced by Indian and Indian language speakers. I request Team Bhashini to receive the award. Sir, I would request you to share a few words.
My boss is sitting here. He almost covered all the points. Just point is, it's just a word of not just because we are transcending the language barrier, but today I also saw that in the area of healthcare also, we are just beginning our journey. Thank you.
I would also request Mr. Nikhil Mathur, co-founder and CEO, SMD India at SMD Technology, to felicitate the winners. Please welcome him. Our winner in the nomination category, the second winner, is Dr. Smita Dubey. She is a practicing obstetrician and gynecologist from Madhya Pradesh and has founded Aas Sangeni Sanstha, an NGO dedicated to spreading menstrual awareness and distributing reusable clothes, sanitary napkins across schools and communities. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, I would request you to share a few words.
I'm speechless and I'm overwhelmed to receive this award. And my journey started when I lost my parents in COVID at a span of 1 month. After that, we were 2 sisters and, mera maika khali ho gaya. So I thought, what can I do to lighten, to keep that place alive? So I had only 2 choices. My parents were in education and I was doctor. So I thought, if I want to keep that place alive, my mom always wanted, and she told me that you come and you start your practice here. So I thought, if I go in education, I'll have to take help from other people. When I am a doctor, I am a gynecologist, so why should I not start doing the seeing patient over there? So that way I will go and I will at least maintain that place. So I started doing, on Sunday I started doing OPDs over there. And when I used to come back from there after my OPD, whatever money or OPD consultation I used to get, I thought I will donate it somewhere. While coming back, I'll go to some mandir. And then one of my friends told me, no, that way you won't do anything good. That will be only a small amount. So you start collecting that amount and you do something big. And that led me to focus. When I was seeing patients in my OPD, there were many patients who actually never wanted any treatment. They were just only education and awareness. If I could bring to them, then that will save them. And a lot of young girls, they come with so many problems, and only if you give them proper education and awareness, and they need not to come to OPD and sit for long hours. So with my friends, I started that, I found my own NGO and I started working on it. And through scrolling only, I got to collaborate with Project Bala, and they supplied me the sanitary napkins. And we started doing the camps in Sagar, in schools and around with a small team of mine. And I really, whoever are sitting here in the hall and who all can help us to take that forward, because all this what I have done, I never had any donations or contributions from anybody, and only they were supplying the products and we were doing the camps. So if any of you can help and carry us forward for this, it will be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For the next award, I would like to invite Dr. Saurabh Ingole, who has served as on the COVID duty for over a year, managing 30,000 plus patients in the challenging condition. His efforts have been enabled to creation of over 4 million electronic health records. In his absence, I would like to ask Tanishka to join on stage to receive the award. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Please take your seats. As we now move forward, we at the International Patients Union would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to the team who had worked tirelessly behind the scenes. Technology has been a strong pillar in bringing our vision to life, and we are fortunate to have an exceptional team working with us. I would now like to invite Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, founder at International Patients Union, to kindly come forward and felicitate the team Criterion Tech. I request Mr. Zoe Ali Khan, founder and CEO of Criterion Tech, and the entire team of Criterion Tech to join us on the stage as we share the token of appreciation with them. I would just like to extend the thanks to Mr. Hari Shankar, Mr. Israr Khan, Mr. Animesh Singh, Mr. Sandeep Singh, Mr. Fahim Rizvi, Mr. Mohammad Fahim, Mr. Hussain Hassan, and Ms. Sunita Gupta. I would also request Sir to felicitate Mr. Israr Khan and Mr. Animesh Singh. A big round of applause for them. I would now request Sir to felicitate Mr. Animesh. Thank you so much, team, for your dedication, commitment, and being part of this journey. I would now like to hand over the session to Ms. Sabya. Now, as we move ahead, I would also like to invite Ms. Mevish P. Vaishnav towards our announcement, and I would request her to join us on stage.
Good evening, and thank you for being with us throughout this day. I know you have been very patient, and this topic is very close to all of us, because in this journey, either we are the care seeker or caregiver, either to our parents or to ourselves. I would like to ask you all, have you all downloaded this app? I would like to take you through those features once again. ideas don't work unless we act on it. And for us, women's health and women's empowerment has always been one of our core in our work that we do. Women's Health Guideline was released in 2022 by Dr. Jiten Singh, Honorable Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, in 28th October 2022 at Digital Health Summit. We have always believed that women needs to take care of their health, but they keep themselves towards the last. And this is the first of its kind guideline which looks at women's health holistically from the life cycle approach. Start from fetus to the long survivor. And to move forward, we wanted this to be in women's hand, and we converted this into an app, the She app, which stands for Safety, Health and Empowerment. We wanted women to take charge of their own health, and in this, every stage, you can see what symptoms they have, what precautions they can take, and the action they need to do on it. We are focused on women's health, as I said. We recently shared the prioritizing guidelines report with Ms. Vijaya Radkar, the chairperson of National Commission for Women. And we were discussing with her, and she was sharing, like, in the rural health, women do not come that open up. They want to know, like, how can we share our conditions with the family is little challenging. So they want someone who can look for them, with whom they can freely, openly speak about their health. And for this, we have an initiative, the All Women's Pharmacy, and we are planning to release this in next 2 months. This is designed for women, where a pharmacy is led by women, and a woman or any person from the family can come and speak with them openly. There's no hesitation. So this is what we are planning to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vaishnav. I now invite Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta to introduce our guest of honor, Dr. Rajiv Singh Raghuvanshi, sir.
It is very difficult to introduce someone whom everyone knows. डॉक्टर राजीव रघुवंशी when he became DCGI तो बहुत से लोग सोचते रहेंगे प्राइवेट सेक्टर से आए तो ये क्या करेंगे. आज फार्मा में I can assure you there is no company, there is no one in it who doesn't know that he is a no nonsense person, and he has set the ball rolling. And today I can assure you that if you pick up a medicine, you are picking it for the quality it deserves to be delivering. This is Dr. Rajiv's biggest contribution to the Indian healthcare industry, and I think I keep telling him he's a national asset. I can keep going on talking because I've been in the industry for a fairly long time. We had no hopes that it will ever improve. After he came, in 1 year's time, he decided that he will do things, and he has gone and do not only on the drug side. What he has done is even much more unimaginable. We always keep going and talking about the digital therapeutics in US, in Europe. He has already approved 2 digital therapeutics last year. So on one side, he has corrected the old system, another side, he has made India future ready. I think a big round of applause for this gentleman. And he is still very humble. I can tell you, I sometimes feel very pained when we have friends like him. He was hosting a minister from abroad, and he came at this hour, and I know it's a very long day for him, a very easy day for him. Dr. Raghuvanshi, for you.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Rajendra ji, for giving this opportunity and such a wonderful and short introduction. I really don't know whether I deserve that, but when I left corporate 4 years back, I had some passion. I wanted to do something, and I thought this is the best opportunity to come to government and see what best can be done. And I also never expected that we will be able to do so much in a short time. This theme for today's event, I know there were lots of learned people and the leaders from their domain who spent the whole day, and I'm sure you all listened to them and learned a lot about what is being done and what they're doing. So, and I also know that you guys are tired, so I won't take much time, because I know that the concentration span is not very high in people. But since Dr. Gupta had requested, and I always, I don't have guts to say no to him whenever he comes, because he does it for public good. So I'll take maybe 10-15 minutes to just let you know that how we are connected to this patients union concept. So I feel myself very lucky because because there are people who have to work for or find an opportunity to work for patient community. And currently I have two responsibilities, one as Drug Controller General of India and also scientific and director for Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And both these responsibilities actually give me the opportunity to serve patients directly and indirectly as part of my job. So that I basically feel myself lucky. Not many people get this opportunity. Thanks whosoever has contributed to give me this opportunity. So I'll start with my responsibility at Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission. And also whatever I do, it is basically patient-centric. So that is another satisfaction, because that's where is in Indian spirituality it is said that the patient service is the highest order of service. So again, as a part of my job, I am getting that opportunity. So it's not very easy to get, and I'm getting it very easily as part of my job. So at Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, we have two main mandates. One is the pharmacovigilance, many of you would be knowing, and another is to set a standard for medicines which are sold in this country. So based on both these responsibilities, we are actually directly working for patients in this country and beyond. So in pharmacovigilance program, in short, it's a program where all the adverse events post-marketing are basically, we try to collect them and then do the data analytics, and then advisory goes to regulator, which again is my organization, the second organization, and we act based on those recommendations coming from Pharmacovigilance Program of India. It's a huge program. Currently we have, and this is the largest program in the world in the public sector, which is actually covering a population of 140 crores and of people, and we have created a network of now more than 1,000 centers in this country, covering each corner, where there are people either from our side, from IPC, or the local hospital or medical college does that for us, and they collect all the adverse events, and it's a very innovative way of working, where local people, local hospital or the representative from our side are basically designing their innovative ways that how they can collect maximum number of adverse events. So that's working very well, and we are the, I think, 8th largest contributor to the WHO's global database of adverse events, and WHO is actually has given us the collaborative center in this part of the world, where we actually handhold a lot of these small countries in the Southeast Asia and teach them how to do pharmacovigilance program. So that runs very fast, but only one area where I'm still not able to get a great success and not able to do to the extent we should do is the public participation in that. And this kind of forum is certainly, I would request each one of you to see how you can help us in that. What happens is when adverse events are actually collected, 99% at this point in time comes from healthcare workers. And that is the issue which we face. For many, it is running very well, but for me, it is not running as well as it should be. Unless until the patients directly participate in this program, the real benefit of this program will never come. Because the moment healthcare workers come into play, they create a filter, and then filtered information goes and comes to us. And that's what we don't want. If we have to get the real information, real side effects, real problem with patients, then patients have to directly report to us. And we have digital system for that. And we have app on Android phones which can be downloaded, and it can be actually, the adverse events can be reported based on that app. Or we have toll-free number 1-800. And the trend has increased, but it has not to the extent it should happen. So that is one request which I have. So there are a lot of things to talk about, maybe some other day when we have more time. The second part on the quality side, setting the quality standards. So we published the Indian Pharmacopoeia, which is basically the Bible for this country, where we have about more than 3,000 monographs. And we set standards for all the medicines which are sold in this country. And there, in last 4 years since I joined government, we have done significant improvement in the quality of monographs, and we have added a lot more parameters to be tested, which actually adds to the quality of the end product. That actually in a way creates and produces more quality medicine for the patients to take. So I'll end the IPC side here because we don't have that much time today, but let's switch to CDSCO. And CDSCO is another organization which is working now, if I can say, keeping patient advantage at the center. So I have been able to shift the mindset and culture of the organization from whatever it was to a situation where now we think only about whatever is being done, is it for benefit of the patient or it is not, and then the strategies are driven from there. So we got a lot of success in that, national and international, and we run lots of programs, lot of amendments in the regulation, a lot of operational changes have been done with keeping in mind that how does it help the patient. And some of them, if I can basically just quote here, where again there is a need for public participation. There is a huge need for public participation. So quality has been a big concern in this country. Quality of medicines has been a big concern in this country. And so I don't know how to put being the head of the regulatory system here, but I won't mince words. So there are challenges in the regulatory system, historical challenges. We have become pharmacy of the world. We are now more than 10,000 manufacturing units in this country. Out of this, 80% of the units fall under MSME category. And because of whatever compulsions, there is issue with the MSME sector largely in maintaining the quality because of both skill and deficit of will, both plays there. But since last 2 years, we have been very aggressively trying to improve that area, and a lot of success has happened in that area. But what is more important is that unless until public participation happens in pushing the system towards more and more good quality product coming out, it will not see the light of the day. It will not reach to the stage where it should be. One of the good things which we have done recently, almost more than 6 months now, is we bought a QR code system for top 300 brands being sold in this country. And the data says that top 300 brands cover more than 90% of trade happening in terms of value in this country. So somebody can ask that why only top 300 brands? So that's the reason why that covers most of the area in terms of people who target to manufacture low quality spurious medicine. So spurious medicine is a problem currently in this country, and that we are trying to solve through different strategies. QR code is one of them. And when I say 90%, if you see the data of spurious medicines being made in this country, 90% of that cover is actually targeting that top 300 brands, because that also works. Those guys who are making spurious drugs, they do it for profitability, and because of that they target only those top 300 products to make the spurious of those products. So what we did was that we bought a regulation that all top 300 brands should have a QR code to basically prove the authenticity of the product. So we made it a regulation that manufacturers of these top 300 brands will have to put a QR code on their primary pack. Primary pack means the either blister or bottle, whatever is basically having that particular tablet or capsule. So that started, and they are now, because it's law, they are doing it. The problem comes where that there is a deficit of public awareness. Public doesn't know that there is a QR code which has been put there for checking the authenticity of the product. They think that it is like any other QR code which is put on clothes or FMCG products, just to give you information about the product. But it contains all the information, but that actually shows the authenticity of the product. And from government side, we are trying to run a campaign which goes on at the national level to increase that awareness. But more than that, what will work is actually if public directly understands, we are pushing the manufacturers that you spend your money, because at the end of the day it is for the benefit of you, patients for sure, but the manufacturers who are at loss because of spurious medicines, ultimately it is for their benefit also. So you spend some money out of your profit and run this awareness campaign, so that public starts scanning those QR codes on the medicine pack, and by themselves they can identify that this is spurious or this is authentic product. That does many advantages that brings many advantages in the system, like it pushes the whole system to become aware that people are directly watching it, and that is the biggest advantage we'll have. So people sitting here, the request is from now onwards, whenever you go and buy a medicine or order online, please scan the QR code. You might see that you are not able to scan. So there could be two reasons. Either there is some specific app which is required which is not there with you, or that product is not authentic. So whatever it is, if it is not working, your first responsibility is to tell the pharmacist or the shopkeeper, the chemist shop owner, that this is not working. You have to tell me the reason. Is it authentic, or is it issue with the QR code reader which I have? So that is another area where people like you can actually help us a lot. Apart from this I am putting stress on this specific intervention, because it has direct relationship with the public. And I'm sure you all, if you become aware and you make 10 more people aware, it will be an induction effect and will have huge advantage in the system in basically tackling that issue which currently in this country is going on. Beyond QR code, there are many things which we are doing at CDSCO to improve that whole system. In the short of time, I will not touch upon again that what all has been done. The only thing which I can say is the biggest thing which we have done is to shift the mindset in the organization from where it was to where today it is, where we are thinking about improving the whole system to ultimately benefit the patients. Today we are more than 95% digitized. We have digitized more than 95% of the regulatory process in the country. Everything is now digital. Very few things which are left, they are in process of getting converted to digital. The advantage, I don't need to get into that, you all know, but I'll just quote one example which will give you a sense of how regulation and regulatory system is getting benefited with that. So recently there was some BBC video which came in public, which was basically about use of some NDPS drugs in West Africa, and rightly or wrongly they were implicating India. So there is a debate that why they should implicate India, because it's also responsibility of the importing country to basically have a check of what is being imported in those countries. So if Indian manufacturers are sending it to say Nigeria, so it's also responsibility of Nigerian government and Nigerian regulatory system to have a check at their end that whether they get what they want, they don't get what they don't want. But whatever it is, BBC came out with that video, and they were straightly implicating Indian side that India is actually sending it there, and India is actually spoiling generations there by sending these drugs. So that's to cut the story short. We immediately acted on that information, and within 6 hours we had the complete scan of these countries, manufacturers of one particular drug which was being referred in that information. In 6 hours we knew that there are 177 manufacturers who have been given the export NOC for that particular drug, and we had the data that who has made how many batches and who has exported how many batches to which country and when. And on the basis of data analytics, we could actually identify some 13, 14 of them who were in a red zone, and we went to them and did our audit, got some information, closed down some of them who were doing malpractices. So immediately in less than 1 day, we could act and basically control the damage which that video could have done at the country level. And that basically ultimately I also discussed with the Nigerian counterpart, and everybody was convinced that yes, India is doing a lot to help these countries. So that was basically advantage for CDSCO of converting. And before 6 months, this actually became digital about 6 months back. And before that, it was with the responsibility of issuing the export NOC was with the state government, and most of the states were doing physical files. If it was still a physical system, we would have taken more than a month, and even then we don't know whether we would have got the right data or not. So by converting my physical system to a digital system, we are creating a huge authentic database for different kinds of activities which are happening in the regulatory domain, which is going to help us in creating better policies, regulatory policies, in having the basically eye on what's happening in the country, in that NDPS case, what now we have done that on monthly basis, we are reviewing the data of all the exports which is happening, and immediately we can actually identify if something is not, I mean, if something which is happening which is not basically as per the regulation. So, so as I said, 95%, more than 95%, we have now digital in medical device domain, which is part of the digital health. So we have a very small domain in digital health through the medical device regulatory system. That is 100% digital. We, after the change of the shift in the mindset, we have become much more open. So right from industry to individuals are approaching us with their problems. We have established system where individual person, if a drug is not available in India and if it is approved say in US, we have a system now, a legal system whereby you can actually import it for your personal use based on the prescription, a drug which is approved in US and not approved in India. Similarly, if a drug which is under clinical trials, not even approved by US government or any country, but if it is in clinical trials and has shown very promising results, if you want and if there is no other alternative, you can actually through a legal system, you can actually import those drugs also legally. So a lot of things are actually being done, keeping patient benefit and patient in center, and you will see many more coming in future. But what the way I have seen the shift in last 2 years at CDSCO and last 4 years at IPC, I feel very proud, and I feel that we took a very right decision moving from corporate to government setup, where only thing which I had in mind before coming was that I am going to do something which is having more impact on public health, and that's exactly what I see with my eyes. I mean, I'll give you before ending the last example, which makes me many times emotional when I speak about it. So this is about CAR-T therapy. We approved 2 CAR-Ts in last 1 year in this country. So when the first one was being approved, it was from a very small startup company in Bombay IIT, and they had applied, and I think application was there for I think more than 5-6 years. I don't have hesitation in saying that we do not have expertise in the latest technologies, for example, cell and gene therapies, where this CAR-T also comes. And not only CDSCO, this country also does not have very good expertise, people who can actually guide regulator also in doing their work. So, and there was one patient who was himself a doctor, and he was from Delhi, and he was admitted in Tata, Bombay, and and he was suffering from leukemia, and all the therapies have practically failed, and he was actually counting his days, and his family members used to come to me on almost daily basis, that please approve this CAR-T because this is the last hope for us to get him out of hospital and live for some more time. And we pushed it, we approved it, and he was the first patient to get that CAR-T in this country. And one fine morning, about a couple of weeks after approving, I got up and I get Indian Express, and I saw the first page, the bottom big column with his smiling photograph, that he is actually out of hospital after taking that CAR-T therapy, and he is hale and hearty. So that is the satisfaction which people like us get, which we would have never got in our corporate job. I'm sure there are lots of doctors here, you get this kind of opportunity on daily basis, but for non-doctors, this kind of opportunity is very rare. So thanks a lot for a patient hearing. Some other day, we will spend more time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I would like you to stay back, sir. Sir, I would like you to stay back. Thank you so much, sir. I would now invite Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, sir, to felicitate, sir.
I think Rajiv ji deserves standing ovation for what he has done.
Ji, sir. Thank you. Just a second. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Mevish P. Vaishnav, President of the International Patients Union, to deliver the vote of thanks. She is leading the campaign Women for Digital Health at Health Parliament, an SBU of Digital Health Associates Private Limited. As the President at the DHA, she leads initiatives on policy, capacity building, and the adoption of digital health. She is also the Vice President of the Government Industry Dialogue, which bridges the gap between the government and industry. Ms. Vaishnav, over to you.
Thank you, Sabya. Good evening, everyone, once again. As we draw to the day towards a successful close, on behalf of International Patients Union, I want to extend the heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us and making this event so meaningful. First, a sincere thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Vinod Paul. He has been truly an inspiration to all of us. His tireless work in improving health outcomes for patients has set a high bar and continues to motivate us all. I would like to thank our guest of honor, Dr. Rajiv Raghuvanshi. Thank you, sir. Your insights and expertise have greatly enriched us. It has been an absolute honor to have you with us. To our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators, thank you for sharing your insights and experiences. You have helped shine a light on what it truly means to put patients first. To all our attendees, thank you for your time and your commitment to this cause. We're deeply thankful to our organizing and supporting organizations, National Health Authority, Institute of Human Behavior and Allied Sciences, Indian Nursing Council, Bhashini, Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Internet Governance Forum, Disease Management Association of India, Bombay College of Pharmacy, Sarvodaya Healthcare. Your support has truly powered the impact of this conference. Let us carry forward the connections we have made and the ideas we have shared. The journey to better healthcare for patients continues, and it continues with all of us. A special thanks to my team who has been tirelessly working behind the scenes, and it has been successful only because of them. I would like to invite my team on stage, Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Ms. Akshata Tyagi, Ms. Sakshi Pandita, Ms. Arushi Negi, Ms. Palak Dubey, Dr. Sabya Kulshrestha, Ms. Ambika Bose, Mr. Hitanshu Upadhyay, Ms. Tanishka Sanvaria, Dr. Shweta Taluri, Ms. Ipsita Majumdar, Ms. Gunjan Mittal, Ms. Punji Jain, Mr. Dinesh Luheria. A round of applause for all of them, please. And this couldn't have been possible without the incredible leadership that has guided us through this journey. Dr. Rajendra Pratap Gupta, your vision and support have been instrumental in guiding all of us. Thank you, sir. I would like you to be on stage for a group photograph. And thank you once again to all of you. Looking forward to see you next year at International Patients Union Conference 2026. Please do download the app and give your feedback to us. Thank you so much.
as we wrap up today's session, let's take the ideas and collaborations we've shared and turn them into meaningful action. The discussions we've had today should lead to practical steps that ensure efforts